He once saw his childhood sweetheart being abused by her father. Afterward, the girl told him that when she grew up, she'd never marry a man like her dad. Instead, she said she wanted someone as kind as him. Those words stayed with him for the next 10 years. He gave up a great deal because of that promise. He always tried to be gentle, kind, and obedient. Even when local punks shook down his classmates, he swallowed his anger and paid the money for them. But then one day, while taking out the trash with his childhood friend, they headed back to class and ran into those same thugs again. He noticed Sujin looked uneasy and wondered whether they had been bothering her too. Right away, Zhang Jisheng stared them down, ready to fight if necessary. But the thugs brushed him off and told him to get lost. Since they had the numbers, Zhang Jisheng forced himself to stay calm and walked away. Still, he stopped halfway and hid nearby to keep watching. If anything happened, he planned to call his uncles for help. Zhuzhen glanced around nervously, then shyly told one of the thugs not to be so obvious at school. Then Shen Jingji leaned on her shoulder with a playful grin, making her face turn red. She pushed him away, but it was more flirtation than a fight. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Jisheng started trembling. In that moment, it felt like his love for Su Zhen shattered. The girl he'd loved for 10 years had fallen for a thug, and they even looked happy together. Back in class, he still couldn't calm down. He looked at Su Zhen again, but still couldn't accept it. So with trembling hands, he sent her a text. He wanted to ask Su Zhen about what he'd seen, and hoped it wasn't what he thought. Before he could finish, the final bell rang. He was about to leave, feeling crushed, when Su Zhen came over and said they hadn't walked home together in a long time. When he stayed quiet, she asked whether something was wrong. He suddenly stopped walking and, sounding down, asked whether she was dating Shen Jingji now. That caught her off guard. Su Zhen told Zhang Jisheng she had meant to tell him, but somehow things had ended up like this. His eyes widened. He asked how that made sense when she used to like kind, gentle people. Then Su Zhen turned and said that after trying someone gentle and kind, she realized it wasn't that great. Bad boys were more attractive, and she even asked whether he didn't think they were cooler. That made his face turn pale. He grabbed her hand and reminded her that she used to like kind guys, so why did she like bad boys now? Then he blurted out that he was a bad boy too, even worse than the rest. Hearing that, Su Zhen only looked confused. To her, he was obviously kind. Panicking, Zhang Jisheng tapped his chest and said no, he was actually very bad. He claimed the nice act was fake and that thug blood ran through him. He even said his glasses had no real lenses. Then he offered to show baby photos, saying even the guests at his first birthday were bad people, so he had to be one too. Su Zhen covered her mouth and laughed, easing the tension between them. She figured he was only saying all that because he was worried about her dating a thug and was trying to cheer her up by making fun of himself. Zhang Jisheng gave a small laugh, thinking maybe that was for the best. Then they walked home together, talking about old times. But then Shen Jingji called out to Su Zhen from behind. He told her to come to a karaoke bar. Zhang Jisheng clenched his teeth. This really was the kind of guy Su Zhen liked. And then Shen Jingji walked straight up to him. He warned him to stay away from Su Zhen, or he wouldn't get off easy next time. Seeing the tension rise, Su Zhen quickly pulled Shen Jingji away. She said she and Zhang Jisheng had been close since childhood and told Shen Jingji to hurry. Then she quietly told Zhang Jisheng they could walk together next time. He waved back and tried to act as though he was fine. From far away, the two of them looked close and happy. For 10 years, I tried to be a good person, and you still chose bad boys. Fine, just wait, I could be bad too. I'll show you what a real bad boy looks like. He threw open the door with one hand, and all the underlings immediately bowed and greeted the young master. He stepped inside with calm confidence as though he already belonged there. Elsewhere, his uncle was in the middle of business when the door suddenly burst open and interrupted him. Uncle, I need your help. I want to become a bad boy. His uncle hung up immediately. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Then Zhang Jisheng asked whether his uncle was a bad person, and what about his father? The next second, his uncle gave him a sly smile. He said that, to be precise, Zhang Jisheng was asking about bad boys. As for his father, he was a great boss, the strongest genius in the country. But to the rest of society, that same father would absolutely be seen as a very bad man. So it was true, bad blood ran through his veins. He begged his uncle to help him change. His uncle said the young master's eyes looked different now. He'd never seen that expression before. For the first time, he truly looked like the boss's son. Still, his uncle had cared for him for 10 years and knew better than anyone how hard he had tried. So he asked, one more time. Becoming good was hard, but turning bad could happen in a second, and all those years of effort would disappear like nothing. Even so, Zhang Jisheng remained firm and pleaded again. Once his uncle agreed, the first step was stripping away the kind image he had built over 10 years. His hair, clothes, everything had to change. A second later, Zhang Jisheng forgot the pain and smiled brightly again. So his uncle tapped his shoulder and told him that smile had to go. Yes, that's much better, young master. From now on, he had to stay dark and mysterious. Then his uncle sent him back to his room to wait. Once inside, he saw the charity awards on the wall, which only brought back the image of Shuzhen with Shen Jingjie, making Zhang Jisheng even angrier. Then one of the men knocked and asked whether they could come in. After getting permission, a bald man walked in smiling and said they were about to turn the young master into a fashion icon. He even bragged that back in the day, his nickname was Whirlwind Fashion Man. Then the makeover began. Nike on top, a full Gucci outfit, and flashy gold chains. Just like that, their so-called street punk was complete. Seeing the young master finally getting somewhere, his uncle was thrilled. He looked seriously handsome. The next day, Zhang Jisheng followed his uncle's advice. His brows were sharp, his eyes lifted and wide, and from the moment he stepped outside, he walked with pure confidence. He carried himself like someone showing off on purpose, and people around him immediately started talking. Style-wise, Zhang Jisheng nailed it. Even 3 girls nearby were drawn in by his wild new look. Then suddenly one girl greeted him with obvious admiration, and he became a little nervous. But remembering his uncle's rules, he knew he wasn't supposed to greet people first. He held it in until he could barely stand it, then blurted out, "What are you looking at?" The girl was completely confused. When he entered the classroom, his classmates greeted him too. Zhang Jisheng ignored them, sat right on top of his desk, and tossed out a line, "Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before?" That left his 4 classmates frozen, their mouths hanging open. Even Shuzhen turned to look, clearly bothered. Not wanting to lose, she walked over to him. She asked Jisheng to go to the store with her. He stood immediately. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Then the 2 of them left the classroom together. Shuzhen stopped him and asked what was wrong. If something had happened, he could tell her. They were friends, weren't they? Zhang Jisheng answered with a cold smile. Friends? Sure. If she wanted to know, yes, something was wrong, and she could go to the store by herself. Shuzhen was stunned. She never thought Jisheng would turn her down. She asked what had happened and said he seemed like a completely different person. Zhang Jisheng stopped, then coldly said that was better. She was the one who changed first, and he was the fool who cared too much. One sentence from her 10 years ago had changed his entire life, and now she had changed it again. Later, while skipping class, he ran into that same group and secretly watched where they were going. He planned to follow them and learn from them, so he kept tracking them for a while, until he saw something difficult to watch. The girl wrapped herself around Shen Jingji's arm, and the 2 looked far too close. Zhang Jisheng clenched his fists. That loser was trash, and this was really Shuzhen's type. Meanwhile, the girl kept complaining, asking Shen Jingjie how much farther it was because there didn't seem to be any restaurant nearby. Soon, Shen Jingji said they had arrived. They had stopped at a hotel. His expression immediately turned ugly. Hidden nearby, Zhang Jisheng gritted his teeth in anger. The girl also realized something was wrong. When she tried to leave, Shen Jingji grabbed her wrist and said it would be quick. She pulled free and told him to take care of it himself. That made Shen Jingji snap. He cursed at her and became furious. The girl fired back and told him to watch his mouth. As she slowly stepped closer, Shen Jingji thought she had changed her mind. Instead, she slapped him across the face. Shen Jingji only smirked. The more she resisted, the more excited he became. Just as he was about to hit her, a stone suddenly flew in from far away, but it struck the girl in the forehead instead. Oops, his aim was off. So he grabbed another stone. Realizing he hadn't meant to hit Li Yiji, this time he didn't hesitate. He threw the stone again, and his ring went flying with it. The shot slammed straight into Shen Jingji's forehead and split it open. At the same time, the ring dropped to the ground. Zhang Jisheng didn't even notice he'd lost it. He jumped out immediately, grabbed Li Yiji, and rushed in, cursing that Shen had done it again. Holding her injury, Li Yiji asked who he was, told him to let go, and demanded to know whether he had thrown the stone because now she was bleeding. Out of breath, he simply told her to run with him first. That only made Li Yiji even more confused. Then the two of them ran off together. At the park, Zhang Jisheng gave her a heart-shaped bandage and told her to stop the bleeding. Once she put it on, Li Yiji became curious. She shyly asked why she'd never seen him before. That threw him off for a second. Then he said, "I'm Zhang Jisheng from your class." Li Yiji froze. "You're that annoying Zhang Jisheng?" she said. He looked like a completely different person. Then Zhang Jisheng suddenly asked whether she liked bad boys. For Li Yiji, it wasn't exactly that. She was more attracted to guys who seemed wild and free. What she hadn't expected was Shen Jingji being that kind of person. Hearing that, Zhang Jisheng started wondering how he could act even worse. Then Li Yiji's phone started buzzing. She trembled when she saw Shen Jingji calling. Still, she didn't want more trouble, so she answered to hear him out. Shen Jingji immediately started swearing. He demanded to know who that guy was and said he'd seen a school uniform, so she had better not lie. The yelling made Li Yiji's ears ring. Zhang Jisheng snatched the phone and shouted back, "Who are you yelling at? Do you want to get beaten up?" Then he hung up hard. Who does that guy think he is? Zhang Jisheng was stunned and gave her a thumbs up. Smiling, Li Yiji asked whether he could keep today a secret. After that, they decided to return to school separately. Then, Zhang Jisheng went to the cafeteria alone to eat. His two friends stared at him and said the teacher had found out. He skipped class and was looking for him. Then the watermelon boy asked why he was starting to look like Shen Jingji. Zhang Jisheng slammed the table and jumped up. "Really? Am I that good now? That guy is my goal." His two friends were completely speechless. When the meatball dropped, they reacted as though their entire world had collapsed. Then, with another scrape, Li Yiji pulled over a chair and sat down to eat with them. The two friends forced out awkward smiles, afraid people would get the wrong idea. Zhang Jisheng jumped up and tried to explain with wild hand gestures. It only made things look worse, so he hurried away. Li Yiji quickly followed him. Behind them, the two friends kept their fake smiles, then could only watch them leave in tears. To them, the world was cruel. They were painfully single. As they walked away, Shuzhen noticed them too. Jealousy hit so hard that she lost her appetite. On the other side, Zhang Jisheng was struggling to remove the gold chain he wore while thinking about how to explain things to the teacher. After all, this was his first time skipping class. While fixing the buttons on his shirt, he suddenly noticed the ring on his middle finger was gone. He searched his pocket so hard that he hurt himself and broke into a sweat. Immediately, he knew this was bad. That ring had been placed on him by his uncle. Back then, Bald Uncle said the boss gave him that ring when he came of age, and he was thrilled. Passing that special ring to the boss's son meant everything to him. He even said that when he died, he wanted it returned so he could take it to the grave. Now Zhang Jisheng grabbed his hair in panic. Bald Uncle's words kept echoing in his head, and he ran to the classroom to search everywhere. But the school bully was already behind him. Still angry about being hit with the stone, Shen Jingji wanted someone to take it out on. He came in and kicked Zhang Jisheng, barking that good dogs don't block the way. From behind, Zhang Jisheng looked a lot like the person who had thrown the stone at him, so Shen Jingji rushed over and kept kicking him. Even though Xu Zhen was there, she didn't stop Shen Jingji. He kept stomping Zhang Jisheng until he couldn't stand up. Even then, Shen Jingji rubbed his chin, still unsatisfied. Luckily, Li Yiji called out just in time. Shen Jingji turned and walked straight toward her with a nasty smile. Then he grabbed her clothes without mercy. "You think I won't hit you just because you're a girl?" Li Yiji looked over at Zhang Jisheng and realized he'd been beaten because he helped her. So she lied and said Song Zhongshashi was the one who had pulled her away that day. The name Song Zhongxi made Shen Jingji hesitate. But Song Zhongxi had only wanted to sleep in peace and got dragged into this for no reason. Shen Jingji went over and told him to wake up, but Song Zhongxi ignored him. That made him clench his teeth, and he kicked Song Zhongxi's desk while he was sleeping. The entire class was shocked. Li Yiji thought Song Zhongxi's name would scare him off, but it only made things worse. Then Song Zhongxi slowly stood up, coldly asking whether he was crazy. Shen Jingji shouted, "Was it you who helped Li Yiji?" Song Zhongxi glanced at the trembling Zhang Jisheng and understood everything. Picking his ear, he said, "Sure, maybe I did. What are you going to do about it?" Shen Jingji grabbed his collar immediately. "Stop playing with me. You're obviously lying. You think I'm an idiot?" But Song Zhongxi's grip was unbelievably strong, making Shen Jingji tremble all over. Then came the cold reply, "And if I'm not lying, what then?" The pain made Shen Jingji let go immediately. Even with his hand hurting terribly, he still acted tough. "Song Zhongxi, this isn't over." As he turned to leave, he noticed Zhang Jisheng on the floor, holding his head. Looking closer, he thought the person from before was about this size. At the same time, Zhang Jisheng spotted the gold ring on Shen Jingji's hand. He couldn't believe it had ended up there. Still, Shen Jingji decided a coward like this couldn't be the one who had hit him, so he left. Zhang Jisheng clenched his teeth and swore he'd get that ring back, no matter what. Then he left school with heavy steps. When he got home, a line of uncles was waiting at the door. The second they saw his bruised face and the footprints on him, their expressions changed. Scarface Uncle shouted that this was a direct insult to their Firebear gang. He yelled for everyone to get their weapons and fight. Bald Uncle had just come downstairs when he heard all the noise. Scarface Uncle quickly told him, "Big brother, the young master was beaten outside." Bald Uncle exploded. "Which bastard did this?" "Young master, lead the way. Show us exactly who did it." But their boss stopped them and said the young master was the future of the gang. Since the young master was only beginning to fight, they shouldn't interfere. Everyone understood immediately. They admitted they hadn't been thinking and asked the boss to forgive them. So they decided to put the young master through brutal training. But first, to make sure he wouldn't be bullied at school again, they called an underworld meeting. Zhang Jisheng was shocked too. He never thought getting beaten would make his uncles care this much. After discussing it, Uncle Su seriously told Zhang Jisheng, "Young master, what matters most now is building the habit of winning. So start by beating someone weaker than you." When they saw him hesitate, all the uncles encouraged him. "The stronger you become, the more people you'll stand above." That's how we all started. The next day, on his way to school, Zhang Jisheng looked much more fired up after last night's brainwashing. Then Bald Uncle called out to him, making him freeze. He thought his uncle had found out the ring was missing, but Bald Uncle only told him to tuck his shirt into his pants. After Zhang Jisheng fixed it, Bald Uncle nodded in deep satisfaction. Seeing the young master getting more and more on track made him proud. On the way to school, Zhang Jisheng pushed himself further, trying to act rough and even spitting everywhere. The problem was, he couldn't do any of it properly. Still, while he was feeling proud of his effort, Xu Zhen passed by. He wanted to greet her, but stopped himself. Xu Zhen happily headed to school with Shen Jingjie. She looked so cheerful, and that only made Zhang Jisheng more determined to become a bad boy. Then he spotted something in an alley. Li Yiji and the others were collecting protection money. The moment Li Yiji saw Zhang Jisheng, her face lit up and she quickly turned around to fix her makeup. By then she had already fallen for him, but another student thought Zhang Jisheng had come to save him, and he was touched. Instead, Zhang Jisheng told him to hand over all his money. "If I search you and find more, you're finished." That line made the three girls freeze, and one of them laughed. Not far away, Bald Uncle had secretly followed him, worried the young smash might mess up. But when he saw how naturally Zhang Jisheng collected protection money, he covered his mouth, overwhelmed, and felt foolish for ever doubting him. In his heart, he prayed to the boss. "You don't need to worry. The young master is growing up just fine." Meanwhile, the black-haired girl snorted and said she thought he was a coward, but he was actually quite manly. Then the short-haired girl joined in, telling him to keep going because he looked really cool. For the first time, Zhang Jisheng felt the appeal of being a bad boy. He started thinking that people really did like bad boys. Then they actually handed over the money. The poor student still thought Zhang Jisheng was only pretending to rob him so he could save him later and return it. Zhang Jisheng was shocked too. He had only said a few words and received 40,000 yuan. Then the short-haired girl put a hand on his shoulder and said his way of asking for money was almost as good as Shen Jingji's. That hit him right in the heart. You could tell how happy that made him. Then she suggested splitting the 40,000 evenly, 10,000 each. He said he didn't need any money, so he gave all of it to them. After that, the three girls invited him to eat with them. The sudden invitation caught him off guard, but it seemed bad boys really were more popular. Behind the wall, Bald Uncle kept watching everything. Once again, he was deeply moved. Not only had the young master collected protection money naturally, but he had even split it fairly into 4 shares. Bald Uncle quietly cried, feeling as though he were seeing his younger self again, and believed giving his soul ring to the young master had been the right choice. As Bald Uncle walked in a daze, he suddenly bumped into Shen Jingji. Shen Jingji shoved him. "Hey, Baldy, watch where you're going." Then Bald Uncle noticed the soul ring on his hand. He was also wearing the same school uniform as the young master. So Bald Uncle wondered whether the young master had lent it to him. Maybe this kid was his friend. That thought left him completely confused. At the same time, Shen Jingjae was already getting annoyed. "Hey, Baldy, why are you staring like that?" Bald Uncle forced his anger down, even though he wanted to drop him with one hit. As he watched Shen Jingji walk away, he muttered that if this guy wasn't the young master's friend, he was finished. Elsewhere, Zhang Jisheng ran into the homeroom teacher in the hallway and was called over immediately. The teacher adjusted his thick glasses and told Zhang Jisheng to bring his father to school tomorrow. That instantly made him think of his terrifying father. He quickly begged to bring his uncle instead, saying his father was far away. The teacher looked him over and finally agreed. After he got home, Zhang Jisheng told his uncles the teacher wanted one of them to come to school. The next second, all 3 lit up with excitement. To them, this was the full problem child parent call experience. Since only one could go, the 3 uncles started fighting over it. They had waited 10 whole years for this, so to keep things fair, they settled it with rock, paper, scissors. And Bald Uncle won. The other 2 could only wait for their next chance. The next morning, a sleepy Zhang Jisheng was met with a shocking sight. His uncle looked like the king of street punks. Tattoos covered his arms. He wore skinny jeans, had a big belly, and that bald head looked bright enough to shine. As they headed down the street, gangsters bowed and called him Big Brother. Zhang Jisheng was stunned. Bald Uncle really was the coolest. Then Bald Uncle seriously asked, "Young master, have you been doing bad things lately?" That made him nervous, and he admitted he'd practiced spitting but still wasn't good at. So Bald Uncle gave him a live lesson. Come on, young master. Open your mouth like this. Push your tongue forward and spit through the gap in your teeth. Zhang Jisheng was amazed, so he copied him immediately and spat twice, spraying saliva everywhere. He quickly learned that even spitting took skill. Bald Uncle scratched his head a little embarrassed, then patted him and said to keep practicing all the way to school. So Zhang Jisheng kept spitting as they walked, backed by his streetwise Bald Uncle. At the same time, Bald Uncle also taught him how to walk with swagger. Take a deep breath, chest out, stomach in, keep your back straight and swing your arms. Walk bow-legged, loose and lazy, that's how a real man walks. Yes, young master, just like that. And the two of them strutted all the way to school. Their presence alone made the students nervous. Bald Uncle really looked like he could go anywhere and own the place. At the school gate, he suddenly stopped and asked Zhang Jisheng, "You've been keeping that soul ring I gave you safe, right?" Zhang Jisheng nervously answered, "I kept it in my room, Bald Uncle." In that instant, Bald Uncle understood. The ring had been stolen. Soon after, they entered the classroom hallway, and the students looked over in admiration. Even Li Yiji was surprised. Bald Uncle then told Zhang Jisheng to go to class first. He would meet the homeroom teacher himself. Meanwhile, a quiet office was interrupted by a loud knock. With a slam, Bald Uncle barked, "I'm Jisheng's uncle. Which one of you is his homeroom teacher?" The teacher was scared stiff. A woman nearby even asked whether they should call the police, but the teacher tried to act tough in front of her. "Relax. I've been dean for 10 years. I know how to handle people like this." He stood up as though he meant it, then led a confused Bald Uncle away. Sweating heavily, he brought him aside to talk. It felt as though he were rushing toward death, but he still forced a smile and said Jisheng was supposed to become student council president next year. Yet, lately he'd been going astray. The moment he said that, Bald Uncle looked thrilled. So Jisheng is a problem child? The dean's wig nearly popped off. While fixing it, he hurried to explain that wasn't what he meant. Jisheng was an excellent model student. Then Bald Uncle slammed the desk again. "So you're saying Jisheng isn't a problem child?" Flustered, the dean blurted out that Jisheng was a problem child, a very serious one. That answer made Bald Uncle extremely happy. Then he asked whether students at this school were extorting money. The dean shot upright and denied it immediately. Patting his chest, he swore that as long as he worked there, the school would never allow violence or extortion. Bald Uncle's face darkened. When he stood, the dean thought a beating was coming. But Bald Uncle didn't even look at him and simply turned to leave, thinking school was the same as always. Teachers were around, but nothing changed. Now Bald Uncle was furious. He planned to get the ring back from Shen Jingji and beat him up, so he strutted around, searching everywhere, when he spotted a familiar figure from behind. "Hey kid, I found you. This time you're dead." But when the person turned around, it was only a bespectacled nerd. That left the tough Bald Uncle awkward for a moment. Even though he was from the underworld, he still apologized politely. He truly wanted to find that brat and finish him. But he remembered the boss's order. The young master was the gang's future pillar. And now that he'd started fighting, the adults shouldn't interfere. So Bald Uncle thought hard and decided to obey the boss. As he walked, he told himself he couldn't ruin the young master's future by acting rashly. Outside campus, Shen Jingji was having a great time with his lackeys. He proudly admired the shining soul ring and thought about selling it to buy a car. One sharp red-haired guy guessed it was worth 2 million. Shen Jingji never expected getting hit by a rock would end with him gaining 2 million. Back at school, the homeroom teacher had started feeling nervous around Zhang Jisheng, avoiding eye contact, even when he raised his hand in class. It was as though Bald Uncle's shadow was hanging over Zhang Jisheng. Thinking he wanted to leave, the teacher smiled and told him he could go outside. So Zhang Jisheng decided to ask Bald Uncle what had happened and called him immediately. But the uncles were busy preparing a feast to celebrate the teacher calling him a problem child. Right then, The phone on the table rang. Scarface Uncle noticed the young master's call first and quickly handed the phone to Bald Uncle. Bald Uncle was thrilled to receive a call from the young master, but when he heard it was about the teacher, he told him not to worry because everything had already been handled. The word handled made Zhang Zhisheng freeze. When Uncle Shu realized it was the young master on the line, he hurried Bald Uncle to let him speak. The next second, his face darkened. Quickly, give it to me. He ignored Bald Uncle and snatched the phone. Young master, remember what I told you. You need to beat up someone weaker than you. Zhang Zhisheng nervously asked whether he had to do it today. Uncle Shu's answer was simple, do it now. He reminded Zhang Zhisheng once more to find someone weaker than himself, then hung up and handed the phone back. Bald Uncle felt it was unfair that the call ended before he could finish talking, but he could only accept it because Uncle Shu was the boss. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhisheng stopped wasting time and started searching the hallway for someone weaker than him. But the first two people he saw looked stronger too. He could only watch, then walk away, then went to the bathroom to wash his face. Just when he had no idea what to do, a huge guy suddenly appeared behind him and rolled up his sleeves. Zhang Zhisheng froze in fear. It was like an egg hitting a rock. Looking at that beast-like body, he thought, being the Fire Bear gang leader's son was useless here. Just as he gave a bitter smile, a classmate behind him poked him. Zhisheng, you took my 40,000 yuan last time. Give it back. Since he'd been struggling to find someone weaker than himself, Zhang Zhisheng grabbed the boy by the collar without hesitation. His eyes widened. You'll be the first person I beat. But after doing it, he didn't feel happy at all. His heart only kept pounding. Even so, he adjusted his thinking and told himself he'd slowly become bad. Before this, he'd tried so hard to be kind so Zhu Zhen would like him, but now she had changed her mind. When he got home, Zhang Zhisheng found the house strangely quiet. As he walked farther inside, he saw his uncles kneeling in punishment, heads lowered and not daring to move. A man who looked like a gang boss checked the time on his pocket watch. Then, with a chilling smile, he said, "Son, you really have changed. Even your clothes are different now. Come sit next to me." Zhang Zhisheng was shocked. His father chuckled. "Why are you so surprised? Don't tell me you're not happy to see me." Zhang Zhisheng stammered. "Father, why are you here?" Father Zhang didn't say much, but he was dangerous. One look from him was enough to make Zhang Zhisheng break into a cold sweat. He immediately jumped up and sat on the sofa. Then Father Zhang stood and said he wanted to reward his son. But when he noticed the wounds on Zhang Zhisheng's face, his expression turned cold. "What happened to your face? Don't tell me you got beaten up again." That made Zhang Zhisheng panic, unable to meet his father's eyes. Father Zhang cursed that his son was the Fire Bear gang leader's child, yet he was constantly getting beaten. It was humiliating. Then he directly scolded Uncle Shu and ordered him to begin air training for Zhang Zhisheng immediately. But Zhang Zhisheng refused. That made Father Zhang's face go pale with rage. He spoke coldly, putting aside all father-son feelings. "What have you done in these 10 years besides getting beaten up? Do you really think all my hopes rest on you alone? It doesn't matter whether you're here or not. If you refuse today, I'll abandon you. The moment you rejected me, I already made other plans." He said Zhang Zhisheng's brothers were spread across the country, and all of them were growing stronger. "Son, the heir doesn't have to be you. I simply hoped it would be. 10 years ago, you said you wanted to be kind for a girl, so you turned it down. You refused the air training, but I've waited for you for 10 whole years. Don't think you can keep living this comfortable, rich life without me." Hearing that, Zhang Zhisheng froze. Kids really were naive. So he quickly brought up the air training and asked for time to think. Father Zhang paused, then said to tell Uncle Shu once he'd made his decision. Then Zhang Zhisheng dropped heavily to his knees. He couldn't believe his own father was this cold. Once Father Zhang left, Uncle Shu hurried over and helped the young master up. Then Zhang Zhisheng slowly went back to his room and showered. Outside, the three uncles started discussing what to do next. Scarface Uncle asked whether the young master would really accept the air training. That made Uncle Su think. He felt they should speak to him first. So he went to Zhang Jisheng's room and found him looking completely lost. Uncle Shu told him that if he accepted the air training, the uncles could become his support. Before leaving, he added that if you wanted to protect something, you needed the strength to do it. That made him think of Shen Jingji again. He thought that if he accepted the air training and received help from the uncles, maybe things could change. Even so, the thought only made him feel more miserable. After a short pause, he stopped dwelling on it. He stood and walked out of the room, then told the uncles he'd decided to accept the air training. I want to get stronger and beat every bad guy. If I do that, I'll become the worst kind of person, right? So, uncles, help me. The uncles had waited 10 years to hear that. Young master, leave it to us. We've been ready this entire time. Early the next morning, the young master was already urging them to start training. Scarface Uncle and Bald Uncle were thrilled that he had finally accepted it. Uncle Su knew Bald Uncle was the best person for this job, so he put him in charge of the young master's special training. Bald Uncle nearly cried with happiness. Beating his chest, he said, "Young master, train with me. I'll make you strong." "Okay, Uncle." Just as they were about to start, Bald Uncle suddenly stopped. "Young master, do you really want to go through with the air training?" Zhang Jisheng answered without hesitation. "Uncle, I've made my decision." After hearing that, Bald Uncle asked one more thing. "Young master, did you really keep the soul ring I gave you safe?" The question caught Zhang Jisheng off guard, and he knew he couldn't hide the truth. He admitted he'd lost it, and the person he wanted to beat had picked it up. In truth, Bald Uncle had been waiting for him to finally admit it. He stepped closer and said he already knew who had the ring. If the young master wanted, he could go beat that person up right now. But Zhang Jisheng told him to stay out of it. He wanted to deal with Shen Jingji himself. Hearing that, Bald Uncle suddenly hugged him. "Young master, I was really hoping you'd say that." Then, so Zhang Jisheng could move whenever needed, Bald Uncle had him put on battle clothes. Back in his room, Zhang Jisheng changed and fixed his hair, slicking back the hair he'd ignored for years. From now on, he wasn't just an ordinary student. He was the true heir to the Fire Bear Gang. In the training room, Bald Uncle began with the 3 basic tests. He wanted to know the young master's current physical condition. First came weighted squats. Load nearly crushed Zhang Jisheng immediately. One attempt left him breathing hard. Bald Uncle felt a little awkward. It turned out the young master could only squat 20 kilos. Next came the flat bench press. Even that looked difficult for Zhang Jisheng. A second later, he shakily asked Bald Uncle for help. So Bald Uncle pulled him up. Great. The young master's squat and bench together totaled only 40 kilos. Still, Zhang Jisheng felt as though his body was getting tougher. Thinking he was far too weak, Bald Uncle wasn't sure how to train him. Then he moved on and had Zhang Jisheng try a deadlift. At that point, Bald Uncle expected nothing. Yet Zhang Jisheng stood up with it easily. That gave him hope. What is going on here? He quickly added more weight. Zhang Jisheng lifted that easily too. With that, something suddenly came back to mind. His squat and bench totaled only 40 kilos, but his deadlift reached 100. Maybe all those years of helping elderly people carry heavy things had built this strength. Then Bald Uncle said the final test would be grip strength, an arm wrestling match with Zhang Jisheng. The other uncles quickly gathered to watch. At the signal, Bald Uncle seriously told Zhang Jisheng to use everything he had. Then, damn, the young master's grip strength was unbelievable. The other uncles thought Bald Uncle was holding back. But then Bald Uncle's face turned bright red. That was when they realized it. Had the young master's crazy grip been built from massaging them for 10 years? His monstrous grip had actually come from all that massage work. Now Bald Uncle finally knew how to train Zhang Jisheng. Still, he said he couldn't throw the match. Taking an opponent lightly would be disrespectful. So he took a deep breath and used all his strength. "Young master, I'm not holding back." The other uncles stared in shock. Meanwhile, bald uncle kept shouting inside his head, "Young master, I'm proud of you." Then smack, bald uncle lost to Zhang Jisheng. Looking at his trembling hand, the uncles smacked their foreheads. Their young master had just beaten the gang's arm wrestling champion, Uncle Qisheng. When Jisheng pulled him up, bald uncle saw a glimpse of the Fire Bear gang boss in him. If nothing else, bald uncle definitely had a powerful imagination. After that, the two of them moved on to the next stage of training. Meanwhile, Song Zhongxi, seeing Zhang Jisheng's empty seat, asked his two best friends why he hadn't come to school. They told him there were a bunch of scary uncles outside Zhang Jisheng's house. After school, he kept wondering whether something had happened. The real reason Song Zhongxi cared was his sister. Zhang Jisheng had helped her before. That night, he went alone to Zhang Jisheng's house, but Spiky Uncle caught him sneaking around and thought he was from a rival gang. Song Zhongxi quickly explained that he was Zhang Jisheng's classmate. The uncles immediately changed their tone. "Why didn't you say that first? Come in." But then Uncle Shu stopped them and snapped that they needed to use their heads. Sure, this time he really was the young master's classmate. What if he'd been lying? What if another gang had sent him? Luckily, Song Zhongxi had brought his student ID. He could only imagine how bad things would have been without it. Then Uncle Shu noticed the word judo on Song Zhongxi's bag, so he immediately told someone to call bald uncle downstairs. Song Zhongxi was shocked when he saw bald uncle. He bowed immediately. "Hello, senior." After hearing why he had come, bald uncle took him to see Zhang Jisheng. The moment he saw Zhang Jisheng, he was stunned. He even tried a technique, thinking Jisheng had released his left hand. But it didn't work. He never expected Jisheng to lift someone using only the strength of his right hand. Song Zhongxi was stunned. Then came Jisheng's one-handed slam. That was when Song Zhongxi truly realized how terrifying Jisheng's grip strength was. Then bald uncle told him to give it a try. So Song Zhongxi and Zhang Jisheng started fighting. Song Zhongxi moved quickly, grabbing Jisheng by the collar. Zheng expected a kick next, but Song Zhongxi slammed him down with both hands instead. Scarface Uncle panicked, but bald uncle stopped him from interfering. Zhang Jisheng got back up, clearly angry. Then Song Zhongxi attacked again at full speed, but still missed. Jisheng stepped back twice, breathed in and out, and took his fighting stance. Clenching his teeth, he loaded power into his right hand for one heavy strike and hit Song Zhongxi cleanly. Song Zhongxi felt as though Jisheng's fist were a mountain. Then Jisheng attacked again, catching Song Zhongxi's leg and slowly crushing down with both hands. With that fierce look in his eyes, he used his killer move, Butcher's Hand Apple Crusher. The pain from that grip felt like hell to Song Zhongxi. Bald uncle watched approvingly while Scarface Uncle sweated. Was this really still their young master? Song Zhongxi threw another punch, and Jisheng dodged again. Jisheng reset himself, building power in his left hand this time, then suddenly threw a punch. Song Zhongxi blocked it, but Jisheng's right hand followed and slammed hard into his neck, leaving Song Zhongxi worn out. "Zhang Jisheng, that's dirty. Why did you hit my neck?" Song Zhongxi never thought his old classmate could become this strong. What was even crazier was that only 3 days had passed. Seeing Zhang Jisheng on the floor, he asked in confusion why someone this strong had been afraid of people like Shen Jingji. Bald uncle explained that the young master had never truly fought before. He used to be afraid and always wanted to run or change. That's why he needed opponents like him. Then bald uncle told Song Zhongxi to go treat his injuries first. Scarface Uncle looked at him with disdain. But then Zhang Jisheng suddenly burst out laughing. Bald uncle was surprised and asked why he was laughing. Zhang Jisheng simply said his heart hurt, leaving bald uncle confused. After training ended, bald uncle made dinner for everyone, saying they needed protein after working out. Then he directly asked Song Zhongxi whether he'd train with the young master for a week, with food and lodging included. But Song Zhongxi said he had a sister and couldn't stay away overnight. Then just come after school. Song Zhongxi said he already had judo club practice after class. Bald Uncle asked whether everything would be fine as long as that training issue was handled. Once Song Zhongxi confirmed it, Bald Uncle immediately called the judo club. "Hello, I want to borrow Song Zhongxi for a week of training. Is that all right?" Song Zhongxi nearly choked when he heard that. Then Bald Uncle said the judo club problem was handled. "So don't worry, just come over." Patting his shoulder, he promised that after the young master's training, he'd coach Song Zhongxi one-on-one too. The next day, Li Yiji hadn't heard from Zhang Jisheng for days, and it was making her extremely nervous. Her two close friends even thought she was actually sick. One of them finally suggested, "Why not go to his house? If you're too shy to go alone, then go with Zhang Jisheng's friends." Right away, Li Yiji lit up. Now she had the perfect excuse to see him. Her friends paused and said, "Wait, I never said it was Zhang Jisheng, so how did you know?" The answer was obvious. Everyone knew except Zhang Jisheng himself, so they told her to just go already and stop bothering them. After saying goodbye to her friends, Li Yiji headed off to see the boy she liked. At the same time, Shen Jingji and his friend were getting ready to sell the soul ring. When they entered the shop, no one came out to help, so Shen Jingji yelled for Bald Uncle to come over and serve them. Bald Uncle only answered with 2 coughs. Then a rush of footsteps came from outside, and the rolling shutter was yanked down. The loud slam made Shen Jingji panic, and he hurriedly asked his friend how to open. Still playing with his weapon, Bald Uncle told him to hide quietly. If he got caught, he'd be dead. Shen Jingji froze. "Damn, Baldy, who are you?" Trembling, he pulled out his phone and said he'd call the police. Bald Uncle adjusted his glasses and looked at him. "Kid, you're finished. This might sting a little." A second later, 2 heavy blows landed, and Shen Jingji screamed. All his earlier attitude vanished. Bald Uncle grabbed his hair and warned him to keep the ring safe. The owner would come get it himself. If he sold it or lost it, he'd die. Then Bald Uncle noticed Shen Jingji's thick hair and became annoyed. So he shouted for the electric razor and shaved Shen Jingji bald. After smacking his head, Bald Uncle said he was stepping out and ordered him to clean the place up. Before leaving, he gave one more threat. If Shen Jingji tried anything, he'd follow him forever and shave his head every time it grew back. Shen Jingji burned with rage but could only endure the humiliation. Meanwhile, Song Zhongxi and Li Yiji came to visit Zhang Jisheng. Scarface Uncle looked Li Yiji over and wondered whether she was the young master's girlfriend. As he led them inside, he mentioned that today was Zhang Jisheng's final day of training. That left Li Yiji stunned. She realized his family was wealthy, which explained how he could skip school. A moment later, Scarface Uncle stopped and knocked twice. Li Yiji could barely wait to see Zhang Jisheng. But Bald Uncle opened the door instead and asked who had come with Song Zhongxi. Li Yiji instantly became nervous, as though she were already meeting his family, and quickly introduced herself as Zhang Jisheng's friend. Bald Uncle grinned at Zhang Jisheng's timing. He said he didn't know the young master had a girlfriend. Flustered, Li Yiji denied it immediately, though she also blurted out that she wasn't his girlfriend yet. Bald Uncle told them to wait a moment. The young master would be out soon. Then came approaching footsteps. Zhang Jisheng stepped out, brushed back his hair, and greeted her warmly. "Yiji, you came." That alone made Li Yiji blush, which caught him off guard. She was stunned that he called her Yiji, then told him he'd grown much stronger in just a few days. But Zhang Jisheng was hopeless with girls, so Bald Uncle stepped in to save the moment. He let Li Yiji stay and watch until training ended. So she sat there watching the two train, quietly wondering why she was even doing this. The strange part was how happy they both seemed, even praising each other. Then Song Zhongxi lifted Jisheng up and slammed him hard onto the floor. Li Yiji flinched, certain that had to hurt. But a second later, the two were holding hands. Seeing how close they were, Li Yiji realized they got along extremely well. She suddenly felt like the outsider instead. Later, Zhang Jisheng invited her to stay for dinner, and that made her blush all over again. Okay, Jisheng. The three of them then chatted happily over drinks in the living room. Li Yiji finally asked why he hadn't been coming to school. Zhang Jisheng simply said he'd been in clothes training. She laughed at that, then asked why he hadn't replied to her messages. Bald Uncle stepped in again and explained that phones weren't allowed during training. Then he handed the phone to Zhang Jisheng. Zhang Jisheng started scrolling through everything Li Yiji had sent. She immediately panicked. Hey, are you crazy? Don't read them now. Song Zhongxi covered his mouth and laughed. Li Yiji jumped up and called him out for making fun of her. Watching from the corner, Bald Uncle and Scarface Uncle were pleased. It was the first time the young master had brought friends home, and they hadn't seen him laugh like this in a long time. After dinner, Zhang Jisheng walked them to the door. These past few days had clearly made him happier too. Then Bald Uncle told him to get some rest. He still had school tomorrow. The next morning, Zhang Jisheng carried himself with much more power. Even Bald Uncle felt this was the true presence of the Firebear Gang's heir. The second he came downstairs, the subordinates all greeted him with a loud good morning. At the door, 4 men were already waiting to open it for him. He didn't have to do anything himself. Once inside the car, he ordered the driver to stop by an alley first. He needed to beat someone up. A line of black cars rolled through the city. Then, with a screech, the driver said they had reached the alley. Zhang Jisheng got out, satisfied. He knew Shen Jingji's group often passed through this area. Sure enough, after only a few steps, he ran into Shen Jingji. The guy shrank back the moment he saw him. Zhang Jisheng only smiled. To him, Shen Jingji looked weak now. Already irritated, Shen Jingji snapped, asking what was so funny and why Zhang Jisheng was smiling at him. They closed in on each other, both clearly hating the other. Zhang Jisheng ordered him to hold out his right hand. He said he was looking for something that belonged to him. When Shen Jingji still didn't move, Zhang Jisheng repeated himself and demanded to see that hand. Then he grabbed him by the collarbone. Coldly, he muttered the name of his move, and a crack rang out as Shen Jingji screamed again. At that moment, Zhang Jisheng spotted the soul ring on him. He hesitated for only a second, but Shen Jingji, already fed up, kicked him away. Calling him an idiot, he said Zhang Jisheng was pushing him too far, but from the corner, Bald Uncle signaled Shen Jingji. If he truly fought back, he was finished. Shen Jingji was confused about why Bald Uncle was even there. Then he noticed the striped pattern on Zhang Jisheng's uniform. The boy who had run away with Li Yiji wore the same pattern. That's when everything clicked. The ring belonged to Zhang Jisheng, which also meant Zhang Jisheng was the one who had thrown the stone at him. In his mind, every humiliation traced back to Zhang Jisheng. That thought made him snap with anger. He lunged to finish it, but Zhang Jisheng blocked. Zhang Jisheng's eyes sharpened as he clenched his fist. Then came another crack. His fighting ability was on a completely different level. Shen Jingji had no idea this wasn't the same Zhang Jisheng as before. Zhang Jisheng followed up quickly and slapped him hard across the face. Then he crushed Shen Jingji's ribs with all his grip strength and tore the soul ring straight from his hand. It was Bald Uncle's ring. He had finally gotten it back. Bald Uncle clapped and proudly praised the young master. Hearing that title only made Shen Jingji more confused about who Zhang Jisheng truly was. And rows of black cars pulled up at the school gate. The subordinates rushed out immediately, forming lines in front of the entrance. Display shocked everyone nearby, including Zhang Jisheng's 2 best friends, who thought some major boss had arrived. Even the guidance counselor was trembling. As the car door opened, Zhang Jisheng stepped out with a cold, proud expression. Immediately, all the subordinates bowed and respectfully called out to the young master. By the time he reached the gate, they were already lined up, and even his walk seemed different. Again, they bowed and sent off the young master. But the moment he entered the classroom, he heard his classmates saying that all his old kindness had been fake. Even his childhood friend called him a liar. Zhang Jisheng froze, shaken and angry. The people who used to be his classmates now made him feel sick. He remembered what Uncle Sue once said. Becoming good is hard, but becoming bad takes only a moment. Now he understood those words were deeper than he'd thought. Soon after, he ran into his best friends of 10 years in the hallway. He tried to greet them, but they looked at him in fear and walked straight past, wanting nothing to do with him. Zhang Jisheng never imagined even they would treat him this way. Then he suddenly dropped to his knees. Everything felt dark. Later, he sat alone beside the bridge outside school, completely dejected. Luckily, Li Yiji and Song Zhongxi found him, but then his phone rang. It was the student council president. After hearing why he was calling, Zhang Jisheng stood and said he had to take care of something before walking away in a gloomy mood. At that point, he had only one thought left: to become the worst kind of person. The student council president, who had been waiting for a long time, bluntly asked Zhang Jisheng whether the rumors were true. Was his family really part of the underworld? Zhang Jisheng's eyes darkened. Does that even matter now? The president only cared whether it would damage the school's image. He said he'd planned to discuss it with Zhang Jisheng first, then the teachers, but now that seemed pointless. He added that Zhang Jisheng didn't seem like himself at all. That hit him hard. Not like myself? Then what am I supposed to be? His fist tightened. He wanted to punch him. For 10 years he had tried his best to be kind, and now they suddenly treated him like this. Did they truly expect him to stay the same? He slammed his fist into the iron door and shouted, asking whether he was supposed to keep being kind. Then he turned to leave and said he no longer cared about the student council president position. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjae was cornered again. Spiky Uncle warned him directly that if he wanted to stay alive, he needed to stop coming to school. He also told him to open his eyes and know who he could and couldn't mess with. Before leaving, Spiky Uncle gave one final warning. If Shen Jingji tried anything, he'd make sure he paid for it. Shen Jingji could only watch the two of them walk away. Even now, he still believed Zhang Jisheng only acted tough because gangsters were backing him up. Still, he swore he wouldn't let this go and would get revenge no matter what. So he started thinking about Zhang Jisheng's weakness. Then it hit him. He grabbed his phone and remembered Han Shuzhen. Since Shuzhen was Zhang Jisheng's childhood sweetheart, she had to know what mattered most to him. He called her immediately. As the phone rang, Shen Jingji smiled darkly. Even if he went down, he was taking Zhang Jisheng with him. He hinted that Zhang Jisheng had brought in more than a dozen gangster uncles. Then he claimed he'd been beaten for no reason. Xu Zhen was shocked. She couldn't believe Zhang Jisheng had used gangsters against him and said she was deeply disappointed. Hearing that, Shen Jingji pushed further and asked what weaknesses Zhang Jisheng had, any secrets or anything he treasured. After a short pause, Xu Zhen asked whether a person counted too. That was all Shen Jingji needed. A nasty smile spread across his face. He immediately figured out who Zhang Jisheng cared about. The person he cherished most was Han Shuzhen. Then Xu Zhen asked whether that meant they were back together. Shen Jingji gently patted her head and told her yes. He apologized, said he hadn't realized how important she was, and promised to treat her better if she'd give him another chance. After that, Shen Jingji reached for Xu Zhen's hand. Elsewhere, the three girls were talking about Zhang Jisheng and Li Yiji. Li Yiji quietly admitted she liked Zhang Jisheng, and not because his family was tied to a gang. Right then, her friend teased her, saying she should help turn Zhang Jisheng into the strongest man around. That immediately sent Li Yiji into a fantasy. In her mind, Zhang Jisheng told her, "Li Yiji, this entire area is mine now, and you're next." She actually thought that kind of bossy attitude sounded pretty great. Blushing hard, she covered her face and bounced with excitement. Just then, Shen Jingji's two lackeys from earlier walked over. They called out to Li Yiji and asked whether she knew where Zhang Jisheng from their class had gone. They got no answer and were about to leave, unaware that Zhang Jisheng was already heading back. The second they turned around, Zhang Jisheng was standing right in front of them. The three girls froze. Speak of the devil, and there he was. Even then, Shen Jingji's two lackeys still acted cocky in front of the girls. The man with glasses reached out first and said he wanted to meet Zhang Jisheng and become friends. Zhang Jisheng didn't respond at all. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring them down without moving. The man with glasses forced a laugh and warned him not to refuse a friendly drink, only to be forced to drink the hard way. Then Zhang Jisheng asked whether they were Shen Jingji's friends. The man with glasses misunderstood and assumed Zhang Jisheng was on Shen Jingji's side too. So he offered his hand and introduced himself as Zheng Jingkai. Zhang Jisheng took it and coolly replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Jisheng." The man with glasses changed expression as Zhang Jisheng squeezed harder and harder, making his arm tremble. Zhang Jisheng stared at him with icy confidence. Then crack, his grip crushed the man's hand and he screamed. The other lackey thought he was pretending and told him to stop acting. The man with glasses shouted that he wasn't lying and begged for help, calling Zhang Jisheng a mad dog. Li Yiji and her friends were stunned. None of them expected Zhang Jisheng to be this strong. Both lackeys finally snapped and shouted at him to let go. One rushed in with a punch, but Zhang Jisheng dodged easily. He caught the attacker's fist immediately. Then he mocked him, saying hitting people was wrong. The lackey panicked immediately, realizing this nice kid was far more dangerous than he looked. Zhang Jisheng's expression turned cold as he tightened his hold and slowly tormented him. With a brutal twist, he spun the man's arm all the way around. Zhang Jisheng might have enjoyed it for a second, but the man certainly didn't. Both lackeys immediately gave up and begged him to stop. Once he heard that, Zhang Jisheng released their hands and coldly told them to get lost. At the same time, he gained two new fangirls who couldn't stop gushing about how amazing he was. The man with glasses exchanged looks with the others, and the pair ran away quickly, still throwing threats behind them. They shouted that Zhang Jisheng would regret this. Li Yiji, meanwhile, was completely captivated by how cool Jisheng looked. Her face turned bright red, and she could barely contain herself. Before she knew it, she stepped closer and started worrying about him. That was when Zhang Jisheng said he wanted to ask her something. Li Yiji became shy all over again and told him to go ahead. He asked whether those two were Shen Jingji's friends and whether they were part of the school's troublemakers. Then he asked Li Yiji whether she was one too. That question visibly upset her, and she answered with a gloomy little hum. Zhang Jisheng nodded and told her to name every troublemaker in school except her. The second she heard except her, Li Yiji lit up again. Her two friends were stunned by the obvious special treatment. Except for you. After that, the two of them made a deal. Elsewhere, Shen Jingji and Xu Zhen were walking, hand in hand when they ran into the two men Zhang Jisheng had just beaten. All four of them were startled. The man with glasses hurried over and asked Shen Jingji what had happened to his face. Xu Zhen almost answered that Zhang Jisheng had beaten him, but Shen Jingji squeezed her hand to stop her. He told her to return to class first because the men needed to talk. Xu Zhen left, still glancing back at them. Then Shen Jingji told the two that Zhang Jisheng had attacked with more than 10 gangsters. They were shocked and admitted they couldn't afford to mess with someone like that. Shen Jingji's face darkened. He asked whether they couldn't get their boss, Dubo, to help. The two looked at each other and agreed that if Dubo stepped in, it should be manageable. So the three of them made a plan to go after Zhang Jisheng. At the same time, Li Yiji started explaining the troublemaker groups from their school and the nearby ones to Zhang Jisheng. She said the boss at their school was Li Dubo and that he was her brother. Then she brought up Song Zhongxi, the best fighter in school. According to her, he and her brother were connected through the judo club as senior and junior. After that, she mentioned Shen Jingji's group. which Zhang Jisheng already knew. Shen Jingji used to be her brother's junior at the same school. She also said there was another group led by Zhao Inhao. That group didn't get along with her brother, and together with Shen Jingji's crew, they had only 11 people. But troublemakers from their school and nearby schools had also formed the Ignorant Normal Alliance, which had more than 100 members. Hearing all that, Zhang Jisheng said he wanted to beat every bad guy he saw and become the baddest of them all. Meanwhile, Shen Jingji went to his boss too, asking for help getting revenge on Zhang Jisheng. Once Li Dubo heard why, he became furious and demanded to know who had dared mess up his little brother's face like that. He then told Shen Jingji to follow his lead and said he'd handle the street side of things. He also told Shen Jingji to move forward without fear. Just to be safe, Li Dubo said they should call in more men and prepare at the gym. Before leaving, he patted Shen Jingji on the shoulder and told him to stop getting beaten up outside. He said it hurt the big brother when his little brothers got hurt, and Shen Jingji quickly bowed. Shen Jingji was thrilled, certain he could finally deal with Song Zhongxi and Zhang Jisheng. The next day, he gathered his 10 lackeys and announced that he had good news. They simply stared at him as though he'd lost his mind. After all, how were they supposed to deal with Song Zhongxi? Shen Jingji only gave them a dark grin and told them to trust him. Dubo was willing to help, and he reminded them that they all had a score to settle with Song Zhongxi anyway. Tomorrow, they'd go after them together. Early the next morning, Shenji burst into the classroom. He marched straight toward the sleeping Song Zhongxi. The entire class was stunned. Why would he pick a fight with Song Zhongxi while he was asleep? Shen Jingji stopped, looked him over, and nervously raised his right hand. Then he slapped Song Zhongxi on the back. The classmates were shocked and thought Shen Jingji had completely lost his mind. Song Zhongxi slowly sat up, acting as though it were only a mosquito bite. Shen Jingji called him out and told him to come to the gym. Then he ran off, making sure to taunt him on the way out. He shouted that if Song Zhongxi didn't come, he'd consider him afraid. Song Zhongxi wasn't about to let that go. He coldly warned Shen Jingji that he was finished. As he ran, Shen Jingji kept thinking about the humiliation from before. In his mind, he swore Song Zhongxi had messed with the wrong person this time. Panting hard, he kept running until he reached the sports field. He looked back and saw Song Zhongxi still hadn't shown up, so he told his lackeys to get ready first. They would all jump him together. Then he spotted Dubo and was shocked to see that Li Dubo had also brought people from the Ignorant Normal Alliance. Wuzhen School's Huang Dazhuang, Jilin School's Li Dubo, Moxian School's Tao Yuan, and Chang'an School's Park Mingjin. 4 school bosses appeared one after another. That made Shen Jingji even more confident, and he called out to Dubo. Li Dubo signaled for him to go ahead without worry. On the other side, Song Zhongxi had also reached the gym. As soon as he entered, he looked at Shen Jingji with complete disdain. The two locked eyes, and Shen Jingji grinned as he asked whether his brothers were ready. Then he pointed at Song Zhongxi and ordered them to rush him. But his so-called brothers didn't move at all. They only stared at him and asked why he wasn't going first. Shen Jingji panicked and shouted, asking what they were trying to do. By then, Song Zhongxi was already walking toward him one step at a time, while Shen Jingji kept shouting. He warned him not to come any closer. Song Zhongxi's eyes hardened, and he pushed off hard with his back foot. His left hand tightened to brace the force. Then, bang! Song Zhongxi drove a crushing punch straight into Shen Jingji's face. A scream tore through the gym as Shen Jingji slid across the floor. He scraped so hard against it that sparks flew, finally stopping in the middle of the gym. That made the rest of the lackeys panic, and despair spread across their faces. But Song Zhongxi only stared at them blankly, as though they were nothing but clowns. The 3 school bullies were shaken by that look. To them, he was basically a monster. Even then, Shen Jingji kept shouting, still acting tough, and saying Song Zhongxi would be finished soon. In a rush, Shen Jingji called out to Dubo, but Dubo acted as though he heard and saw nothing. That made Shen Jingji panic. "Dubo, didn't you say you'd help?" "Me?" Then the back door slammed open, and Shen Jingji instantly turned pale. He blurted out, asking why Zhang Jisheng was there. Zhang Jisheng answered with attitude. He had come to handle this himself. Hearing that, Shen Jingjie started looking around. He couldn't understand why nobody was helping him. His mind raced. Something had clearly gone wrong, and with Zhang Jisheng there too, he started suspecting the truth but didn't want to believe. He kept pressing Dubo, demanding an explanation. At that point, Zhang Jisheng cut him off and told him to stop talking nonsense. Or was he scared? Shen Jingji let out a cold snort. He shot back that he wasn't afraid of some fighter. Then he clenched his fist and charged, cursing Zhang Jisheng for acting so arrogantly. Whoosh! He rushed forward like the wind and leaped in, shouting that gang connections wouldn't stop him from fighting back. But Zhang Jisheng dodged immediately and grabbed his ribs with a brutal iron grip. Crack! Shen Jingji was hit with that crushing pain all over again. This time, though, he managed to break free and quickly jump back. He reset himself and lunged at Zhang Jisheng again, gritting his teeth while loading power into his left hand. Then he warned him that he was left-handed. Whoosh, whoosh! Still nothing landed. Zhang Jisheng dodged again and mocked him for being too slow. The next second, Zhang Jisheng's eyes went white as he locked onto Shen Jingji's arm. He seized it, eyes blazing, and started squeezing with that terrifying grip. Shen Jingji staggered in panic, but Zhang Jisheng twisted his arm so hard that it bent like a pretzel. Pain twisted his face so badly that he couldn't even cry for help. By then, Zhang Jisheng didn't even want to look at him anymore, so he struck him again. Another blow like that should have snapped his neck. The other two school bullies were stunned. That was the aura of the Fire Bear gang, and he was seriously skilled. Meanwhile, Shen Jingji slowly stood, again reaching around for something. Slash! He pulled out a dagger. He told Zhang Jisheng it was meant for Song Zheng, but now Zhang Jisheng could have the honor instead. Even Zhang Jisheng was shocked, calling him out for going that far with a knife. Shen Jingji no longer cared. He only laughed like a madman, and he taunted Zhang Jisheng. "Are you scared now? You should be." A second later, Shen Jingji jumped at him like a crazed dog. Right then, a microphone suddenly blared through the gym. Everyone turned and saw two students kneeling there with shaved heads, and on the platform stood Bald Uncle himself. The second Shen Jingji saw him, his scalp went numb. Why was this bald man here? Again? Bald Uncle told him to drop the weapon before fighting. When Shen Jingji didn't respond, Bald Uncle warned that if he kept holding it, he'd come over and kill him himself. That threat made Shen Jingji tremble all over. The fear this man caused ran deep. Clang! The dagger hit the floor. Then Bald Uncle told him to continue, but Shen Jingji complained that it wasn't fair. Song Zhongxi had already broken his nose. Hearing that, Zhang Jisheng told him to wait. Then he asked Song Gongxi to hit him the same way. Song Zhongxi calmly raised his fist and said it was his first time hearing a request like that. Bang! One punch, and Zhang Jisheng's jaw looked dislocated too. Even Bald Uncle was stunned by that. Shen Jingji was shocked too, suddenly realizing this so-called loser hit hard. Huang Dazhuang from Wuzhen School even thought Zhang Jisheng was better suited to lead. At that moment, Bald Uncle and Li Dubo exchanged looks. They nodded as though this had all been planned. On the other side, Zhang Jisheng was done wasting time. He wanted to finish the fight quickly. Shen Jingji still thought Zhang Jisheng would go for his ribs again, so he figured keeping his distance would keep him safe. But Zhang Jisheng simply pushed off the ground with his left foot and launched himself forward like Superman. He shouted for the kid to see where he could run now. Before Shen Jingji could react, Zhang Jisheng was already on top of him. Then he turned savage, saying Shen Jingji was dead this time. Still, the way they landed looked strangely familiar. Even their position looked strangely familiar. Bald Uncle watched closely, confused because he hadn't taught the young master any ground moves. Yet, the two school bullies were confused too. Why wasn't Zhang Jisheng attacking when he had such a clear advantage? The truth was, Zhang Jisheng didn't know what to do next. Meanwhile, Shen Jingji kept shouting that Zhang Jisheng had promised a fair fight. Then Zhang Jisheng stopped caring and squeezed with all his strength. Shen Jingji's wrist turned blue from the pressure. His face twisted in pain as though he were being strangled. At that point, Zhang Jisheng seemed to lose control completely. Looking at Shen, Jingji's face kept bringing back the image of him being close with Xu Zhen. 10 years of trying to be kind, only for Xu Zhen to say she liked bad boys. Now Zhang Jisheng couldn't hold it in anymore. None of it felt worth it. Shen Jingji kept begging him to stop, warning that his arm was about to break. Zhang Jisheng gave a dark smile and said he couldn't stop now. Then his eyes turned white as he raised his fist. Bang, 1 punch. Bang, 2 punches. Bang, 3 punches. He kept hitting him while crying and shouting, asking where all that toughness had gone, and saying he wouldn't stop just because Shen Jingji had passed out. Luckily, Song Zhongxi stopped him in time. Otherwise, Shen Jingji would have been finished. Park Mingjun watched with satisfaction, thinking this man was hurting his enemy while hurting himself too. There had to be some story behind it. Nearby, Tao Yuan laughed and said there was no hidden story. He was just a psycho, brutal like his father. At the same time, Shen Jingji's 2 lackeys suddenly started arguing over who should be the new boss. That immediately set Zhang Jisheng off. He turned and glared at them, making it clear that from today on, he'd deal with all of them. The entire gym fell silent. Then Park Mingjun finally spoke, saying that was enough for today, and the rest could be handled later. He stepped forward immediately, trying to shake Zhang Jisheng's hand as though he could smooth things over. But Zhang Jisheng only glanced at him once and slapped his hand away. He said he'd deal with every one of them, including the people from the Ignorant Normal Alliance. Park Mingjun became angry and said he wanted to fight Zhang Jisheng. Li Dubo quickly told him to calm down first, warning that Zhang Jisheng was too emotional right now and would take anything as a challenge. After that, the 3 school bullies left first. Even then, the 2 clowns kept asking Dubo to choose a new leader. Li Dubo shut them down and told them to get lost, so everyone had no choice but to leave. Then Bald Uncle gave Zhang Jisheng a thumbs up. After praising him, he told him to go home first. Once Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi were gone, Bald Uncle strode over and thanked Dubo for his hard work. Li Dubo immediately bowed and called him Brother Qixing. As they were about to leave, Bald Uncle told him not to be nervous. He had already spoken to the big boss, so a greeting would be enough. And Bald Uncle suddenly stopped, reached back and touched the razor behind his head. He said he had almost forgotten that the after-sales service couldn't be skipped. After a quick series of moves, he stripped Shen Jingji completely naked. Li Dubo was stunned, then realized Brother Qisheng had shaved Shen Jingji's hair too. After finishing, Bald Uncle told Li Dubo to follow him. Seeing Shen Jingji like that made it clear how brutal Bald Uncle's methods were. Then the 2 people kneeling on the platform stood up and called out to Shen Jingji. Their legs were numb from kneeling so long, so they staggered like zombies. They hurried over and tried to wake him. They shouted for Shen Jingji to wake up because they'd been tricked. When he came to, he realized he was completely naked. He clenched his teeth, never expecting to be humiliated like this. Furious, he cursed that bald bastard. Only then did Shen Jingji fully understand that he was the only one kept in the dark about everything. They had all worked together against him, even the friends he trusted, and Dubo, the person he treated like a brother. He realized they had teamed up solely to make a fool of him. Then Shen Jingji started laughing. The 2 men beside him thought he'd gone crazy. He cursed and said they had messed with the wrong person. Did they really think it was over, just because they had fooled him? This was better. He swore he'd get revenge. He'd kill every one of them. He had nothing left to lose anyway. and he'd show them how terrifying someone with nothing to fear could be. Meanwhile, word spread throughout the school that Zhang Jisheng had beaten Shen Jingjie. At the same time, news of Zhang Jisheng declaring war on the ignorant Normal Alliance spread quickly too. The Fire Bear gang heard as well, and of course, they had to celebrate Zhang Jisheng becoming the new young boss. Meanwhile, Bald Uncle told Li Dubo to use this chance to greet the brothers. So sweating all over, he nervously introduced himself. "Nice to meet everyone. I'm Li Dubo." The entire situation terrified him. Elsewhere, Zhang Jisheng kept walking confidently, saying he could handle things now, and even spat a few times along the way. But when he got home, it was far too quiet. That familiar silence gave him a bad feeling. He suddenly stopped and asked his father why he was there. Father Zhang stood immediately and put out his cigarette. Then he pulled Zhang Jisheng into a tight hug, leaving him frozen in surprise. He said he'd heard his son had already taken over the school and that it was wonderful. He said he was truly proud and had waited a long time for this day. The uncles were moved to tears, shouting that the boss had finally embraced the young master. For Zhang Jisheng, though, his father hadn't hugged him in 10 years. So after all that time, feeling his father's arms around him again filled him with warmth. For a moment, he thought maybe this was good. Then Father Zhang pushed him back and apologized, saying he'd become too emotional on such a wonderful day. He spun around and shouted, "Brothers, what are you doing? This is a day to celebrate. Raise your glasses." The entire place joined in, cheering for the young master. Then Father Zhang declared that from now on, this date would be a memorial day for the gang. But Zhang Jisheng wasn't celebrating yet. He stared at the drink in his hand, unsure whether he should drink. Still, his father and the uncles were all watching him. Not wanting to ruin the mood, he finally downed the entire cup. His father and the uncles watched in surprise. A second later, Zhang Jisheng's face darkened. The taste was awful. His father and uncles kept asking how it was. Immediately, regret hit him. "This tastes horrible. Why do you even drink this?" That answer made the 3 uncles frown. Father Zhang simply pointed at him and laughed. "Son, that's how it's supposed to taste, just like life." Since it was his first time drinking, his father had specially prepared it for him. Laughing, they joked that a gangster's son couldn't even handle alcohol. Father Zhang added, "That drink cost 20 million. The rest of you enjoy yourselves." The lackeys looked awkward and quickly thanked the boss. After that, Father Zhang said he was going outside for some air and told everyone to keep having fun. Before leaving, he patted Zhang Jisheng's shoulder. Seeing his son walk the right path made him deeply satisfied. Zhang Jisheng noticed his father and uncle seemed to be talking about him, and he couldn't help wondering what his father really meant. Once outside, Father Zhang said he was in a wonderful mood today. He even wanted to reward Uncle Shu. Just then, a lackey stepped out of the car. "Boss, why did you come out so soon?" Father Zhang said he'd go back inside later and told him to have a drink too. But Li Xuwen bowed immediately. He declined, saying he still had to drive, and told the boss to enjoy himself. After Father Zhang went back inside, Uncle Shu shot him a look. Li Xuwen answered with a nasty smile. "Looks like the slap you took has already healed." Uncle Shu's face darkened, but he said nothing. So Li Xuwen was left standing outside alone, looking like a fool. Inside, the uncles were already drunk. It made Uncle Shu want to punch those idiots. They were far too wild. Father Zhang told him not to worry about and asked him to bring Zhang Jisheng up to the rooftop. When Uncle Shu went to call him, Zhang Jisheng jumped up. "Uncle, my heart is beating so fast." Uncle Shu told him to calm down and hurry upstairs to see his father. Zhang Jisheng scratched his head awkwardly. But when he reached the rooftop door, he saw Bald Uncle waiting there. Something about him felt strange. So Zhang Jisheng nervously asked why his father had called him up. Then he noticed the certificates. Lying on the ground, "Aren't these my certificates? Why are they here?" Father Zhang's expression hardened. He told him to burn them all. "You're not some kind-hearted model citizen anymore. You're Zhang Jisheng, heir to the Fire Bear gang. Your actions need to reflect that. Burn your old life and start over. Zhang Jisheng looked at the certificates for good conduct, community service, and being a role model, and thought about who he used to be. Things were different now. Then he grabbed the box and dumped everything out. He told himself he had to change. Father, am I doing the right thing? Father Zhang hugged him. You did something very difficult. I'm proud of you. After Father Zhang left, Zhang Jisheng felt lost. Maybe, he thought, this was what a good son was supposed to do. At that moment, Li Yiji called him. It's so late and Yiji is calling me? He hurried downstairs and looked around to see whether the uncles were asleep. It seemed safe. But then a shadow appeared behind him. Young master, where are you sneaking off to this late? Sweating. Zhang Jisheng told the uncles he was going to meet a girl. The drunken uncles instantly perked up. Even bald uncle kindly asked whether he had a girlfriend. The moment they heard it might be the young master's girl, the drunken uncles got fired up. All of them started offering to teach Zhang Jisheng how to date. He bolted immediately, thinking a bunch of single men had no business giving dating advice. The second he stepped outside, a bright light hit his eyes. Li Yiji was sitting on a small moped, asking whether she looked cool. He was shocked, thinking the moped was stolen and that she was driving without a license. After Li Yiji explained, the misunderstanding was cleared up. Then the two of them went to a park where they talked about her getting hit by a rock earlier. Li Yiji teased him, saying she'd be doomed if her pretty face was scarred. Zhang Jisheng reached over and asked whether she was hiding it, because she didn't want him to worry. He gently touched her forehead and lifted her hair to check for a scar. At once, Li Yiji's face turned red and her heart began pounding. Just as Zhang Jisheng relaxed after seeing there was no scar, Li Yiji suddenly stood up and said she had to go. They would see each other at school tomorrow. She quickly started the moped, thinking that if she stayed any longer, Jisheng would definitely hear her heartbeat. The more she thought about it, the more she blushed. Right now, all Li Yiji wanted was to get away quickly. Meanwhile, Shen Jingji's group was planning how to go after Song Jiangxi and Zhang Jisheng. But the guy with glasses refused the moment he heard that kidnapping was part of the plan. Shen Jingji answered him with a middle finger. In the end, Shen Jingji settled on exactly 6 people. The next day, they started following Song Jiangxi and Zhang Jisheng. At one point, the two suddenly stopped, and the 3 followers broke into a sweat, thinking they'd been caught. But the pair had only stopped to buy something for his sister. When Duan saw her brother return, she rushed into his arms. After talking things over, the 2 boys said goodbye and left. What they didn't know was that Shen Jingjie and 3 of his men were hiding nearby, already planning to grab his sister. Then, while following Duan, they ran into Zhang Jisheng. Shen Jingji thought that if they dealt with him first, they could drag Duan along too and teach her a lesson. Just the thought excited him. He quickly told the others this was the perfect chance to kidnap both of them. The others objected immediately. Going after Zhang Jisheng was one thing, but taking a little girl was too much. They said they wouldn't do it. That set Shen Jingji off. He called them cowards and said he wanted to beat up Song Jiangxi too, but with only 6 of them, they couldn't win a direct fight. So this was the only plan he had. Gritting his teeth, he thought the only way it would work was if Song Jiangxi suddenly couldn't walk. But Song Jiangxi had just finished training his legs and was limping. Down the road, one of the guys spotted him and quickly called Shen Jingji over. Shen Jingji looked over and grinned. It really was Song Jiangxi. But why? Was his leg injured? A second later, Shen Jingji burst out laughing. Heaven was helping him. It felt like fate itself was telling him to go after Song Jiangxi. So he told the others he'd listen to them. They would leave the little girl alone. Instead, they would go straight after Song Jiangxi. Come on, brothers. Then they all started grabbing weapons and marched down the street like they were ready to die. Meanwhile, Song Jiangxi was only testing how sore his legs were after training on the stairs, unaware that danger was closing in. As Shen Jingji shouted for them to attack, the group rushed in with weapons and surrounded him. When Song Jiangxi turned around, his face grew serious. Shen Jingji was already behind him, weapon raised and grinning like he'd already won. Bang, 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 die, punk. Song Jiangxi tried to fight back, but his leg was too sore to put any strength into it. Before he could react, someone struck him from behind with a stick, making his vision turn white. Then the whole group piled on and beat him. Song Jiangxi desperately protected his head while studying their rhythm, thinking 6 people still shouldn't be enough. Then he chose a target, raised his guard, and loaded up a punch. Bang! His left hook slammed straight into the blonde guy's face. Then came a right, pounding him until he was completely wrecked. A moment later, another guy leaped in from the front, trying to stab him from above, but Song Jiangxi still punched him away and sent him screaming. Then the man in green swung a steel pipe from behind, but Song Jiangxi blocked it with his arm and lifted him straight up. After a hard slam, the man crashed down on his head, and then Shen Jingji slipped behind him again. A blow from the stick landed, leaving Song Jiangxi dazed. At last, he could no longer stay on his feet. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Even then, his first thought was whether his sister was safe. Once he went down, his legs had no strength left, and all he could do was endure the beating. After a while, Shen Jingji ordered them to tie Song Jiangxi up and drag him to the car. Then they quickly shoved him inside. Meanwhile, Duan and Zhang Jishang were heading back. At that moment, Duan pointed ahead and said it looked like there had been an accident. When she looked closer, she realized it was her brother. Duan burst into tears, thinking he'd been hit by a car. Zhang Jishang roared, "Shen Jingji, you bastard, you're dead this time." Shen Jingji answered with a middle finger. Zhang Jishang gently calmed Duan down and told her not to worry. He promised he would bring her brother back safely. He never thought Shen Jingji would go this far and start committing real crimes. So he rushed home to ask the uncles for help. But because of the gathering, they were already drunk. Then he spotted Uncle Shu on the sofa. But no matter how many times he called, there was no response. So he gave him a light push and froze. Uncle Shu had already passed out. He looked around for Bald Uncle next, but Bald Uncle was sleeping deeply too. So Zhang Jisheng decided not to wake them and thought it would be better to call the police. Just as he started dialing, Xu Zhen suddenly called him. He answered immediately and asked where Xu Zhen was. But the voice on the other end belonged to Shen Jingji. Shen Jingji sounded smug. "Hello, don't recognize my voice? It's me, Shen Jingji. If you want to see Xu Zhen, come here now. I'll send you the address. And if you bring your uncles or call the police, Xu Zhen dies." Shen Jingji hung up and Zhang Jisheng's eyes widened with rage. "Just wait, you bastard. I'll kill you. I don't need my uncles to beat you." At the door, he ran into Li Yiji. Once she heard what had happened, the two rushed to the abandoned warehouse on her scooter. They were going so fast that Li Yiji told him to hold her waist or he'd fall off. But Zhang Jisheng only grabbed a small part of her shirt. When they reached the warehouse, he returned the helmet and told her to leave. He said he was going inside to fight them. Li Yiji watched him walk away, quietly thinking, "Zhang Jisheng, if I'm going to stand behind you one day, I can't let you face this alone." Inside, Shen Jingji's group wondered whether Zhang Jisheng would bring his uncles. None of them wanted their heads shaved. Shen Jingji told them to relax. They still had 2 hostages. He looked over at Song Jiangxi and mocked him, asking whether Zhang Jisheng would come with backup. When Song Jiangxi stayed silent, Shen Jingji slapped him. "Oh right, your mouth is taped. Shut." Then he hit him again and mocked him, telling him to fight back. "But your hands are tied too, so you can't." A second later, he started beating Song Jiangxi non-stop. That's what you get for acting so tough earlier. Still, no matter how hard they hit him, Song Jiangxi didn't make a sound. Then Xu Zhen stopped him and asked whether this was what they planned to do to Jisheng when he arrived. Shen Jingji snapped that of course it was, then asked whether she wanted to take the beating instead. Hearing that, Xu Zhen froze in fear and couldn't speak. Shen Jingji grabbed her chin and warned her that she was only bait. If she talked too much, he'd beat her too. All she could do was hope Ji Sheng came quickly to save her while hating people like this more than ever. Then Yellow Hair asked what they would do if Bald Uncle showed up. Shen Jingji gave a nasty smile and told him not to worry. An older man was waiting outside to help them. Just then, a shadow appeared. Zhang Sheng had reached the door, glaring at them as he said they were dead. The moment Xu Zhen saw him, her eyes lit up. Shen Jingji immediately ordered his lackeys to take him down. They laughed and asked whether they really all had to jump one. Guy. Yellow Hair bragged that he alone could handle Zhang Jisheng. As Zhang Jisheng raised his guard, Yellow Hair charged in with a fast strike, but Zhang Jisheng dodged. He moved immediately, grabbed the man's arm and drove his body forward. His knee slammed straight into Yellow Hair's face, making his nose bleed. Then Zhang Jisheng grabbed his hair and demanded that they free Xu Zhen and Song Jiangxi. Otherwise, he'd rip his scalp off. But Shen Jingji and the others didn't budge, so Zhang Jisheng yanked hard, tore out a chunk of hair, and threw him aside. Damn, I almost forgot that trash, like you don't understand loyalty. Your friend loses his scalp, and you still don't care. Fine, then I'll crush every one of you. Shen Jingji burst out laughing and said that without those thug uncles, Zhang Jisheng was nothing but a loudmouth. Even without Li Guangyu, they still had 5 people. Could he beat them all? Zhang Jisheng's eyes hardened. He knew he had to take Shen Jingji down first. With a roar, he leaped in, but Shen Jingji dodged. Shen Jingji fired back with a flurry of punches, but Zhang Jisheng grabbed his collar tightly. His right fist drew back, then smashed straight into Shen Jingji's face. Right then, the man in green struck him from behind with a stick. Before Zhang Jisheng could recover, another guy kicked him from the side. The attacks kept coming one after another. There's a limit to acting tough. How do those studded shoes feel? Want another taste? But Zhang Jisheng caught him. The guy screamed, feeling like his bones were about to break. Off to the side, Li Yiji was stunned. Yisheng was much better at fighting than she expected, so she started sneaking inside. Luckily, the fight was so chaotic that no one noticed her. She began untying Song Jiangxi, but the ropes were pulled too tight. Then Xu Zhen noticed what she was doing and shouted, Li Yiji, help me too. Both of them were speechless. Xu Zhen, you idiot. Hearing the shout, Shen Jingji stopped and turned toward Li Yiji. When she looked back, a club was already swinging toward her head. One hit and Li Yiji fell unconscious. Seeing that, Zhang Jisheng exploded with rage. If he didn't kill Shen Jingji today, his name wasn't Zhang. At that moment, the long-haired man stepped into position and landed a blow that broke several of Zhang Jisheng's ribs. Then the two of them started ganging up on him. For Shen Jingji, it was pure joy. He kept mocking Zhang Jisheng, saying this was how a loser should look. Then Shen Jingji picked up a club and told the others to pin Zhang Jisheng down. He wanted to smash his head in. He even laughed that he'd brought an electric razor to shave him, too. Zhang Jisheng panicked, but the club never came down. Gritting his teeth, he opened one eye and saw Song Jiangxi gripping the club so tightly that Shen Jingji couldn't move it. Shen Jingji turned in shock. What the hell? Song Jiangxi? But Song Jiangxi's fist was already flying toward his face. Bang! Shen Jingji's face twisted from the impact. Before Li Yiji was knocked out, she had already loosened most of Song Jiangxi's ropes. He only needed a moment. Now Song Jiangxi tore the tape from his mouth and warned that none of those punks were getting away. The long-haired man and the guy in green were scared, but reminded themselves that Song Jiangxi was already badly hurt. The moment they hesitated, Zhang Jisheng broke free and fought back. Song Jiangxi told him to leave this side to him, untie Han Shuzhen, and call an ambulance for Li Yiji. Meanwhile, Shen Jingji and his gang shouted that they'd fight to the end, but Han Shuzhen threw herself straight into Zhang Jisheng's arms. That made Li Yiji's jealousy spike. Even while injured, she complained that her forehead was still bleeding. After calming both girls down, Zhang Jisheng joined Song Zhongxi and said they should finish this quickly. Song Zhongxi gave a small smile. All right, but those guys still have weapons. This won't be easy. Can you handle it? Zhang Jisheng answered immediately. Of course. That trash is finished. Shen Jingji shouted that they were still talking big, then told his brothers the hunt was on. Song Zhongxi was surprised. Zhang Jisheng had developed his own fighting style so quickly, using explosive power and grip strength. The two punks were completely rattled. His strength was already close to Song Zhongxi's. Meanwhile, Zhang Jisheng said his arm felt hot, like his clothes were too tight, but the sting felt familiar. Slowly, he began unbuttoning his sleeve. Back then, he used to massage his uncles. His arms would ache every night before bed. The pain from massaging was enough to bury the pain of growing up. One idiot thought Zhang Jisheng was only trying to look cool. Sure, muscle power decided everything. Then Zhang Jisheng caught his punch. His expression changed immediately. No matter how hard he struggled, his hand wouldn't move. Shouting about crushing potatoes, Zhang Jisheng squeezed until the man's hand crumpled like a can. The screams echoed through the warehouse. Seeing that, the man in red rushed over to help. He raised his leg to strike Zhang Jisheng, but a fist shot in from the side and smashed in the face. Their teamwork was perfect. Song Zhongxi told Zhang Jisheng not to waste time on the small fry and to keep going after Shen Jingji. Zhang Jisheng held one man with one hand and pulled the other back. One punch later, the punk's face was bruised all over. Shen Jingji's gang began to panic. These two hit far too hard. Seeing that, Shen Jingji pulled out his phone to call for backup. He told the others he was calling that older guy, and until he arrived, they needed to keep Song Zhongxi busy while he dealt with Zhang Jisheng. In the next instant, Shen Jingji rushed Zhang Jisheng while the other four attacked Song Zhongxi, but Song Zhongxi's legs were hurting badly now. He didn't care. All four raised their weapons and attacked. They came at him with kicks, clubs, and non-stop shouting. Just as Zhang Jisheng tried to help, Shen Jingji blocked him and told him to keep his eyes forward. His opponent was right. Here. Then Shenji was stunned. What the hell? Why was Zhang Jisheng taking off his shirt? He figured it was so no one could grab him. On the other side, Song Zhongxi kept protecting his head. First, staying calm and waiting to take them down one by one. No matter how much they hit him, protecting his head came first. Then Song Zhongxi chose his target. His punch slammed into the red-clothed man's stomach. That single hit sent him flying and stunned the other three. Next was the man in green. Song Zhongxi lined it up and smashed his jaw. Then he turned toward the long-haired man. Just as Song Zhongxi was about to punch, yellow hair attacked from behind and kicked the inside of his knee. Seeing that, all four rushed him and aimed for his legs. Zhang Jisheng looked over at Song Zhongxi, and that distraction let Shen Jingji punch him in the face. He mocked him for getting distracted like a loser. Meanwhile, the older man they were waiting for was getting out of his car, grumbling that a group of punks had lost a group fight. If boss Li Shiwan hadn't ordered it, he wouldn't have stepped in. A moment earlier, Li Shu, head of the Firebear Gang's central branch, had sent his men to attack Zhang Jisheng and kill him. He had even handed over his ring as a sign. At the same time, Zhang Jisheng and Shen Jingji were still going at it, but once Shen Jingji tore off his shirt, he became much faster and drove a punch into Zhang Jisheng's stomach. Moving around like a wannabe Bruce Lee, he mocked him. How can a loser like you protect women? By then, Song Zhongxi had already dealt with the others. That immediately made Shen Jingji nervous, because if Song Zhongxi got free, he was done for. So he hurriedly pulled out his phone and called the thug. Uncle, too bad he forgot the first rule of fighting. Never turn your back on your enemy. Zhang Jisheng blasted him with a punch and sent him flying back 2 meters. Shen Jingji clenched his jaw in rage. He had even lost 2 front teeth. He scrambled up and reached with his left hand. Then he pulled a 4-centimeter knife from his pocket. Brandishing it, he sneered. Kid, want me to carve up your face today? Then Shen Jingji rushed in with the knife. Zhang Jisheng had no choice but to keep backing away. While retreating, he felt himself bump into something. When he turned, a burning fist slammed straight into him. Song Zhongxi was pushing through the pain and trying to help, but Shen Jingji swung the knife toward him, too. Stay where you are, or this blade won't miss. On the other side, Zhang Jisheng had just gotten back up when the thug uncle was already preparing to strike. With a loud impact, Zhang Jisheng managed to block most of it with his arm, but the blow still rattled his head and blurred his vision. The thug uncle sneered. So they raised a tiger, but it's only a cat. Kid, you're finished today. Then he laughed again. You grabbed me. And now what? Zhang Jisheng squeezed with all his strength and shouted, Potato crusher. Nothing happened, leaving the uncle confused. Then he quickly raised his left fist and landed 2 more punches, mocking him. Potato crusher? Can you crush anything? But suddenly, Zhang Jisheng planted his feet into the ground, making the thug uncle think he was crazy, as Zhang Jisheng leaped into the air. Then he came down with his attack aimed straight at the man's ribs. The hit made the thug uncle spit out saliva. Right after that came Zhang Jisheng's iron grip again. But then the thug uncle gave a nasty smile. He suddenly threw Zhang Jisheng aside, and a low rumble came from outside. That made him tense up, thinking the police had arrived. So the thug uncle ran. At the same time, Uncle Shu and Bald Uncle had reached the building. This time they were furious. How dare you touch the heir of the Fire Bear gang? You're dead. Just before that, Zhang Jisheng had been chasing the thug uncle with everything he had, but he didn't expect the man to have a car. Zhang Jisheng gripped the door handle tightly, making the thug uncle break into a sweat. The Fire Bear boss's son really was something else. Even so, the thug uncle kicked Zhang Jisheng away. Meanwhile, Uncle Shu had just reached the entrance when he ran into Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair first thought the police had come to save them, but the second he saw Bald Uncle beside him, he froze in panic. He had escaped the wolf's den and fallen straight into the tiger's mouth. Bald Uncle recognized him too, so he grabbed what little hair Yellow Hair had left. No matter how much he begged or struggled, Bald Uncle dragged him outside. Meanwhile, Uncle Shu looked around. He spotted Shen Jingji's group being pinned down by Song Zhongxi, so he asked where Zhang Jisheng had gone. They pointed toward the back door and said he'd chased a thug who had run that way. The moment Uncle Shu heard the word thug, his eyes sharpened. He wondered whether another gang had started making a move. He patted Song Zhongxi on the shoulder and told him to keep holding Shen Jingji a little longer. When Uncle Shu reached the back door, he found Zhang Jisheng. But seeing the young master injured made him furious. He rushed over, asking whether he was hurt anywhere else and whether the thug had escaped by car. Zhang Jisheng awkwardly explained that the one who hurt his face was the man Song Zhongxi was holding. At once, Uncle Shu strode over and told Song Zhongxi to let him go. Song Zhongxi released him immediately, and Shen Jingjie just looked confused. Then all he could do was watch Uncle Shu's spinning kick fly toward him. With a huge bang, Shen Jingjie took the full hit. Uncle Shu launched him several meters like a soccer ball, smashing him into the wall so hard that he stuck there screaming. The two watching were stunned. Jisheng, your uncle is brutal, but I like it. As for the other 4, they were terrified. The next second, all 4 quietly dropped to the ground and pretended to be dead. Uncle Shu grabbed Shen Jingjie by the leg and looked at the others. Hey, you kids pretending to be dead, get up. They jumped to their feet immediately. Uncle Shu really was a thug in a suit, dragging Shen Jingji's face across the alley. Later, once they got everyone outside, the 2 police officers were stunned. What happened here? Are these people the attackers? Then a man stepped out of another car. You're really believing this thug, Yang Zesu? Now you're going after students. Uncle Shu was just about to answer when Zhang Jisheng called out from behind, Officer Jin. Officer Jin turned in surprise. Isn't this Jisheng? What are you doing here? Then he saw his face. What happened to you? Don't tell me these guys did it. Jisheng nodded. Officer Jin smacked the green-clothed man on the head. You brats dared to hit Jisheng? After that, he began taking all the attackers to the station. Uncle Sue then told Bald Uncle to call Scarface Uncle and have each of them bring a car. As soon as he got the call, Scarface Uncle rushed over in his Benz. Young master, who did this to your face? I'll deal with them. But Zhang Jisheng waved him off and told Scarface Uncle to take Song Jiangxi back first. Then, return for him, because he still had to wait for Li Yiji and Xu Zhen. Just as Zhang Jisheng took out his phone, call them, the two walked up from behind. Suddenly, Han Shuzhen threw her arms around Zhang Jisheng. Right away, she put on a pitiful expression and said, Zhang Jisheng, hold me, I'm still shaking. Clinging to him, she said she'd been terrified and hated bad men now because they were so frightening. Li Yiji was speechless. I'm the one who got hurt, so why is she the one crying? Shuzhen kept crying and asked Zhang Jisheng to walk with her. She clearly thought he'd still spoil her, like before, and confidently looked at Li Yiji, saying she wanted 10 minutes alone with Zhang Jisheng. Li Yiji suddenly gave a sly smile. I'm not calm either, so let's all walk together. You don't mind, right? So the three of them headed down the old street. Then Shuzhen slipped her hand into Zhang Jisheng's. Soon, the two were sitting at a place where they used to spend time. They laughed and talked as though Li Yiji wasn't even there. The truth was, Li Yiji had come along to understand Zhang Jisheng better. After all, she saw herself as the woman who would stand behind him one day. Meanwhile, Han Shuzhen kept trying to win Zhang Jisheng back. Jisheng, I didn't know your uncles were gangsters. I only thought they looked scary. Zhang Jisheng gave an awkward smile. Is that so? Yeah, they do look kind of scary. Then Han Shuzhen continued. Jisheng, I really hate my father and bad men like Shen Jingji. Now, I won't date bad guys again. I want someone kind, someone like you. That made Zhang Jisheng's eyes widen. Then his face fell and he remained silent for a long time. Shuzhen, I can't be a kind person anymore. I'm the heir to the Firebear gang. I tried so hard to change everything for you. I liked you for 10 years and I truly have changed. Shuzhen gently leaned on his shoulder and whispered that if he had problems, he could tell her. Jisheng, isn't having me enough? I'll always stay by your side. But in that moment, Zhang Jisheng thought of everyone around him, the uncles who had cared for him all this time, Bald Uncle, Uncle Shu, and his father's hopes for him. He also thought of Li Yiji, Song Jiangxi, and the rest of his friends. That was when Zhang Jisheng finally understood that he wasn't alone anymore. He had many people beside him, and he was the heir to the Firebear gang, not some ordinary person. But Han Shuzhen still didn't notice his change and kept saying that all of this had made her realize Zhang Jisheng was a good man. Jisheng, I like you. What do you think of me? I finally worked up the courage to confess, so why aren't you answering? Zhang Jisheng stood up and told her they'd talk another time, leaving Han Shuzhen stunned. As she watched him walk away, she cried out, Jisheng, do you hate me? I'm sorry I dated Shen Jingjie. I'll treat you well. We've been close for 10 years, so being together should be easy. Jisheng, I like you. I'll do my best. So please don't leave. You're not dating Li Yiji, are you? I'll treat you better than her. Zhang Jisheng suddenly stopped and turned around. Trying hard is really exhausting. Han Shuzhen could only stand there and watch him leave, never expecting him to reject her. Zhang Jisheng walked over to Li Yiji, who was waiting, and said, let's go to the police station together. Li Yiji happily got on her scooter and headed off. By then, two parents had already arrived at the station. They still had no idea who they had messed with. Meanwhile, Shen Jingji and his group began getting up, thinking they could leave. Uncle Shu immediately stopped them, saying they were suspected of driving without a license. Hearing that, Officer Jin got angry. Driving without a license? But one of the parents foolishly interrupted, saying Uncle Shu had no right to speak like that in a police station. If Uncle Shu hadn't held Bald Uncle back, that man would have nearly killed him with a hammer. The parent even arrogantly asked which gang Uncle Shu was from. Uncle Su's eyes turned cold. I'm young Jisheng from the Firebear gang. What? The Fire Bear Gang? Then this is easy. Do you know Big Brother Zhang Shi? Uncle Shu stopped arguing and pulled up the man's sleeve to inspect his arm. There was nothing there. The lie fell apart and the man immediately panicked. Uncle Shu asked whether he wanted to step outside and talk. Trembling, he still stammered, "You brat, what are you trying to do? I'm warning you, behave yourself or I'll call our boss." But he was already terrified and quickly backed down. "No need, I'll behave." Right then, the loud mother realized this might end badly for her son, so she and the others pressured Officer Jin to bring out the victims so they could settle privately with an apology. Just then, Zhang Jisheng and the other two arrived and answered together. They wanted no apology and no private settlement. They listed the charges: group assault, violent attack, intentional injury, vehicle theft, and driving without a license. Hearing that, Shen Jingji's group started to panic. Then the Fire Bear Gang's lawyer, Zhang, arrived at the station and said that if the claims were true, the case was simple. The 6 of them could be charged with stealing a vehicle and driving without a license under the relevant laws. Officer Jin was thrilled. He'd been wondering how to properly deal with these punks. Even Bald Uncle finally smiled. Their lives were basically ruined. Now, hey, where did the car come from? Who stole it? And who was driving? That question made Shen Jingji panic. If he exposed that uncle, he was dead. The man had already told him to take the blame if they were caught. The threat kept echoing in his head. "Betray me, and I'll kill you even if I have to chase you into prison." Then the yellow-haired guy beside him suddenly told the police it was Shen Jingjie. At once, all his so-called brothers pointed at him too. Since they were already finished, they figured they might as well confess early and perhaps get some money, so Shen Jingji admitted, "I stole the car and I was the one driving." But Uncle Shu immediately knew he was lying. It had to be the thug the young master mentioned, the one who threatened him into silence. After that, Officer Jin called the 3 victims over to give their statements. Before they went inside, Uncle Shu quietly told the young master to stick to the truth and say nothing extra. Once they received the instructions, Uncle Shu and Bald Uncle stepped outside to wait. They thought that even if other gangs knew about the young master's identity, they shouldn't have moved this quickly. As much as they hated to admit it, the problem was probably coming from within. Uncle Shu immediately called Scarface Uncle and told him to gather all the senior members for an emergency meeting. Then he and Bald Uncle continued talking while they waited for the young master. Meanwhile, back at the station, Zhang Jisheng and the other 2 finished giving their statements. Officer Jin personally escorted them to the door. The uncles hurried over, bowed, and asked whether the young master was tired after all that talking. Uncle Shu then said he would personally take Song Zhongxi home because he had something to ask him, while the young master and Li Yiji could ride with Scarface Uncle. After that, Uncle Shu and the others left first. Scarface Uncle quickly opened the car door and invited the young master to sit in the front passenger seat, but Spiky Uncle immediately became nervous. He blurted out, "Brother Tycoon, are you trying to ruin the young master's romance?" "I'm telling Brother Jingxi." That made Scarface Uncle freeze. Then it hit him. The young master had grown up. He'd completely missed it. The 2 exchanged sly smiles and turned to the pair. "Young master, you 2 sit in the back. Relax, we're just scarecrows." Li Yiji instantly started daydreaming again, convinced the uncles were trying to match her with Jisheng. At the perfect moment, Spiky Uncle really came through. He had just given Jisheng an ideal opportunity. As he drove, Spiky Uncle kept watching the 2 in the back. Then Jisheng asked Li Yiji whether she wanted to ride her scooter back with him later. The 2 uncles jumped in again and said the pair looked great together. Jisheng covered his mouth shyly and told them to stop teasing and just drive. Li Yiji, however, was secretly thrilled and even more certain they were matchmaking. Then Spiky Uncle suddenly asked, "Miss Yiji, what do you like about our young master?" Even Scarface Uncle was shocked by how smoothly he asked. Jisheng went completely blank. Li Yiji was caught off guard too, but it only made her more certain that the uncles were helping her with Jisheng. Soon they reached the place where the scooter was parked. Before leaving, Spiky Uncle gave one last push. "Young master, if you need the car, just call me. I'll wait for you." Then he added that if they didn't return, he'd explain it properly to Big Brother before driving. As the car pulled off with a roar, Zhang Jisheng gave an awkward smile and said the uncles were unreliable. But Li Yiji clearly disagreed. Then the two got on the scooter, and after putting on their helmets, Li Yiji shyly asked whether he wanted to hold her waist. Red-faced, Zhang Jisheng wrapped his arms around her waist. Li Yiji's heart raced so hard that the cut on her forehead started bleeding. Again. Excited, she sped up to 120 kilometers per hour without even noticing the wound was still bleeding. But once they reached Zhang Jisheng's house, the bleeding finally stopped. Zhang Jisheng said he was glad she didn't need stitches. If her forehead had scarred, he would have felt truly guilty. Li Yiji teased him, saying she'd been hit by rocks before and still didn't know who threw them. Though they had been thrown very hard, that made Zhang Jisheng tense up. He quickly apologized for that incident. Li Yiji laughed and said that if he felt so bad, he should grant her one wish. After he agreed, she put on a serious expression and told him to kneel and apologize. Without hesitation, Zhang Jisheng actually started to kneel and asked whether that was enough. Li Yiji panicked immediately. She'd only been joking and never meant to waste her wish. Like that. He laughed and admitted he was joking too, calling her a bad girl for trying to use her wish. So quickly, annoyed, Yiji punched him twice. A moment later, they sat on the steps and laughed together. Then Zhang Jisheng sincerely told her that he'd learned a lot from her. He said she might be a little bad, but she was also kind. Li Yiji instantly slipped into romance mode, thinking he was confessing to her, so she slowly leaned closer. But at the worst possible moment, Zhang Jisheng ruined it by asking whether she was angry. Now she really was angry. He had absolutely no clue. Jisheng truly was born to be. Just then, a little girl bumped into Li Yiji's knee. She looked down. It was Duan, who immediately started scolding her. "How dare you yell at my brother? He's kind and weak. You may be pretty, but you're an evil sister." Song Jiangxi, still limping nearby, could only watch helplessly. Duan had been crying and making a scene because she wanted to see Zhang Jisheng. Then she tugged Song Jiangxi's arm and told him to hurry and call that sister back, so she could be hit too. Li Yiji immediately jumped on the scooter and sped away. Zhang Jisheng just stared, stunned that she'd left so quickly. Duan tugged his arm and asked whether he was okay. After being yelled at and hit, couldn't he even hit her back? Zhang Jisheng crouched down and told her he was fine and not to worry, but Duan kept staring at the injuries on his face. Then she hugged his leg and burst into tears. Her real brother complained that she'd never treated him this warmly, even though she was the one who had insisted on coming. Then he added that he also had something important to tell him about the ignorant normal alliance. While Zhang Jisheng talked with Song Jiangxi, Bald Uncle noticed Li Yiji speeding away. He became worried, wondering why the young master had let Miss Yiji leave like that. So the three uncles began discussing a dating plan for him. Spiky Uncle pointed out that Song Jiangxi seemed to have something to tell the young master, then asked Bald Uncle whether he wanted to play with his little sister first. Bald Uncle nodded and said he'd go make some food. But just as Scarface Uncle was about to say something, Bald Uncle gave them a suspicious look and asked whether either of them had ever played with a child before. The next second, both uncles gave very shady smiles. Bald Uncle became annoyed and smacked them both, telling them to stay back while he handled it, still wearing a pink apron. Bald Uncle asked Duan, "Little one, want to play cooking with Uncle?" But Duan became frightened, and her eyes filled with tears. She grabbed her brother's leg, and even Zhang Jisheng looked exhausted. So Zhang Jisheng told Bald Uncle that Duan liked bear and asked whether there were any bear toys in the house. That gave Bald Uncle an idea. He threw off the apron, grabbed his shirt, and tore it open with a few ripping sounds, revealing the giant tattoo across his back. Upstairs, Scarface Uncle and Spiky Uncle were stunned. They were certain Duan would start crying. Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi were confused too, but Duan thought it was adorable. The two uncles could hardly believe it. Duan ran over to touch it, amazed by how real the little bear looked. Bald Uncle grinned and asked, "Little one, want to cook with bear, Uncle?" Duan happily said yes. After Duan said goodbye and left, Song Zhongxi told Zhang Jisheng that he'd changed his mind. Even if they did nothing, those people would come after them first. So instead of waiting around, they should make the first move. Zhang Jisheng immediately understood. "So you want to fight them with me?" Just like that, the two formed their grip strength duo. Meanwhile, the other two were staring at the fresh bear cookies. A second later, they started dancing happily. That was when Uncle Xu walked in and saw them. His face darkened immediately. He demanded to know why Bald Uncle was shirtless in front of a child. Bald Uncle panicked and tried to explain, but Uncle Xu had already clenched his fist, thinking he'd frightened the child. Like a true big brother, he didn't even wait for the full story. He simply ordered Bald Uncle to stand still with his hands behind his back. Luckily, Duan hugged Uncle Xu's leg, leaving him completely confused. He said he'd teach this shameless uncle a lesson, then take Duan home. Bald Uncle quickly explained, "Big brother, this child is Song Zhongxi's sister." Realizing she was the young master's friend, Uncle Xu calmed down. He picked up a bear cookie from the table and handed it to Duan, apologizing for ruining the mood and offering her a cookie. Duan accepted it politely and asked Uncle Xu not to hit Bear Uncle. Then Bald Uncle asked Duan why he was called Uncle while Tenyu was called Brother. Duan pointed at them. "Uncle, Bear Uncle." Then she smiled at Uncle Xu and asked whether he had a little bear on his back, too. The three began dancing again, and Uncle Xu sighed that they used to dance with the young master all the time, but when the two who had just returned saw them, they froze. "Uncles, what are you doing?" Uncle Xu and Bald Uncle turned around, clearly a little embarrassed. "Young master, you're back." Then they laughed and said it had been a long time since he danced, so he should join them because Duan loved it. Song Zhongxi asked whether he really had to dance. "Too, of course. You don't want to make Duan sad, do you?" And just like that, Duan got two brothers and two uncles to dance awkwardly with her. 3 hours later, the two uncles were out of breath, saying that if the young master was happy, they were happy too. Song Zhongxi could only sigh, wondering what he had just done. Meanwhile, Zhang Jisheng stood up and said he would take Duan home first. Uncle Xu stopped Song Zhongxi and told him to return after dropping Duan off. They needed a meeting about the young master. After Song Zhongxi settled his sister down, everyone gathered in the meeting room to discuss the thug who had attacked Zhang Jisheng. One uncle said the man who attacked him might be from their gang, and Zhang Jisheng looked shocked. Then, with a bang, Bald Uncle became excited and told the young master to think carefully. What did the thug look like? What was he wearing? Was there anything unusual? Scarface Uncle told him to calm down, slamming the table and shouting that it wouldn't help Brother Chisheng. After thinking it over, Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi said the thug had a huge scar? Wait, Tycoon, was it you? Come on, Brother Chisheng, that makes no sense. If that's how we're judging this, you and Big Brother have scars, too, Uncle Xu quickly said. His didn't count as a very large scar. Bald Uncle added that his was more like a cute scar. Then Zhang Jisheng jumped up and said there was no way he wouldn't recognize his uncle. Tycoon, it wasn't that kind of scar. It was on the cheek. At once, all three uncles fell silent, as if they'd thought of the same person. That made Bald Uncle feel terrible. He never expected the person who attacked the young master might be from inside the fire bear. Dang. Scarface Uncle angrily said it had to be someone from Brother Chi Huang's side. He asked whether they should go settle it with them. Then, with a bang, Uncle Xu shut that down. He said they still weren't certain, so no one should talk as though it were fact, and they shouldn't say things they couldn't take responsibility for. Understood? Scarface Uncle and Bald Uncle stood up and bowed, apologizing for getting too emotional and saying they would listen. Then Uncle Shu said that was enough about the attacker. After that, he asked Bald Uncle to explain the ignorant normal alliance to the young master. Bald Uncle began by explaining how the ignorant normal alliance started. Back then, 4 schools were enemies and fought all the time. Later, a legendary fighter united all 4, and the 2 listened closely. That legendary fighting king and the first leader of ignorant normal was me, Zhang Jisheng. Both of them were shocked. So, Uncle was the one who created the ignorant normal alliance. Bald Uncle nodded and continued, saying it wasn't originally called the ignorant normal alliance. That only made them even more curious. Then, Bald Uncle called Li Dubo right away. At the same time, Li Dubo was watching a show and complaining that he was hungry. He grumbled and asked why Li Yiji still wasn't home. Just then, Li Yiji came in, but she looked down. She slammed the door and went straight to her room, and Li Dubo figured she was in one of her moods again. Same bad temper as always. Then the phone on the sofa rang. It was Brother Qisheng. That made Li Dubo feel flattered, wondering why Brother Qisheng was calling so late. Bald Uncle told him to explain everything about the ignorant normal alliance to Zhang Jisheng. Li Dubo smiled immediately, thinking this was a great opportunity. Meanwhile, back in her room, Li Yiji kept replaying her moments with Zhang Jisheng. The more she thought about them, the shyer she became. She wondered why that jerk Zhang Jisheng still hadn't contacted her. Just as she was about to send him a message, the door suddenly flew open, startling her. Behind her, Li Dubo asked whether she wanted to be with Zhang Jisheng. Li Yiji spun around and yelled, calling him crazy and demanding to know how he had found out. Li Dubo laughed and said the news was already out, but first he needed paper and a pen. Li Yiji threw a pillow and hit him square in the face. Li Dubo told her to calm down, then said he'd been ordered to explain the ignorant normal alliance to Zhang Jisheng. That meant he had to stay by Zhang Jisheng's side, and if she knew all this, too, after quickly thinking it through, she realized that meant she could stay with Zhang Jisheng all the time and explain everything to him one-on-one. Exactly. Li Dubo said it was no surprise she was his sister. Her brain worked fast when it came to useless things. Right away, Li Yiji became excited again and said the paper and pen were ready, so he needed to start explaining the ignorant normal alliance now. But Li Dubo said he was hungry and had no energy, so she should make him instant noodles first. In a flash, Li Yiji rushed out like lightning. Li Dubo smirked, thinking that if Li Yiji and Zhang Jisheng actually ended up dating and getting married, then he'd become the brother-in-law of the Firebear gang's boss. Life in the gang would be easy after that. Laughing to himself, he called himself a genius and vowed to make his sister the boss lady of the Firebear gang. Meanwhile, Bald Uncle had finished explaining the ignorant normal alliance and had also shared his past, explaining how he used to fight constantly until he met someone who changed his life. That person was Uncle Shu, and afterward Bald Uncle followed him into the Firebear gang. Zhang Jisheng was stunned by that. He said the alliance was something Uncle had worked hard to build, yet he had talked about disbanding it. So he was sorry. With tears in his eyes, Bald Uncle told him it was fine. If the alliance he created could help the young master grow, then it would be an honor. Seeing that, Uncle Shu said that was enough for today. He told Spiky Uncle to escort the young master back to his room first, then take Song Zhongxi home. Once the 3 were gone, Uncle Shu's expression turned serious. He told the other 2 that he had a good idea who had attacked the young master, but digging deeper could make things worse than they expected. If a clash couldn't be avoided, they should move first. Then Uncle Shu called the person he had in mind. Meanwhile, at the Firebear gang's main distribution point, Li Shiwan was beating a subordinate for messing up. The man behind him trembled in fear. Li Xiwan noticed and asked why he was shaking. Was he scared? That made the subordinate panic even more. It had been his mistake, but his big brother was taking the blame and getting beaten by the boss as soon as he got back up. He bowed and shouted an apology. Li Xiwan still hit him hard anyway. Then he asked whether the kid knew why he had made the mistake, while someone else was the one getting beaten. Still trembling, the subordinate said that when a little brother makes a mistake, the big brother takes responsibility. Then he apologized to his big brother. After blowing out a stream of smoke, Li Xiwan told them to leave because he still had to clean up the aftermath. Later, the subordinate threw all the evidence into the sea. Looking out over the water, Li Xiwan said the cleanup was finished and wondered how they would react. Then his phone buzzed in his pocket. "Hello? Why are you calling me?" Uncle Shu asked whether he had time tomorrow. Li Xiwan mocked him, asking whether Uncle Shu wasn't the one with no time, busy taking care of the young master. Hearing seagulls on the other end, Uncle Shu realized it really was Li Xiwan. He thought he was too late. Had Li Xiwan already taken care of, Li Xiwan said little else, claimed he had something to do, and hung up. Uncle Shu was so angry that he almost crushed his phone. If they had already cleaned everything up, then even tearing Li Xiwan's place apart wouldn't help him find that person. They had beaten him to it, and he couldn't attack them directly yet, so for now, he could only keep watching. The next morning, Uncle Shu held another meeting and told the subordinates that the young master had been attacked by unknown people, and it could never happen again. Then he ordered Scarface Uncle, Bald Uncle, and Spiky Uncle to stay with the young master from now on. Zhang Jisheng felt something was strange when he got up early. He asked Uncle Shu where the other uncles were, and Uncle Shu said he had sent them out for morning exercise. After hearing that, Zhang Jisheng said he was heading out first. As he walked outside and breathed in the fresh air, he kept feeling like a bad guy, so he swaggered toward school, trying to look tough. He even made sure to spit while the three uncles secretly followed close behind. One of them sighed that the silly kid still didn't even know how to spit properly. Just then, Zhang Jisheng spotted someone familiar. After greeting each other, they headed to school together, chatting and laughing. That made the three uncles sigh again. They said that having even one true friend in life was already a kind of success. Then Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi heard a familiar voice and turned toward it. Li Yiji greeted them, calling out to Jisheng. Seeing their young master so close to Li Yiji, the three uncles were thrilled. Their young master had not only a real friend, but perhaps a girlfriend, too. Zhang Jisheng also ran into his classmate, Zhang Yun. What began as one person soon grew into four. While Zhang Jisheng and Zhang Yun were talking excitedly, Zhang Yun accidentally bumped shoulders with a punk. The man snapped at Zhang Yun, glaring and barking. "Watch where you're going. You trying to die?" That made all four of them turn toward him. Li Yiji quietly told Zhang Jisheng that he was from Ignorant Normal. She thought his name was Li Yuanyuan. The guy became angry immediately. Not Yu Yanyuan, Yuani. He had no idea Zhang Jisheng was already becoming angry. Then Zhang Jisheng suddenly held out his hand, smiling as though he were happy to meet him. That completely threw the guy off. He said, "So you're Zhang Jisheng? I came with a message. You know Pu Mingjun from Chang'an School, right? He wants to talk, so come with me." Zhang Jisheng agreed and began asking a question while the man reached out too, acting friendly and saying it was nice to meet him. The second their hands locked, Zhang Jisheng gave a small smile. Seeing that creepy grin while his hand was still trapped, Li Yuanyi became uneasy. In the next instant, Zhang Jisheng's eyes turned cold, and he clamped down hard on the man's hand. He asked why Pu Mingjun had sent him instead of coming himself if he really had something to say. Li Yiji and the other two simply whistled and acted like they saw nothing. Then Zhang Jisheng ended it by saying Pu Mingjun should come speak to him in person. A few sharp cracking sounds followed. Li Yuanyi was in so much pain that spit flew from his mouth. Zhang Jisheng warned him to tell the ignorant normal punks this too. If they kept hanging around their school gate, he'd deal with everyone. He saw. Through the pain, Li Wanyi begged him to go talk to Pooh. Mingjun himself instead. Zhang Jisheng squeezed even harder. Li Wanyi let out another scream. Still, Zhang Jisheng felt he might have a point, so he told him to lead the way. But Li Wanyi stared at Zhang Jisheng's nasty expression with fear and hatred. When Zhang Jisheng reached down to help him up, Li Wanyi thought he was about to be hurt again and hurriedly said he'd take him there. Please don't grab him. Then Zhang Jisheng turned to Li Yiji and the others. You heard him. I'm going to Chang'an school. Li Yiji immediately objected to him going alone. She told him to at least take Song Zhongxi with him. Then Zhang Yun told everyone to calm down and said they should exchange phone numbers first. The other three immediately realized that was smart, and Li Yiji tapped his arm, praising him for thinking ahead. But while they were all talking, Li Wanyi suddenly decided this was his chance to run. Zhang Jisheng noticed immediately and shouted for him. Stop! Li Wanyi ignored him and only ran faster. Zhang Jisheng took off after him, shouting, Hey, wait! I haven't given you my number yet. Li Wanyi sprinted like crazy and finally realized what a real scumbag looked like. But Zhang Jisheng had no intention of letting him escape and stayed right on his heels. The chase ended in an alley where three guys were trying to corner Shangju. Li Wanyi felt relieved when he saw them. Thankfully, his two friends were still there, but those two were busy collecting protection money, and one of them asked why his hand looked like an octopus. Panicking, Li Wanyi said Zhang Jisheng was a maniac and told them to call Pu Mingjun immediately. Meanwhile, Shangju spotted Zhang Jisheng and thought he had come to save him. Excited, he shouted for Zhang Jisheng to beat them up. Zhang Jisheng didn't bother asking questions and simply told Shangju to get out first. That made Shangju puff up with pride. He laughed and told the others to move aside because Zhang Jisheng was his friend. The blonde guy prepared to fight, and Zhang Jisheng raised his guard too, while Shangju kept shouting from behind for him to finish them. Then whoosh, the blonde guy bragged that he could drop Zhang Jisheng in 3 seconds. But when he threw his punch, Zhang Jisheng slipped past it. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jisheng loaded power into his right hand. Smack! His uppercut crashed into the man's chin, hitting so hard that the blonde guy's eyes rolled back. The other two started shaking, stunned that the useless guy could hit that hard. Hiding off to the side, Shangju was thrilled and mocked them. Just then, Li Yiji and the other two reached the alley, and Shangju turned to tell them Zhang Jisheng had the upper hand. Hearing that, Li Yiji looked ready to slam him into the ground. Hiding was one thing, but grinning like an idiot. 2, on the other side, the blonde guy spat out blood, staggered to his feet, and claimed the hit only landed because he wasn't ready. Then he called his brothers to jump in together. Zhang Jisheng simply laughed and told all three to come at once. He still had school to attend. Watching a 3-on-1 fight, Song Zhangxi said that was unfair. He handed his bag to Zhang Yun, walked into the alley, and told Zhang Jisheng to finish it quickly. The blonde guy's group froze when they saw Song Zhangxi. 2 of them blurted out that bringing Song Zhangxi was cheating. They had transferred schools just to get away from him. The black-haired guy could only hope Pu Mingjun would arrive quickly. The blonde one thought the same. They needed to stall until Pu Mingjun arrived. Li Yiji was already tired of waiting and was about to call her brother to deal with them. Then a motorcycle rumbled in from the street. It was Pu Mingjun from the Ignorant Normal Alliance. After parking his motorcycle, he casually took off his helmet and said he'd wondered why they weren't answering their phones. Now he saw that something interesting was going on. He said he'd only told them to deliver a message, so why had they started fighting? Then he called out, Zhang Jisheng, Song Zhongxi, let's talk. His 3 lackeys figured Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi were finished. Now, but the 2 boys only gave him a glance. Meanwhile, the 2 classmates watching him remained so calm, started sweating, wondering how strong he really was. Pu Mingjun, overflowing with confidence, thought he had everything under control. He walked over to greet Li Yiji, only to receive a cold glare. Still smiling, he asked Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi whether they could at least greet him politely. Song Zhongxi gave him a hard look and told him to say whatever he had come to say. Pu Mingjun confidently replied that he wasn't there to fight. He only wanted to talk, so they should let his friends go. First, his 3 subordinates were shocked, never expecting their boss to back down. Like that. Zhang Jisheng answered immediately that they could talk after he dealt with them. First, Li Yiji was almost touched by that line. As Pu Mingjun kept insisting that he had never sent them there to fight, Zhang Jisheng started moving in to punch him, but Song Zhongxi quickly stopped him. He told Zhang Jisheng to wait and hear him out first. Then Pu Mingjun asked everyone except Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi to step back because what he had to say was important. Li Yiji and the others looked ready to go hit him, while Pu Mingjun's 3 men refused to leave, saying he'd be outnumbered 2-1. Pu Mingjun frowned and reminded them that he had called them to deliver a message, not start a fight. Keeping them there would only get in his way, so he ordered them back to school. The 3 finally left. After Li Yiji and the others had also walked away, Zhang Yun worriedly asked whether Zhang Jisheng would be okay and whether they should go back. Shang Ju answered that Zhang Jisheng was the son of the Fire Bear Gang boss, so there was nothing to worry about. That annoyed Li Yiji. She snapped that he'd been whining non-stop from the beginning, and it was getting on her nerves. Shang Ju fired back, asking why she kept targeting him. Did she think he was easy to bully? Then he challenged her. Could she even beat him 1-on-1? That immediately set Li Yiji off. She exploded, saying she was going to beat him to death. Today, back in the alley, Pu Mingjun got straight to the point and said he wanted to join forces with Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi. Both of them looked at him suspiciously. They asked why he would betray the ignorant normal alliance and what he expected to gain from teaming up. Song Zhongxi thought it over and realized that working with Pu Mingjun could help them deal with the other 2 schools. Pu Mingjun then said that, if they agreed, he would tell them everything. Song Zhongxi answered that they needed time to think about it. So Pu Mingjun left first and told them to give him an answer soon. Right after he was gone, Zhang Jisheng asked Song Zhongxi why he had agreed so easily. He planned to crush all of them. Song Zhongxi replied that if they wanted to beat them more quickly and easily, they had to think about what worked best for them. Before leaving, Pu Mingjun told Zhang Jisheng to calm down. If he became worked up this easily, how was he supposed to handle the ignorant normal alliance? That only made Zhang Jisheng angrier, and he immediately said he'd still beat Pu Mingjun up. Even if they teamed up, he was definitely going to punch him. Pu Mingjun replied that if they joined forces, he wouldn't mind taking the beating. Then he quickly ran off. That left Zhang Jisheng even more annoyed. He said he didn't like the guy and didn't understand why they should work with him. Song Zhongxi told him to head to school first. He would explain on the way. Pu Mingjun would definitely be useful. As they walked, Zhang Jisheng asked one more thing. Could he still beat Pu Mingjun up later? Song Zhongxi said yes. So the 2 talked all the way back to school, where the atmosphere felt completely different. The hallway had been noisy before, but the second they arrived, everyone moved aside and the place became silent. Once the students cleared out, they noticed a new notice posted on the board. It listed the punishment for Shen Jingji and his group, which shocked them. Zhang Jisheng hadn't expected everything to be settled so quickly. As Shen Jingji's group was punished, stories about the 2 boys spread quickly through the school. People whispered that Zhang Jisheng was now the boss of their school and that he was the Fire Bear Gang boss's son. The moment they entered the classroom, they heard everyone talking about them. Just like that, Zhang Jisheng somehow became the boss of the second years at Jilan School. The rumor didn't stop there. Soon, the leaders of the 4 schools also heard that Zhang Jisheng planned to take down the ignorant normal alliance. The rumor kept spreading, even reaching places Zhang Jisheng never wanted. It too. Even after Shen Jingji's group was gone, the classroom still felt tense and cold. Zhang Jisheng said he probably should have seen this coming. To everyone else, he was simply replacing one person they feared and hated with another. That made him pause. Had he really become someone people feared and disliked? Song Zhongxi told him it wasn't easy to destroy his image that quickly, but this was also the result Zhang Jisheng had wanted. He added that whether people continued fearing him would depend on what he did next. As for himself, he was already used to it. Still, Zhang Jisheng remembered that Song Zhongxi had never truly bullied anyone, even though people always saw him that way. While he was still thinking, Li Yiji grabbed his arm and told him to stop standing around and sit down. She had something important to share. Zhang Jisheng was confused at first, wondering why Yiji was sitting there, but one look at Zhang Yun waving made him understand. Then Li Yiji got to the point. Li Dubo had asked her to pass along information about the ignorant normal alliance. She added that if he sat beside her and listened carefully, he would learn all of this much faster. As Zhang Jisheng reached for a chair, she pulled out the ignorant normal death note and began with Park Mingjin from Chang'an School. She explained each person's traits, starting with Park Mingjun's group from Chang'an School. First was the school's second strongest fighter, Jin Zhongwei, a guy known as a complete mad dog. Then she moved on to leader. According to her, his build was about the same as Song Zhongxi's, and he called himself Chang'an's hero. Hearing the word hero, Zhang Jisheng figured the guy must read far too many comics. Li Yiji continued and warned him to be most careful of Park Mingjun, because he'd already taken over the 3rd years before finishing his first semester as a first-year student. She also said Park Mingjun practiced taekwondo and had an official rank, with kicks as his main weapon. In other words, he wouldn't be easy for Zhang Jisheng to defeat, so she had even prepared ways to deal with kicking attacks. As the two became more absorbed in the discussion, the students nearby could barely hide their jealousy. Shang Ju cursed under his breath, annoyed that Li Yiji was still clinging to his friend Zhang Jisheng. After hearing everything, Zhang Jisheng said he already had an idea which person he should target first. Li Yiji was happy that she could actually help him. Then she smiled and declared, "From today on, I'm your teacher, so let's celebrate with stir-fried rice, cakes." Zhang Jisheng patted his chest and insisted that he would be the one treating her. After that, they happily continued reviewing the bosses from the other schools. Then the classroom door opened and Han Shuzhen walked in. Zhang Jisheng was caught off guard by her sudden appearance. At the same time, Han Shuzhen looked toward Li Yiji and started to speak, only to be met by Li Yiji's faint smile. In that instant, regret hit her as though she had truly lost Zhang Jisheng. She turned to leave, then seemed to remember something and leaned over to whisper in a classmate's ear. Right then, the teacher came in and told everyone to return to their seats. Han Shuzhen brushed past the teacher on her way out, leaving him completely confused. Suddenly, Zhang Jisheng jumped to his feet and called her name. With a dark expression, he pushed the door open and ran after her. Just as he was about to stop her, Han Shuzhen suddenly halted, as though she'd expected him to follow. She turned around and pitifully asked how miserable he wanted her to become. After that, she walked away again, as though she were trying to draw him in by acting distant. As she left, she muttered that Jisheng had truly changed and that he'd promised she was the only one. Zhang Jisheng returned to class looking troubled, barely hearing anything Li Yiji was saying. He kept thinking about how he had tried to become a bad guy just so Han Shuzhen would like him, and now she was calling him a liar. In his mind, he snapped, he had turned bad for Shuzhen, but not anymore. Then he thought bitterly, women. A moment later, the bell rang. Li Yiji quietly asked Jisheng whether he was feeling down and said they could skip the rice cakes if he wanted. But Zhang Jisheng quickly said he was fine and told everyone to go eat. Li Yiji didn't press him, thinking spicy food might help him release some stress. Then Zhang Jisheng suddenly stood up and shouted, "Buddies, let's all go get stir-fried rice cakes." My treat. Li Yiji froze because she thought he was inviting only her. The two useless classmates immediately joined in, saying that if Jisheng was paying, they had to go. Song Zhongxi could only sigh and wonder whether those guys had no sense at all. Even Zhang Yun seemed to realize that perhaps they really shouldn't tag along. Then both Song Zhongxi and Zhang Yun turned to look at Li Yiji. Staying calm, she asked why they were staring and told everyone to go together, laughing it off. The scene then shifted to the restaurant. Song Zhongxi and the other four sat at one table while Zhang Jisheng and Li Yiji sat at another, talking and laughing. In the middle of that, Zhang Jisheng's phone rang. It was Uncle Shu telling him to come home early. Once they finished eating, everyone said goodbye outside. Li Yiji said she was full too and suggested that they continue studying. Zhang Jisheng scratched his head and told her he had to go home. His uncle had asked him, "Return early today." Hearing that, Li Yiji felt crushed because she'd hoped to spend time alone with him. She kept telling herself to stay calm and not rush things. Then Zhang Jisheng said he'd go home first and call her tonight. That immediately made Li Yiji feel as though she'd hit the jackpot. Tonight? Were they really meeting again? Where? Seeing her reaction, Zhang Jisheng awkwardly said that if going out was difficult, they could simply find a quiet study room. Li Yiji immediately said that wasn't necessary. Her house was practically as quiet as a study room, and he could even meditate there. With a playful smile, Zhang Jisheng agreed and said he'd call her later that night. After that, they said goodbye and promised to see each other again soon. The second he left, Li Yiji went into full fangirl mode, frantically tapping on her phone and sending messages to who knew whom. Meanwhile, Li Dubo and Daxian were discussing Shen Jingji being expelled. Daxian guessed the others would probably be suspended too, or forced to do community service. Then he asked what Li Dubo planned to do next, now that Shen Jingji's group was finished. Li Dubo said he wanted to support Zhang Jisheng, thinking that helping him was the same as helping his future brother-in-law. Daxian heard that and said he also agreed with supporting Zhang Jisheng. Grinning, Li Dubo then said he was about to launch a sister-in-law plan, which left Daxian completely confused. Before he could explain, Li Dubo's phone buzzed. He looked down and muttered that he'd just been talking about her. It was a message from Li Yiji telling him to come home late and warning that if he arrived early, he was dead. That made Li Dubo angry. He cursed his sister and said that if it weren't for the sister-in-law plan, he would have beaten her up a long time ago. Meanwhile, Zhang Jisheng got home and saw a car parked outside. He guessed his father had come and wondered what he wanted this time. The moment he stepped into the living room, he could feel the awkward silence. Whenever Father Zhang visited, the entire house became quiet. As soon as he saw him, Father Zhang proudly said he'd heard that his son, Zhang Jisheng, had not only taken over the entire second year, but also fought 7 people at once. That proved he was improving quickly. Zhang Jisheng explained that he hadn't fought alone. His friend Zhang Shi had helped, too. Father Zhang brushed that aside and said the important thing was that his son had finally started fighting, just like he did when he was young. He bragged that none of their people could defeat 7 opponents at once and walk away without a scratch like Zhang Jisheng. Uncle Shu and Uncle Shijuan joined in, saying they had been like that in their younger days. Scarface Uncle and Bald Uncle said the same thing, and even the underlings joined in. Father Zhang took a drag from his cigarette and continued, saying like father, like son, Zhang Jisheng truly was Zhang Hongguo's son. He proudly told him that he was finally making his father happy. Then Father Zhang turned to Li Shiwan and told him to bring over the gift. Li Shiwan handed it over immediately. Father Zhang gave it to his son and said it was a present from him. Zhang Jisheng took it and asked what was Inside, his father simply laughed and told him to open it. As the box clicked open, Zhang Jisheng froze. Inside was a dagger, something he had never expected his father to give him. When he pulled it from the sheath, he was even more shocked. His own name was engraved on the blade. Father Zhang bashfully explained that he'd asked the best craftsman in the country to make it 2 years ago and was glad he could finally put his son's name on it. Zhang Jisheng began sweating and admitted that he didn't think he'd ever need something like that. Then a camera clicked. Father Zhang told him not to move and asked him to hold the knife beside his face. Again, another photo snapped. While checking his phone, Father Zhang said he could finally use a picture of his son as his profile image. Nearby, bald uncle and Uncle Shu looked pleased, saying the young master was finally on the right path. Bald uncle even whispered that this meant they could confirm him as the heir. But Li Shiwan shot both of them an angry look. Inside, Li Shiwan fumed that while he'd been out doing the dirty work, these two had it easy, babysitting the young master, and he swore he'd deal with them later. Father Zhang continued and said he now had only one hope for his son. Keep rising beyond the 2nd years, then the 3rd years, and aim for the whole country, maybe even the entire world. Zhang Jisheng was stunned by that enormous goal, but still said he would keep trying. Father Zhang then said the gift had been delivered, so he would leave. Before going, he said Zhang Jisheng was in Uncle Shu's care. Now, Uncle Shu quickly answered that there was nothing to worry about. On his way out, Li Shiwan slammed his shoulder into Uncle Shu and told him to move. He silently seethed, thinking Yang Jisheng looked far too pleased and promising not to let him off. Then Li Shiwan bowed to Yang Jisheng and said, "Young master, I'm heading out. Take care." The doors slammed and the men called out for the boss to stay safe. On his way, after Father Zhang left, Uncle Shu turned to him with one question. Was the man with the scar on his cheek really Li Shiwan? Yang Jisheng said no immediately. He knew Uncle Shiwan well. The scar was on the other side. As soon as Father Zhang got into the car, he let out a long sigh. At last, that knife was in Jisheng's hands. He'd waited a long time for this and finally felt a little more at ease about the heir issue. Li Shiwan then asked whether he wanted to contact his other sons. After a pause, Father Zhang said no. Jisheng still needed to grow, and the murderous look in his eyes still wasn't strong enough. Li Shiwan hesitated, then replied, "Understood, boss," while thinking that at this rate, Yang Jisheng would eventually rise above him. His previous plan to get rid of the young master had failed. He didn't hate the boy, but he couldn't stand watching Yang Jisheng rise without trouble, so he opened his contacts and texted someone named Huang Dakyung. "About what I mentioned before, start preparing." A cruel smile crossed his face. If the young master had to blame anyone, it should be that useless Yang Jisheng. Elsewhere, Li Yiji was busy cleaning her floor, excited because Jisheng was coming over, and she didn't want him to see the place messy. She hurried to finish cleaning and planned to tidy her room too. Then someone knocked at the front door. Li Dubo barged in and announced that her brother was back, then demanded a bowl of instant noodles. Li Yiji shot him an angry look. She told him not to come back and called him a terrible brother. Taking off his coat, Li Dubo ignored her and told her to stop talking and make the noodles. Instead, she flipped him off and snapped that Zhang was coming soon, so he needed to leave. That made Li Dubo freeze. He turned around and stared at her in shock. When he asked what she'd said, Li Yiji repeated that Jisheng was coming over. That was why she was cleaning so much. As for noodles, she'd already washed all the bowls. Li Dubo instantly changed his attitude and offered to help clean, thinking this was the perfect chance to push the sister-in-law plan before Li Yiji could answer. He had already put on gloves and started asking when his future brother-in-law, Zhang Jisheng, would arrive. She said he'd contact her in about 2 hours. Li Dubo grinned. That was more than enough time. He immediately threw himself into cleaning the house. He worked so quickly and intensely that it was clear he was fully committed to the sister-in-law plan. Li Yiji could only stare. And before long, Li Dubo had made the whole house spotless. He collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted and pale, but still wore a faint smile. A second later, he sprang back up, reminding himself that he couldn't rest yet. He needed to disappear quickly. But Li Yiji said Jisheng still hadn't called, and she'd make noodles for her brother. First, then right on cue, Jisheng called. Even while she answered, Li Dubo was still asking her to cook the noodles a little longer, but she told him he could. Leave now. He forced a smile, clenched his teeth, and told himself to endure it. Then Li Dubo left in defeat while Li Yiji spoke softly with Zhang Jisheng on the phone. At the door, he stopped and glanced back, thinking her voice had completely changed. But as her brother, he supported this. For his bright future, she had to make it work. Before long, Zhang Jisheng arrived at the door. The second he rang, the bell Li Yiji rushed out to greet him. She told him to relax in her room first. But Zhang Jisheng looked at the desk and said it seemed too small. He suggested using the bed instead, since it had more space. Li Yiji immediately started stammering, asking what they were going to do on the bed. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Jisheng asked whether it was too soft to work there and said they could just use the living room. That sent Li Yiji into wild thoughts again. Was their relationship moving that quickly? She hurriedly pulled out the Ignorant Normal Alliance notes. Then she suggested they discuss the school's third-year students today, and even said they could lie down first. But Zhang Jisheng simply sat on the floor and told her to begin. So that was it. They weren't lying down together at all. Disappointed, Li Yiji started wondering whether she had lost her charm, but she still got to work explaining everything to Zhang Jisheng. She began with Zhao Enhao, who ranked second among the third years and led a small gang. Since Zhang Jisheng had taken over the second years, Zhao Enhao would definitely try to pull him into his group. She also asked what he planned to do after becoming boss of Jilan School. Maybe target Magic Array School first, since it had the fewest students and its boss, Dao Yuanzhao, was the weakest. Zhang Jisheng nodded, said he'd follow her advice, and decided to stop there for the day. After walking him to the door, Li Yiji shyly asked whether he wanted her to drive him back on her scooter. He turned her down again and said he could get back on his own. That made her want to hit him. Still, she smiled and said, okay, reminding herself that Zhang Jisheng was painfully dense. Only now did Li Yiji realize how difficult this man would be to win over. At the same time, Zhang Jisheng was thinking about going to school tomorrow to settle the ranking issue. Thanks to Li Yiji, he already had a clear plan in mind. Just as he was thinking about making his father proud, Bald Uncle was waiting outside the door. The shine from Bald Uncle's head under the light was so strong that Zhang Jisheng could barely keep his eyes open. That glow was seriously blinding. Having snuck out, Zhang Jisheng immediately became nervous. Bald Uncle told him seriously that if he went out at a time like this, he needed to inform them first. Zhang Jisheng explained that he'd gone to ask Li Yiji about the Ignorant Normal Alliance, and Bald Uncle then asked whether the girl he met had been dressed like that. Leaving Zhang Jisheng confused, Bald Uncle said that if he was going to meet a girl, he had to tell him beforehand. Showing up in those clothes was too disrespectful. Then both of them gave sly smiles, and Bald Uncle said Zhang Jisheng clearly needed his help choosing outfits. The second he heard that, Zhang Jisheng stiffened. Bald Uncle's fashion choices were unforgettable. Still, early the next morning, Zhang Jisheng headed out with a small bag, dressed in one of Bald Uncle's signature outfits. The men were already standing at the entrance, shouting for the young master to stay safe. On the way, after all that training, Zhang Jisheng finally looked like a man with real presence. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, Zhao Enhao was shooting hoops. Thud. Two followers clapped and praised his shot. This was Zhao Enhao, the second-ranked third-year student at Jilan School. He was waiting for Zhang Jisheng to arrive. But Zhang Jisheng was still on the way, practicing how to spit. That strange scene happened to be noticed by the passing strategist, Sissen Chengyi, who asked how long he planned to keep walking around like that. Jisheng, however, felt strangely proud of his progress. Song Jongshi interrupted and told him to look around while he was busy practicing. Students from their school were all watching. When Zhang Jisheng turned around, everyone nearby was whispering about them. People called him disgusting for spitting so much, and others said they'd heard he had beaten up Shen's gang. The two kept straight faces as Song Jongshi asked how it felt to become a villain. Jisheng suddenly burst out laughing. If his image was already ruined, then this only helped, so he told Song Jongshi to come on. The two swaggered toward the classroom when a yellow-haired guy rushed over and said someone was looking for them. Happy pointed toward the basketball court, so the pair headed straight there. Waiting for them, Zhao Enhao smugly welcomed Zhang Jisheng to his territory. Jisheng replied that the school didn't have his territory or my territory. That angered Zhao Enhao's two followers, who said they'd take him down. Zhao Enhao told him he was being far too hostile. He'd called him over to offer advice, but since Jisheng wanted to be rude, he'd respond in the same way. Outside the court, 5 guys were already discussing which side they should support. Up on the rooftop, Li Dubo and Daxian were also watching the scene. Li Dubo asked whether Zhang Jisheng would actually join. Zhao Enhao, Daxian answered immediately, "No chance. A tiger would never become a dog's subordinate." Back at the court, Zhao Enhao kept provoking Zhang Jisheng, saying he still didn't understand the situation. Then Jisheng and Song Jongshi looked back and saw those 5 guys surrounding them. Jisheng shouted that anyone who dared interfere would be beaten. Zhao Enhao immediately ordered the others to attack Zhang Jisheng, but the 5 guys completely ignored him. Shocked, Zhao Enhao and his 2 followers shouted at them to stop standing around and attack. The yellow-haired guy told him not to order them around. If he moved first, then they'd follow. That made Zhao Enhao so angry he nearly ground his teeth apart. So both boys stepped forward and began a one-on-one fight. Zhao Enhao quickly hurled the basketball. As soon as Zhang Jisheng caught it, Zhao Enhao leaped in and drove his fist straight. At bam, Jisheng took a heavy punch to the face. The 2 lackeys were thrilled. On a basketball court, they believed Enhao was unbeatable. Zhao Enhao grabbed the ball again, dribbled and taunted Jisheng, asking if he still wanted to continue. Jisheng didn't answer. He charged forward, knowing he had to close the distance quickly, but Zhao Enhao tossed the ball again and Jisheng got hit one more time. Zhao Enhao's hands were too fast, and Zhang Jisheng took another heavy punch. That only made Zhao Enhao even more confident. Feeling pleased with himself, Zhao Enhao watched as Zhang Jisheng got back up and wiped the blood from his nose. Zhao Enhao grew even cockier, mocking him and asking where all that attitude had gone. His 2 lackeys were sure the fight was over, and Enhao spun the ball as if he'd already won. Then Zhao Enhao rushed in with the basketball, but suddenly cut the other way, leaving Zhang Jisheng confused. Then he yelled, "Blind pass," and fired the ball at him again. It slammed into Zhang Jisheng, and Enhao followed with another punch. "How does that feel, Zhang?" Zhang Jisheng kept backing up, but he still didn't fall. Then he stopped Zhao Enhao. "Do you want to die standing or lying down?" The next second, Zhang Jisheng squeezed with all his strength and crushed the basketball. Zhao Enhao and the other 3 froze in shock. They couldn't believe Zhang Jisheng had crushed it. Even Song Jiangxi broke into a cold sweat. Right then, Zhang Jisheng gave off overwhelming pressure. A real tough guy didn't need many words. He strode straight toward. His eyes darkened. "Now it's my turn. You're dead." Zhao Enhao instantly lost his nerve and blurted out that he surrendered. Even then, Zhao Enhao still planned a sneak attack, but he never expected Zhang Jisheng to shove the basketball over his head. Zhang Jisheng took a breath and raised his right fist. Bam! Then he asked if his head was ringing. Just as Zhao Enhao was about to collapse, Zhang Jisheng grabbed his head again and asked Zhao Enhao, "What's in front of you? Answer me. What do you see?" Zhao Enhao mumbled that all he saw was darkness. Zhang Zhixiong told him. That's your future. And no matter how much Zhao begged, Zhang Zhixiong clapped his head hard with both hands, then slapped him once, then twice more, then 3 times, then 4 more. After that, he went into high speed, dribbling. Once Zhang got brutal, he was on a whole different level. He beat Zhao Enhao until his face was so swollen that even his mother might not recognize him. The lackeys were terrified, glad they hadn't joined in, or they'd be suffering right beside him. Just then, Zhao Enhao's right and left-hand men suddenly rushed forward. Song Jiangxi stepped in and blocked them. Hey, what are you doing? Stay where you are. The fat, yellow-haired guy was furious, but since he couldn't get past Song Jiangxi, he could only watch his boss get destroyed. Then Zhang Zhixiong turned around and asked, who else wanted to fight? That nearly scared them to death, and all 5 quickly said they weren't fighting. Brother Zhang, we're out. Seeing that, Zhang Zhixiong picked up his small bag and said they had made the right choice. Since they all attended the same school, he'd deal with them. Last, as the 2 started to leave, someone called out to them. The yellow-haired guy bowed immediately. He said he knew Zhang Zhixiong wanted to take down the ignorant Normal Alliance, and he wanted to help him and Song Zhongxi. Everyone else was stunned. This guy had joined Zhang Zhixiong without even asking them first. Once they saw the tide had turned, the others bowed too and said they were willing to follow brother Zhang. Zhang Zhixiong then asked Song Zhongxi whether they should accept them. After thinking it over, Song Zhongxi figured that the 2 of them alone really might have a hard time. So after a short discussion, they decided to take them in for now. Don't think helping us defeat the ignorant Normal Alliance means I won't settle things with you later. Still, since you're here to help, let's shake hands. The yellow-haired guy quickly agreed and reached out his hand. His friend panicked and yelled for him to stop, saying one handshake could break his bones. That frightened the yellow-haired guy so much that he nearly pulled his hand back. He thought a handshake would definitely wreck his hand, but Zhang Zhixiong was clearly offering peace, and if he followed Zhang Zhixiong, he could help bring down the ignorant Normal Alliance. So he decided to risk it and shakily grabbed Zhang Zhixiong's hand, sweat pouring down his face. Zhang Zhixiong smiled and said he'd already warned him. He really was fearless. Take care of me from now on. The yellow-haired guy was overwhelmed. Zhang Zhixiong's generosity was on another level. The others around them were stunned too, saying he really dared to shake Zhang Zhixiong's hand. Then they rushed to do the same, asking to be looked after. Only after that did Zhang Zhixiong leave the court. Song Zhongxi watched in admiration. Turning enemies into allies was a seriously smart move. With vision like that, Zhang Zhixiong could definitely become a major underworld figure. On the way back, the 2 talked about gathering everyone quickly and planning how to crush the ignorant Normal Alliance. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Daxian and Li Dubo were waiting for Zhang Zhixiong to come up. Daxian worriedly asked why Li Dubo had called him there when Zhang Zhixiong was his junior. Li Dubo told him not to worry. They just had something private to discuss, and Daxian should leave first. As he walked away, Daxian told him to take it easy and not start a real fight. Right after that, Li Dubo sent an excited message to Zhang Zhixiong. The show is about to begin. Zhang Zhixiong frowned when he saw it. Song Zhongxi asked what was wrong, and Zhang Zhixiong said Senior Dubo was calling him to the rooftop. Alone, can you handle it by yourself? Zhang Zhixiong confidently said there would be no problem. Then Zhang Zhixiong headed upstairs with complete confidence. He thought that if he dealt with Li Dubo, his position as boss would be secured. He opened the door and greeted Li Dubo. Li Dubo smiled and praised him, saying he could really fight, and that beating Zhao Enhao was impressive. Zhang Zhixiong thanked him politely. Then Li Dubo became serious and said he wanted to talk about the ignorant Normal Alliance. Zhang Zhixiong gave a small nod and said he knew. He added that he and Li Yiji were already figuring out how to take it down. Li Dubo teased him for still using her full name, saying Yiji sounded much closer. Awkwardly, Zhang Zhisheng told him to get to the point. Li Dubo said he was the boss of the ignorant normal alliance, so if Zhang Zhisheng destroyed it, he'd lose all his pride. Then he suggested a win-win deal. Why not knock him down and take over as the boss of Jilin? Hi directly? Zhang Zhisheng replied that if beating Li Dubo would help him take down the alliance, then he wouldn't hold back. Li Dubo quickly waved that off and said no way. He couldn't actually fight him. He explained that he'd already promised Senior Jisheng he'd help make him the boss, and afterward he'd be allowed into the Firebear gang, so he'd just pretend to lose and tell the entire school that Zhang Zhisheng had won. That rubbed Zhang Zhisheng the wrong way, and he asked if Li Dubo thought he could beat him. Li Dubo simply smiled and said he probably wouldn't lose. Zhang Zhisheng said, "That won't work. I don't hit people who won't fight back." Li Dubo grinned. "I knew you'd say that." Time for plan B. Zhang Zhisheng raised his guard and asked what he was doing. Then Li Dubo punched himself in the face. Stunned, Zhang Zhisheng asked whether he was okay. Li Dubo kept hitting himself and said that if Zhang Zhisheng wouldn't do it, he'd do it himself. He threw punch after punch at his own face. At last, once his nose started bleeding, he said that was enough. It looked miserable enough. Already, Zhang Zhisheng was speechless. This was completely insane. Then Li Dubo shouted that Zhang Zhisheng had won and was now the new boss of Jilin High School. Zhang Zhisheng just stood there, confused. He had won without even fighting. Then Li Dubo seemed to remember something. He suddenly bowed a full 90 degrees and said, "Please take care of me from now on." Zhang Zhisheng was completely lost. After saying that, Li Dubo turned to leave. But Zhang Zhisheng quickly stopped him and asked if he truly didn't care that the ignorant normal alliance was falling apart. Li Dubo looked back and said he was a Firebear gang member now. Then he left by himself, leaving Zhang Zhisheng alone. Zhang Zhisheng took a deep breath and said there was no turning back now. He was the new boss of Jilin High School. Meanwhile, Zhao Enhao still had a basketball jammed over his head. His underlings panicked, yelling to get it off quickly before someone died. They yanked the ball off and revealed Zhao Enhao's swollen, bald, pig-like face. His men cried out, asking how he had ended up like that. Had Zhang Zhisheng beaten him bald? Even his ears were swollen like dumplings. Hugging his trembling body, Zhao Enhao said Zhang Zhisheng was simply too strong. At the same time, the school hall erupted with excitement. Li Dubo showed up with a bruised face and instantly set everyone off. He pretended to yell in frustration that he'd actually lost the fight. As everyone began guessing who could have defeated Jilin Hai's boss, Li Dubo was secretly thrilled. Perfect. All eyes were on him, so he shouted that the world's #1 Li Dubo had lost to Zhang Zhisheng. The hallway went silent for a second, then exploded in shock. Li Dubo lost to Zhang Zhisheng? Did that mean the school's new boss was second year Zhang Zhisheng? The students went wild, pulling out their phones and spreading the news everywhere. Second year Zhang Zhisheng had defeated Li Dubo. In the alley, Yongzhen saw the message and cursed. He urgently shouted that they were finished. Brother Dubo had lost to Zhang Zhisheng. Mingjun only smiled and said Zhang Zhisheng was finally making his move. At the same time, Zhang Zhisheng's name exploded, and the rumors spread quickly to nearby schools. Even the red-haired guy at Wujian High was shocked to hear that Li Dubo had been beaten by Zhang Zhisheng. Students at Wujian High got the news too and ran to tell Yuanshao. But even after hearing it, Yuanshao calmly continued chanting sutras and told them not to run around in such a sacred place. On the rooftop, Zhang Zhisheng's friend Zhang Yun saw all this and admired him even more. He remembered how, a few days earlier, underworld uncles had escorted Zhang Zhisheng to school. Scarface uncle had been worried Zhang Zhisheng might get into trouble there, and while they were worrying about it, they spotted Zhang Yun coming their way. They immediately took a liking to him and figured all they needed was a spy in the young master's class, so the uncles stopped Zhang Yun and asked him for a favor. From that point on, Zhang Yun became their informant, regularly reporting on Zhang Jisheng. While sending those updates, he thought it felt a little wrong, but since they were Jisheng's family, it was probably fine. Elsewhere, Bald Uncle was lifting weights when he received the message and lit up with joy. He rushed over to Uncle Shu shouting that something big had happened. After hearing it, Uncle Sue became excited too and called Father Zhang right away. The moment Father Zhang heard, he burst out laughing. Then he proudly declared, "That's my son." Meanwhile, Zhang Jisheng returned from the rooftop and strode through the hall. The students moved aside respectfully, already treating him as the new boss of the school. They even split into two lines to clear a path for him. Zhang Jisheng thought it still felt strange, but he truly was the boss now. Even so, he reminded himself to stay focused on his real goal. At the same time, Li Yiji was still asleep at home when a phone call woke her. She answered in a bad mood. The caller told her Li Dubo had apparently been beaten by Zhang Jisheng. That snapped her awake. Wide-eyed, she blurted out that her brother had fought Zhang Jisheng. She jumped up in a panic. Li Dubo was supposed to help her get closer to Zhang Jisheng, so what was he doing? Now, she quickly grabbed her phone and called Li Dubo to demand an explanation. He answered casually, saying he was eating ramen in front of the school. That only made her angrier. He was eating ramen at a time like this? Li Dubo simply asked why she was suddenly freaking out. Li Yiji was furious. He was ruining her entire love life, and in her mind, he was dead. She stormed to the school and found him eating ramen. "Li Dubo," she shouted. He turned and casually greeted her, even asking if she had come by motorcycle. But the second she saw his face, she froze and asked if Zhang Jisheng had done that to him. Li Dubo scratched his head and admitted it. Zhang Jisheng was strong, and he had lost. She urgently asked whether Zhang Jisheng was badly hurt too. Surely he had been hit back. Li Dubo vaguely said he had landed a few hits too. But the main thing was that Zhang Jisheng had become the school boss. Right after that, Li Yiji punched him. She snapped that he was completely useless. Then she threw the motorcycle keys at his face and told him to ride home. Without waiting, she ran toward the classroom, filled with worry. If her brother looked this bad, she figured Zhang Jisheng had to be even worse. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. What if he was seriously hurt? Meanwhile, the very person she was worried about was in the bathroom, washing his face and deciding not to tell his family about becoming boss just yet. First, he wanted to finalize his plan before reporting it to them. Looking at his torn uniform, Zhang Jisheng let out a sigh. That fight had ruined it. He tossed the ripped sleeve aside, clenched his fists, and told himself that from now on, he was Jilin Hai, school's boss. As he left the bathroom, he spotted Li Yiji running and called out to stop her. Hearing him, she stopped and turned around. The moment she saw Zhang Jisheng, her eyes filled with tears. Confused, he asked why she was rushing around when class had already started. Li Yiji couldn't hold it in anymore, and tears streamed down her face. Panicking, Zhang Jisheng hurried to apologize, asking why she was crying and saying it was his fault. Instead of answering, Li Yiji threw herself into his arms, leaving him completely stunned. Through sobs, she told him she'd been terrified that he was badly hurt and was so relieved he was okay. She hugged him tightly and cried, while the helpless Zhang Jisheng could only stand there and keep apologizing. Li Yiji finally told him to stop apologizing. Right now, he only needed to hold her. Nervously stammering, Zhang Jisheng said he understood and would hold her, so the two embraced tightly. The mood between them became awkward, but clearly romantic too. By the time they returned to class, both had calmed down and both felt awkward. Li Yiji kept sneaking glances at Zhang Jisheng, internally screaming over how bold she'd been. Zhang Jisheng also kept glancing at her, and before long, their eyes met. They both instantly looked away, thinking the same thing. This was far too awkward. Even the classmates nearby were confused about what was going on between them. Then Zhang Jisheng's phone suddenly buzzed. He checked it and saw the message was from Han Shuzhen. He stood up immediately and left the classroom. On the way to the gate, Zhang Jisheng wondered why Shuzhen was contacting him now. At the school gate, he saw Han Shuzhen and quickly walked over. Forcing a smile despite the injuries on her face, she greeted him and said it had been a long time. Zhang Jisheng immediately asked what had happened, noticing she looked nothing like before. Her expression fell as she said many bad things had happened over the past few days. He gently told Shuzhen that if she was in trouble, she could tell him. That made Han Shuzhen burst into tears as she admitted her father was sick. The doctor had said he might only have 1 month left. Shocked, Zhang Jisheng said her father was sick and told her to calm down and explain slowly. Not far away, Daxian was the first to notice Zhang Jisheng. Beside him, Li Dubo asked if that was the young master and who he was talking to. Daxian quietly wondered if they were watching a breakup or a confession. Li Dubo stared with gritted teeth. He became annoyed quickly. This girl dared to compete with sister for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Jisheng kept comforting Han Shuzhen and asked whether she felt a little better now. She wiped her tears, nodded, and thanked him. Then she told him he truly was a kind person. Inside, Zhang Jisheng was losing it. Even now, she still thought he was kind. He patted his chest and said he had just become the school boss, and he was also the heir to an underworld family. He was extremely bad. Han Shuzhen didn't take that seriously and simply suggested they talk while walking. As they moved, Zhang Jisheng asked if she hadn't cut ties with her father. Han Shuzhen said she had, and only found out because the hospital contacted her. Still, knowing her father was about to die, she couldn't simply stop caring. Zhang Jisheng gently told her that was natural. He was still her father. Grateful, Han Shuzhen thanked him and said he was still as gentle as ever. Then she added that it would be nice if he'd become her boyfriend. Stunned, Zhang Jisheng asked whether Shen Jingji wasn't her boyfriend. With a bitter smile, Han Shuzhen said Jingji had already gone to prison. She stepped closer and earnestly asked whether Zhang Jisheng would say yes. Just then, a motorcycle sped over. After stopping, Park Mingjun called out when he recognized Zhang Jisheng. He took off his helmet and laughed, saying he had come to see him. Then he congratulated him on becoming the school boss, saying he truly had good judgment. Zhang Jisheng replied that he was busy right now and they could talk another day. Park Mingjun cheerfully agreed, but asked for his phone number. First, he handed over his phone so Zhang Jisheng could save it. Then he asked if the beautiful girl beside him was his girlfriend. Zhang Jisheng and Han Shuzhen both answered at the same time, saying they were only friends. After that, Zhang Jisheng returned the phone and told him to hurry up and leave. Park Mingjun ignored that and asked Han Shuzhen for her name. A little helplessly, she told him. Park Mingjun immediately became excited and said she was exactly his ideal type. If she didn't have a boyfriend, would she consider him? That move stunned both of them. Park Mingjun continued and asked if she could give him her number. Han Shuzhen became even more flustered, while Zhang Jisheng clenched his teeth. When no one answered, Park Mingjun awkwardly said it was fine if she didn't want to. He knew he'd caused trouble. Han Shuzhen quickly shook her head and said he hadn't bothered her at all. His eyes lit up and he held out his phone again, saying they could get to know each other starting today. But Zhang Jisheng suddenly grabbed the hand holding the phone, warning through clenched teeth that he should be able to see Shuzhen was uncomfortable. Park Mingjun simply smiled and told him to calm down. He was only being bold because he liked her at first sight. Hearing that, Zhang Jisheng tightened his grip even more. Park Mingjun winced and told him to let go, saying he'd already apologized. But Zhang Jisheng kept squeezing and refused to release him. That finally made Park Mingjun angry. He warned that he didn't want to fight, but his temper wasn't great either. If Zhang Jisheng didn't let go within 3 seconds, he'd treat it as challenge. Park Mingjun began counting down, but Zhang Jisheng didn't move at all. When Park Mingjun had enough, he threw a kick straight at Zhang Jisheng. Han Shuzhen panicked and shouted for them to stop. She didn't want them fighting because of her. Only then did Zhang Jisheng let go. Both of them awkwardly apologized to her for making her watch that. Zhang Jisheng apologized to Park Mingjun too. Park Mingjun waved it off and apologized as well, admitting he'd been too forward and made her uncomfortable. Then he said goodbye to Zhang Jisheng. As he put his helmet back on, he suddenly remembered to congratulate him and said he'd throw a celebration party. Surprised, Zhang Jisheng immediately asked whether the party would involve alcohol. He was clearly becoming nervous. But Park Mingjun suddenly changed the subject and asked whether he truly couldn't get Shuzhen's contact information. Zhang Jisheng's expression changed immediately, and he looked ready to fight again. Park Mingjun became scared and quickly said he was joking, asking why he was so angry. Then he hurried away on his motorcycle. As they watched him leave, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Han Shuzhen then turned to Zhang Jisheng and said what he'd told her earlier was true. He truly had become the boss. He spread his hands and said, "Of course it was true. Why would I lie about something like that?" Han Shuzhen sighed and said Zhang Jisheng had truly changed a lot. Hearing that, he asked if he had, then said he'd change even more in the future because he had goals beyond just her. Biting her lip, Han Shuzhen said, fine, he could do what he wanted. Still, she sounded a little hurt as she admitted it made her sad to hear he had other goals besides her. Then she asked whether he could walk her home today. Unable to refuse, Zhang Jisheng agreed. Before long, they reached Han Shuzhen's front door. Zhang Jisheng smiled and said they hadn't talked in so long, so the walk had felt quick. Han Shuzhen sighed that after 10 years of friendship, they still had endless things to discuss, which felt amazing. Then she turned to him seriously and reminded him that he still hadn't answered her question. Zhang Jisheng hesitated and couldn't answer. Gathering her courage, Han Shuzhen said that just as he had liked her for 10 years, perhaps she could keep liking him for 10 years too. When Zhang Jisheng remained silent, Han Shuzhen kept pressing him. So even that isn't allowed? He finally answered that holding onto feelings that way would only exhaust her, so she shouldn't treat it so lightly. Hurt, Han Shuzhen said she had gathered so much courage, and he still wouldn't even let her like him on her own. Then she added that if he kept avoiding her like this, there was no point. Zhang Jisheng held back his anger and told her feelings weren't something to joke about. That left Han Shuzhen speechless, her brows tightening. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Jisheng decided to leave before this dragged on any longer. But Han Shuzhen quickly grabbed his hand. "Sheng, if you walk away now, what am I supposed to do?" In a cold voice, he told her to go back and get some rest. First, she looked devastated and asked how he could be this cold toward her. This wasn't the Jisheng she knew. When she called him a jerk, Zhang Jisheng gave a bitter reply. If that's what she thought, then he had gotten what he wanted. He had heard her say she liked bad guys, so he pushed himself to become one. But once he changed, she changed too and said she liked the old, kind version of him. So now, he said, he wanted to take back the feelings he had once given her. That hit Han Shuzhen so hard that she dropped to her knees. She begged him not to leave. Zhang Jisheng closed his eyes and told her he had other goals now. Crying, Han Shuzhen said no. His goal could only ever be her. She said she was exhausted and begged him to stay with her tonight. Zhang Jisheng refused immediately. He apologized softly and told her to let go. At that point, Han Shuzhen looked completely broken. Tears poured non-stop. In the end, she released the hand she was holding, Zhang Jisheng's arm. Still kneeling there, she watched him leave without turning back, even once. Then she cried out, asking if he wanted her to stop making him feel guilty. If so, she'd make him come confess to her himself. One day, not far away, Park Mingjun and Li Dubo had already watched everything. Li Dubo said this was the only way Zhang Jisheng could be worthy of becoming his brother-in-law. Elsewhere, Park Mingjun returned to the alley. He showed everyone his twisted wrist and said Zhang Jisheng's grip was like a monster's. Good thing they hadn't really fought, and he even needed to thank Shujin for that. His men gathered around, asking why he had suddenly gone to Jilin High School. Yang Jian noticed the injury and asked what had happened to his hand. The bearded guy stared at it and blurted out, "Don't tell me Zhang Jixing beat you too." Park Mingjun explained that, yes, Zhang Jixing had done this, but he hadn't actually been beaten by him. Yang Jian became angry and said this obviously counted as getting beaten, so they should go get revenge? Now, Park Mingjun stopped them. No need. He actually wanted to team up with Zhang Jixing and wipe out the ignorant normal alliance. The guy with glasses looked confused. Mingjun usually never did anything unless it benefited him. The bearded guy guessed that perhaps Zhang Jixing had threatened him. Yang Jian pressed harder and told him to be honest about why he wanted this alliance. Park Mingjun stood up with a smile and said they'd understand once they met Zhang Jixing. Yang Jian became more annoyed and told him to stop acting mysterious and just say it. Park Mingjun said Zhang Jixing was different. He had real presence, and he was a good person. Yang Jian lit a cigarette and scoffed, saying he was only arrogant because of his gang background. Park Mingjun said he also wanted to throw Zhang Jixing a party for becoming Jilin High School's boss. Yang Jian was baffled. Why should they help throw him a celebration? The guy with glasses thought it over and said working with Jilin really might be enough to crush the alliance. Park Mingjun became excited and said he knew they'd see it his way. But Yang Jian still objected, saying he could accept joining forces to defeat the alliance, but not throwing Zhang Jixing a party. To him, that looked like they were bowing their heads first. Park Mingjun tried to calm him down, saying the party wasn't surrender. It was simply a way to build a better relationship. Besides, Zhang Jixing was the son of the Fire Bear gang boss. Yang Jian sneered that whether it was fire bears or stray dogs, he didn't care. With that, he said he was leaving. Park Mingjun tried to stop him, but Yang Jian walked away anyway. He had barely taken a few steps when two girls approached them. They were the two girls everyone treated like goddesses. Yang Jian panicked inside. If he'd known Qian was coming, he never would have said that. Qian asked what they wanted to see them about. Park Mingjun eagerly explained that they were planning a party and wanted to invite them. Qian asked who the party was for before deciding anything. Park Mingjun proudly said it was a celebration for Jilin's new boss, Zhang Jixing. Qian froze in shock and asked if they'd already met Zhang Jixing. Qian pulled out a cigarette and said it looked like the man worthy of her had finally appeared. In the end, both of them agreed to come, and Park Mingjun was thrilled. This party was going to be very interesting. Meanwhile, Zhang Jixing kept walking. He told himself not to look back and not to go soft again. He also realized Park Mingjun's kick had nearly caught him off guard. That made one thing clear. He needed Li Yiji's special training and had to return to school quickly. At the school gate, he ran into Ledubo. Ledubo greeted him, saying, "You're back, young master." Zhang Jixing awkwardly asked what he was doing, because that title made him very uncomfortable. Ledubo answered seriously that he'd serve him for life from now on, so he had to start by addressing him properly. Zhang Jixing helplessly asked him not to call him that. At school, Ledubo agreed immediately and said he'd call him Zhang Jixing there. Relieved, Zhang Jixing asked why he had been waiting for him. Ledubo got straight to the point. He asked Jixing whether he had a girlfriend. Getting that question from another guy made Zhang Jixing jump, but he still answered no. After hearing that, Ledubo grabbed Zhang Jixing's arm and asked what he thought of Yiji. Caught off guard, Zhang Jixing said Li Yiji was great and a very good friend. Ledubo immediately started praising her, saying Yiji was an amazing girl with even more good qualities than Jixing knew. Then he made him repeat it. Yiji is a great girl. Zhang Jixing awkwardly echoed him. She's a great girl. Only then did Ledubo look satisfied and leave, telling him not to forget it. Zhang Jixing was left completely confused, wondering what that had been about. He gave up trying to understand it and headed back to class. In the classroom, Li Yiji was upset, thinking about Han Shuzhen. What was Zhang Jisheng doing with Han Shuzhen? And why wasn't he back yet? Then Zhang Jisheng finally came in. Li Yiji instantly looked up and glared at him. The stare made him uneasy. He pulled over a chair, sat down, and asked what was wrong. In a cold tone, Li Yiji demanded to know where he'd gone. Flustered, Zhang Jisheng said something had come up that he needed to handle. Li Yiji pressed him again. Where exactly had he gone, or did he not want to tell her? She turned away, saying that if he didn't want to say, then forget it. Looking at her profile, Zhang Jisheng suddenly wondered, was Li Yiji always this beautiful? Carefully, Zhang Jisheng asked if he'd done something wrong and apologized. Li Yiji let out a helpless sigh. Why was he apologizing? Again? Zhang Jisheng said what he was about to say might sound a little strange. That only made Li Yiji more annoyed. Was he seriously about to apologize? Again? Instead, Zhang Jisheng told her she looked truly beautiful. Today, Li Yiji froze, eyes wide. Then she stood up in shock and asked whether he had really called her beautiful. Zhang Jisheng nodded and said yes. He meant it. At that moment, the homeroom teacher finally lost his patience and burst out angrily, ordering Li Yiji to stand at the back. Before going, Li Yiji told Zhang Jisheng that he'd better explain everything clearly later. Then she stood up, secretly delighted. Even while being punished, Li Yiji felt shy and hopeful. Perhaps she truly had a chance to become his girlfriend now. Was that basically a confession? At last, the bell rang. Li Yiji was excited to ask Zhang Jisheng what he had meant, but the homeroom teacher suddenly appeared and told her to come to the office. Reluctantly, Li Yiji asked if she could go later. The teacher became angry and ordered her to come immediately. Zhang Jisheng also told her to go with the teacher first, so Li Yiji had no choice but to listen. After she left, Zhang Yun came over and asked Zhang Jisheng, hadn't he liked Shuzhen for 10 years? So what was going on now? In a heavy voice, Zhang Jisheng told Zhang Yun not to mention Shuzhen anymore from now on. Zhang Yun quickly understood and asked if he'd just gone to see Shuzhen. Bitterly, Zhang Jisheng said he'd explain after sorting out his thoughts. Zhang Yun suggested playing games when you were upset and asked if he wanted to visit a PC cafe after class. That immediately brightened Zhang Jisheng's mood, and he agreed. But then Zhang Yun hesitated, remembering that he had English class later, so he suggested asking Li Yiji instead since her game rank was extremely high. Zhang Jisheng was shocked. She was that good? Meanwhile, in the office, the homeroom teacher sternly warned Li Yiji not to cause trouble in class again. Li Yiji obediently answered, okay. The teacher was so surprised that he asked why she wasn't hawking back. Smiling, Li Yiji said there was no reason for her to argue with him. The other teachers were stunned. Li Yiji actually hadn't talked back and was being unusually obedient. The homeroom teacher let her return. Li Yiji left the office thrilled, realizing that staying quiet had gotten her released immediately. Excited, she repeated her own name. Li Yiji, the girl Zhang Jisheng sincerely called beautiful. She rushed back to the classroom with a pose she'd carefully prepared and called out, Zhang Jisheng. Zhang Jisheng walked straight up to her and said he'd been waiting for her. Her heart started racing, and she thought he was about to kiss her. So Li Yiji shyly puckered her lips and waited. But the kiss never came. She instantly started cursing at him, only to find out Zhang Jisheng was praising her gaming skills. Li Yiji just stood there, completely confused. Zhang Jisheng kept flattering her, saying she was amazing and begging her to carry him in-game. Embarrassed, Li Yiji said she wasn't that good. He argued immediately. No, she was seriously incredible. He added that Li Yiji was good at so many things. Blushing, she said she hadn't played much lately, but if she got serious, she'd rank up quickly. Zhang Jisheng immediately bowed 90 degrees and begged her to teach him her tricks. Li Yiji said that if she had to teach him how to handle the ignorant normal alliance and also teach him gaming, shouldn't she get something in return? Zhang Jisheng agreed immediately. Sure, I'll ask uncle to pay you properly. Li Yiji shook her head. No payment. Just grant me one wish. Excited, Zhang Jisheng grabbed her hand and said, that was easy. Then he called out to the class, asking who wanted to go to the internet cafe. A bunch of classmates raised their hands, saying they had enough for a full team of 5. Then Song Zhongxi walked over and smacked them all on the head. Even so, Zhang Jisheng cluelessly invited Song Zhongxi too, asking if he wanted to come, so Zhang Jisheng got hit as well. In the end, only Zhang Jisheng and Li Yiji went to the internet cafe. Once the game started, Zhang Jisheng died again. He looked at Li Yiji and said, Yiji, you're seriously amazing. Li Yiji could only sigh. You got killed by minions, and you're still smiling. Zhang Jisheng hurriedly apologized, blamed the enemies for being too strong, and asked for one more serious try. A little later, he died again. Zhang Jisheng looked completely lost. Seeing that, Li Yiji stood up and started guiding him. Patiently, she leaned in beside him and reached for the mouse, preparing to show him directly. The moment their hands touched, both of them started blushing. They quickly pulled apart, embarrassed and trying to act normal. Li Yiji told him to start by slowly practicing last hits on minions. Just then, 2 thugs came over and spotted Li Yiji. They were Song Renhao and Jin Zongmin. Both of them walked over to talk to her. Jin Zongmin noticed Zhang Jisheng beside her and asked whether that was her boyfriend. Li Yiji became nervous and quickly denied it. With a greasy grin, Song Renhao said a pretty girl like her should be with someone like him. Jin Zongmin backed him up, saying those two looked much better together. Song Renhao then glared at Zhang Jisheng and mocked him for staying glued to his chair. He warned that Zhang Jisheng clearly didn't know who he was. Zhang Jisheng simply asked, confused, "Who are you?" Jin Zongmin sneered, calling himself the Firebear Gang's ace. Jin Zongmin, Zhang Jisheng blankly said he had never heard of him, then took out his phone to call Bald Uncle and have him come over. Song Renhao immediately shouted at him to hang up. Zhang Jisheng calmly ended the call. Still angry, Song Renhao said that if he was hanging up, he should at least greet them properly. Jin Zongmin raised his fist and warned that when greeting your elders, you stand up or you get beaten. So Zhang Jisheng stood and faced them. I'm standing now. That shocked Jin Zongmin. While seated, Zhang Jisheng hadn't looked that intimidating. His broad shoulders alone were enough to make them uneasy. His thick arms looked packed with strength, and with the scar on his cheek and that cold stare, he looked downright terrifying. Jin Zongmin forced himself to speak, asking if a student from Jilin High School like him knew how to fight. Zhang Jisheng calmly asked why that mattered to him. Out of nowhere, Jin Zongmin invited him to quit school and join their truancy clan. He said guys like them could recognize their own kind. According to him, Zhang Jisheng had the same presence they did. But right after that, someone grabbed Jin Zongmin by the hair and yanked him back hard. He struggled and cursed, but his head was forced backward as he cried out in pain. Bald Uncle loomed over him and asked what kind of presence he sensed from him, calling him a little punk. Then he threatened to rip off his scalp if he didn't answer. Panicking, Jin Zongmin called to Song Renhao for help. Song Renhao was shaking too hard to move and said, "Look over there. How am I supposed to help?" Across from him stood 4 gang uncles, all giving off an overwhelming presence. Jin Zongmin turned and nearly lost it when he saw them. One uncle snapped, asking how trash like him dared call himself the Firebear Gang's ace. He even threatened to gouge his eyes. But on the spot, Song Renhao panicked and asked who they even were. Zhang Jisheng slowly walked over and asked whether these two were part of their gang. Bald Uncle respectfully answered that the Firebear Gang didn't have trash like them. Hearing both Young Master and Firebear Gang, the 2 thugs were terrified. Smiling, Bald Uncle told the Young Master they'd handle the punks while he returned to his date. Zhang Jisheng awkwardly scratched his head and said it wasn't a date. Bald Uncle simply dragged Jin Zongmin away by the hair and said they were all going to his place for a little talk. After they left, Zhang Jisheng finally let out a long sigh. They were gone. Then he turned to Li Yiji and said they could keep playing. Not long afterward, the uncles reached the truancy clan's secret base. They started by slapping Jin Zongmin, then grabbed his face tightly. Spiky Uncle raised his hand and demanded to know who was backing him. But Jin Zongmin said he didn't know. Spiky Uncle coldly replied that not knowing wasn't acceptable, so he'd still get beaten. Then he brought both palms down hard, smashing Jin Zongmin's face out of shape. Song Renhao was so frightened that he wet himself. Under his breath, he said they should just tell the truth. They were dead either way. Scarface Uncle caught that and asked what he was mumbling, saying he definitely knew something. Song Renhao cried that he truly didn't know anything. Scarface Uncle didn't believe him and slapped him immediately. He said that if they gave useful information, they'd be spared. If they knew nothing, then they'd be finished. That made Song Renhao immediately shout that he could give them information. Jin Zongmin desperately tried to stop him, saying he absolutely couldn't talk. Spiky Uncle snapped at the fat man to stop opening his mouth so wide before his jaw popped out. Then, as soon as he said it, he grabbed Jin Zongmin's jaw and dislocated it. Even then, Jin Zongmin still refused to talk. Seeing that, Spiky Uncle drove a heavy punch into his jaw. Jin Zongmin blacked out instantly and collapsed to the floor. Terrified, Song Renhao quickly handed over a business card with trembling hands. Scarface Uncle took it, and his expression became serious when he read the name. He passed it to Bald Uncle immediately and said he needed to see it himself. Bald Uncle looked at the card and shouted, in shock, Yinchiyu? There was no one by that name in the organization. He stared at Song Renhao and asked if he was with the truancy clan. Startled, Song Renhao said yes. Bald Uncle crushed the card and demanded to know how many members were in the clan altogether. Song Renhao swallowed hard and answered that there were 5. Anger showed on Bald Uncle's face as he said he needed to check the identities of the other 3, one by one. Then Bald Uncle gathered everyone and said they had something important to discuss. This Yin Shan Yu had to be the one impersonating the Fire Bear Gang. They needed to catch all of them. Everyone answered together, ready to do it. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. The remaining truancy clan members had followed them there. The uncles were already waiting in ambush. As soon as Blue Hair stepped inside, they attacked and took him down instantly. Then 2 girls came over too. Bald Uncle hadn't expected girls to be in the truancy clan, so he told the hidden uncles not to attack them. He wanted to talk first. The 2 girls stepped inside and Bald Uncle came out smiling, politely asking whether they wanted to chat. He even added a wink to seem less frightening. It didn't help at all. The girls were terrified. They turned around and ran toward the door. The other uncles rushed after them, unwilling to let them escape. Bald Uncle became angry and complained that they had actually ignored his wink. Then he kicked the captured Blue Hair and told him to get up because he had some questions. If he didn't answer honestly, he was finished. Soon, the uncles chasing the girls returned, saying the girls had escaped by yelling that they were perverts in front of the people outside. Still, one of them had dropped a slipper, and they picked it up. Since they couldn't catch the girls, they had no choice but to squeeze the truth out of these 2. Bald Uncle walked over with the slipper and ordered them all to kneel in a row. The 3 knelt side by side, trembling. Bald Uncle stood in front of them with the slipper and told them not to make a sound. Then he began lashing their faces with it as hard as he could. Seeing that, Blue Hair asked whether they'd protect them if he talked about Yin Ken Yu. Bald Uncle agreed immediately and told him to speak. Blue Hair said they had actually never seen Yin Ken Yu's real face either. The person who gave them the cards was Senior Park Wu-Jang. He had told them he could get them into the Fire Bear Gang. Bald Uncle stared at him and asked if he was sure Park Wu-Jang was truly from the Fire Bear Gang. Blue Hair said yes. Park Wu-Jang claimed Yin Ken Yu was his senior in the gang too. Bald Uncle pressed further, asking which school Park Wu-Jang attended. Blue Hair hesitated, Then answered Wujin's school. Bald Uncle immediately told him to hand over Park Wuzhang's contact information. Blue Hair quickly said he could do that. Bald Uncle ordered Gino to search his phone, and Spiky Uncle soon found it, saying he had it. Bald Uncle took out some money and told him, "Good work. Use it to buy a new phone." Then he set the money down and told Blue Hair to change his number after leaving. They were keeping the phone and SIM card. Bald Uncle was sure that with the phone and slipper, he could track down the fake and whoever had attacked young master. Then Scarface Uncle suddenly said Brother Zeshu was calling, and they had to leave now. Bald Uncle nodded and told Spiky Uncle to stay behind. Then he remembered something and handed a hair clipper to Spiky Uncle. Gino took it with a nasty grin and said he'd make good use of it. After finishing his instructions, Bald Uncle left with the others. That left only Spiky Uncle and the 3 Truancy clan members behind. Gino switched on the clipper and stared at them coldly, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Jisheng and Li Yiji had finished training, and Zhang Jisheng had improved a lot. So Li Yiji said the next step was finding the best way to defeat Park Mingjun. Zhang Jisheng agreed immediately, saying he'd wanted to teach him a lesson for a while. Then Li Yiji suddenly asked if, besides games, he had any other hobbies. Zhang Jisheng blinked and asked whether she meant what else he liked. Li Yiji said yes, interests and things like that. She added that she loved cooking. Zhang Jisheng lowered his head and quietly repeated, interests, beams. He thought back and realized his favorite things had been giving the uncle's shoulder and back massages, picking up trash from the streets, and helping elderly people cross the road. Small good deeds he could actually do. He kept doing good deeds because he wanted to become a truly good person. But if you asked what his dream was now, he'd say he wanted to take over from his father. No, not just take over. He wanted to surpass him and become the strongest boss in Fire Bear Gang history. Noticing something was wrong, Li Yiji asked, Jisheng, are you okay? Zhang Jisheng answered boldly, my dream is to become the Fire Bear Gang's boss. That hit Li Yiji hard, and her heart started racing. She blushed and fidgeted, mumbling, what is this? Acting all cool all of a sudden. Zhang Jisheng scratched his head and gave a goofy smile. Really? I don't think I'm cool. A little shy, Li Yiji quietly asked whether she'd helped him at all. With that dream, he nodded immediately. Of course, you've helped me a lot. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was all thanks to her, and he sincerely thanked her. Just then, Zhang Jisheng received a call. After hanging up, he looked at Li Yiji seriously. Yiji, she turned around, confused. Were you calling me? He apologized and said they'd have to save the strategy discussion for next time. Something urgent had come up at home. Li Yiji took it well and said they could simply meet again later. Pointing to the right, Zhang Jisheng said he was heading that way first. They said goodbye, and he headed off. On his way home, he noticed an elderly woman carrying some heavy things. He hesitated, wondering whether he should help. After all, he'd been acting much tougher lately. But then the elderly woman recognized him immediately and warmly greeted him, asking how he'd been. Zhang Jisheng was stunned that she looked so happy to see him. He squeezed his eyes shut, thinking this only made him want to help even more. In the end, he smiled, walked over, and offered to carry her things. She gratefully accepted. As he helped, Zhang Jisheng apologized for leaving so suddenly last time and asked whether her back was feeling any better. She said it was about the same. Then she noticed the injuries on his face and asked if he'd been getting into fights often lately. He didn't know what to say. Feeling down, he asked if she also thought he'd become a bad person. The elderly woman honestly said he did look rather frightening. Looks can deceive people. Zhang Jisheng sadly admitted she was right, but then she added that looks weren't what mattered most. Curious, he asked what mattered more. She told him that since ancient times, what truly mattered was whether a person's heart was good or evil. You could see that in someone's eyes, and his still showed that he was a good kid not a bad person at all. Hearing that, Zhang Jisheng's eyes filled with tears. He choked out a heartfelt, "Thank you." The elderly woman comforted him, saying that the harder something was, the more effort it required. And that was what gave life meaning. After helping her, Zhang Jisheng felt completely refreshed, as though a weight had been lifted. He honestly realized that helping her made him incredibly happy. He knew then that he couldn't stop helping people. Nothing else gave him that same feeling. When he got home, he called out, asking whether anyone was there. The house was strangely quiet. A bad feeling came over him. He carefully walked toward the living room and found Father Zhang waiting on the sofa. Calling him over, Zhang Jisheng immediately thought, "Of course, it's Dad." Father Zhang laughed and praised him for becoming boss of Jilin High School so quickly, saying he truly was his son. Zhang Jisheng broke into a cold sweat. He had never said he'd become boss. So how did his father know? He immediately suspected Uncle Qi. Sheng had told him. Father Zhang told him not to just stand there and said he had an amazing gift for him. Zhang Jisheng became nervous, wondering whether it would be something dangerous again, like a knife. His father read his expression immediately and asked whether he was worried about something. Then he reassured him that this time it truly was a wonderful gift and told Zeshu to bring out the treasure. Zeshu answered, "Yes, boss." Zhang Jisheng's stomach dropped. Father Zhang proudly declared that according to the Fire Bear Gang's iron rule, the heir must raise a battle bear. Zhang Jisheng froze on the spot. Father Zhang introduced it as a gift for becoming Jilin's boss, and the little fire bear made a perfectly timed, cute sound stiffly. Zhang Jisheng thanked him. The fire bear squeaked again, somehow even cuter. As Zeshu set it down, he warned the young master not to be fooled by its cute appearance. It was the king of beasts. Zhang Jisheng was stunned. So this was a fire bear. Then he scooped it up and blurted out how cute, fluffy, and comforting it was. Father Zhang proudly said he knew his son would like it. Love for animals ran in the family. He even declared it was now part of the family, Zhang Jisheng's little brother, and said he'd already named it. Curious, Zhang Jisheng asked what the name was. Father Zhang replied that since the family name was Zhang, its name was Zhang Jisheng. Looking at the fire bear, Zhang Jisheng called it silly and said they should get along from now on. Seeing that, Scarface Uncle asked what they were supposed to call it. Bald Uncle said the answer was obvious. Since it was the boss's son and the young master's brother, it was family too, so of course they had to call it Young Master. The others laughed awkwardly and agreed that they'd simply been confused. Bald Uncle frowned and scolded them for getting careless, telling them to learn from Brother Zeshu. He reminded them that Brother Zeshu had served the boss for 10 years and looked after the young master for 8. Then they watched him open the package in his hand. With complete respect, he offered the food to the second young master and urged it to eat slowly. The moment Zhang Jisheng saw that, he hurried over and happily watched him feed the bear. Zeshu asked whether it tasted good, since the young master seemed to be enjoying it so much. Then Zeshu told Father Zhang to leave the second young master to him and spend time with the young master instead. Father Zhang nodded and praised how thoughtful Zeshu always was, but said they could simply call it Jisheng. The underlings eagerly thanked him immediately. Before Father Zhang and the others had even left, the group crowded around Zhang Jisheng and kept praising how cute Jisheng was and how badly they wanted to pet it. Zhang Jisheng looked up in confusion and saw a group of frightening-looking men closing in with creepy smiles, leaving it too scared to move. A little later, father and son went up to the rooftop. Father Zhang looked at the wound on Zhang Jisheng's face and asked whether he got it while fighting the school boss. Zhang Jisheng said yes. Father Zhang stared into the distance and said the weather was getting warmer. Then his voice began to shake as he admitted he was truly happy. Tears started running down his face. As he spoke, shocked, Zhang Jisheng asked why he was crying. Father Zhang said it was because his son had turned out so well as he spoke. He pulled Zhang Jisheng into a tight hug and confessed that he used to think he was useless, but now he'd actually become a school boss. He said Zhang Jisheng had brought him great honor. To be honest, he had once seen him as a rebellious, unfilial son. Then he started listing all the foolish things Zhang Jisheng had done over the last 10 years, leaving him deeply embarrassed. But now Father Zhang felt relieved, saying that was all in the past. His son was filial. After all, Zhang Jisheng could only laugh awkwardly and agree. Father Zhang said he was already excited about what came next. Surely his son's next step was to rule the entire region. He said he was eagerly waiting to see his proud son become the world's #1 filial son. Under that intense stare, Zhang Jisheng felt his scalp tingle and could only say he'd work hard. After that, Father Zhang suggested they go back downstairs and not keep everyone waiting, so they went down together. Uncle Shu quickly stepped forward with the others and asked whether the boss had finished talking with the young master. Father Zhang smiled and said yes. They'd had a heartfelt father-son conversation. The underlings were deeply moved and called it touching. Everyone bowed and congratulated him, saying the young master was truly outstanding. Father Zhang laughed it off, saying this was only the beginning of his son's filial devotion. Then he asked whether that was right. Zhang Jisheng helplessly said yes. Father Zhang said he had business to handle and told Zeshu to come with him. The underlings bowed and carefully sent him off. On the road, Zeshu asked why Shiwan hadn't come along today. Father Zhang answered seriously and brought up Kim Minwoo, one of Shiwan's men. He asked whether Zeshu knew him. Zeshu said yes. Taking out a cigarette, Father Zhang said he'd heard Kim Minwoo had recently been seen at the underground arena. Shocked, Zeshu pointed out that the underground arena was Danryong gang territory. Father Zhang said he hadn't paid much attention before because he thought Wan had brought him in. But lately, Kim Minwoo had been doing things that made him uneasy. He needed it investigated, so he placed Zeshu in charge of checking Kim Minwoo's background. Zeshu could only laugh awkwardly and agree. Father Zhang said he was already excited about what came next. Surely his son's next step was to rule the whole region. Zeshu respectfully accepted. Father Zhang told him to use it to buy something good to eat with the others. Then he waved and headed off. Zeshu quickly offered to walk him back, but Father Zhang refused, saying he hadn't walked alone in the wind for a long time and told him to go back. Watching him leave, Zeshu thought about how the boss always walked alone whenever something was weighing on him. Then Zeshu remembered he could use the money to buy things for the young master and the brothers, so he started counting it. As the numbers climbed, he was stunned. Ones, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions. It added up to 100 million, and he could only stare in disbelief at how generous the boss was. Meanwhile, back at the truancy clan's secret base, all 3 members had been shaved bald and looked miserable. Spiky Uncle made a call and reported that he'd already gotten important information out of them. He said he'd bring that crucial information back to help the boss and promised he wouldn't let him down. At the villa, the uncles were still obsessively petting Zhang Jisheng. Zeshu came over and told everyone to prepare for a gathering because the boss had provided a huge budget. The men cheered and said they'd get ready immediately. Zeshu added that while they prepared everything, they should come to his room one by one. Shisheng first, Bald Uncle answered. Yes, then the 2 of them went upstairs. In Zeshu's office, he motioned for Bald Uncle to sit and said they had something important to discuss. Bald Uncle respectfully told him to sit first and said he'd make coffee. As he prepared it, he muttered to himself, I shouldn't tell the boss about that yet. Bald Uncle brought over the coffee and said they could talk. While drinking, Zeshu accepted it. He said the boss truly looked after the brothers. Bald Uncle agreed. Lately, the boss had been coming to the house much more often. Zeshu said it was probably because the pressure surrounding the young master was weighing on him. Then he became serious. This wasn't entirely a good sign. If the boss kept coming here, it meant he didn't trust the people elsewhere. Bald Uncle froze. Zeishu gave a grim nod. The boss had started doubting. Sejuan. Bald Uncle stared at him, shocked that the boss could suspect his own trusted man. Zeishu said there was no proof against Sejuan yet, but one of his subordinates, Kim Minwoo, stood out. Bald Uncle said he knew who that was. Zeishu tightened his fist and said Kim Minwoo had been going to the underground arena often. That made Bald Uncle jump. The underground arena was controlled by the Danryong gang. He said they'd simply grab Kim Minwoo and get rid of him. Zeishu shut that down immediately. They couldn't kill him before learning whether Wan was involved. Bald Uncle stood with a serious expression and told Zeishu to leave it to him. He promised he'd find out what Kim Minwoo was really doing. Zeishu still said no. Bald Uncle argued that he was the best person for the job, insisted he could handle it. Zeishu refused again. Too many people in both the Firebear gang and Danryong gang knew Bald Uncle's face. They couldn't risk being exposed. Bald Uncle became anxious and asked what he should do instead. Zeishu told him to choose someone clever, loyal, and unknown to both sides to slip in quietly. Bald Uncle thought it over, then suddenly brightened. He had the perfect person. Full of confidence, he told Zeishu to trust him. Zeishu told him to go back and send Tycoon upstairs next. Bald Uncle agreed and left, closing the door behind him. As he walked away, he thought brother Zeishu had been carrying too much lately. With the organization in danger, he had to do everything he could. The moment Bald Uncle reached downstairs, he heard Spiky Uncle shouting that he was back. Bald Uncle nodded and said Gino had worked hard this time. Then he told Tycoon to go up to brother Zeishu's room. After that, he began comparing notes with Gino. Bald Uncle asked about the photo Gino had sent earlier. Gino explained that it showed Yin Kan Yu together with the Truancy clan. So if they found the two runaway schoolgirls, they could track him down. Meanwhile, the gathering was nearly ready. Zhang Jisheng tried to help, but the uncle stopped him. They told the young master there was no need. He should simply stay nearby and keep Zhang Jisheng company. With a helpless sigh, Zhang Jisheng said he'd go play with it instead. Zhang Jisheng was asleep on the sofa, its round belly making it even cuter. Zhang Jisheng's eyes lit up. That belly looked so soft, and he really wanted to touch it. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He panicked, worried the sound would wake Zhang Jisheng. Too late. It had already opened its eyes. Feeling guilty, Zhang Jisheng apologized to Zhang Jisheng. Since it was awake anyway, he decided to make it a video call. Pointing the phone toward it, he said, "Zhang Yun, look, this is our new family member." On the other end, Zhang Yun blurted out that it was unbelievably cute. Then he called the Pomeranian adorable, and every uncle froze. They rushed over and firmly corrected him. It was a bear. Then, through clenched teeth, they greeted him. "Hello, student Zhang Yun." Zhang Yun nervously said hello back. The uncles kept repeating that it was really a bear. Zhang Yun had no idea what was happening, but he played along. So he acted shocked and said it was actually a bear. Only then were the uncles satisfied, proudly adding that it was a fire bear. Zhang Jisheng gave an awkward laugh and asked if he could come see it at their house next time. Zhang Jisheng agreed immediately, saying Jisheng would welcome him too. Then Zhang Yun remembered why he had called. He had plans with some female classmates tomorrow, 3 girls and only 2 boys, so he asked Zhang Jisheng to join them. After a short pause, Zhang Jisheng agreed. Then he ended the video call. Bald Uncle and Jinyo walked over, confused about why everyone was crowding around the young master. Weren't they supposed to be preparing the gathering? The uncles excitedly said. That didn't matter right now. The young master was going on a 3-on-3 group date tomorrow. Zhang Jisheng quickly said it was only a meeting with cram school classmates. Bald Uncle ignored that and stepped in immediately, telling the young master to go to the dressing room. Zhang Jisheng tried to explain again that it was only a group outing, But Bald Uncle wouldn't budge and told him to get moving. With no choice, Zhang Jisheng followed, saying he didn't need to dress up for this. He truly didn't think it was necessary. Bald Uncle answered firmly that the group date mattered, and the outfit was the key. Still, he said there was something even more important they had to confirm first. Confused, Zhang Jisheng asked what it was and why Bald Uncle looked so serious. Bald Uncle took out a few photos and asked the young master whether he recognized anyone in them. Zhang Jisheng looked closely and said 2 of them were the guys he'd seen at the internet cafe. But he didn't know the long-haired one or the blue-haired one. He kept studying the pictures, then suddenly stopped. Bald Uncle quickly asked whether he had noticed something. Zhang Jisheng pointed at the black-haired man in the photo and said he remembered that guy. Bald Uncle immediately asked if he was Yin Kan Yu. Zhang Jisheng said he didn't know that name, but the thug who had specifically come after him before was this man. Bald Uncle was stunned. So this was the person who had attacked the young master. Zhang Jisheng nodded without hesitation. Yes, it was him. Bald Uncle frowned. Things had just become much more complicated. If the long-haired man was Yin Kan Yu, then they only needed to investigate Qi Yuan and the Danyang gang. But if the scarred man was Yin Kan Yu and connected to Qi Yuan, then the attack came from inside the Fire Bear gang, or it was part of Qi Yuan's plan. His head began to hurt. He had thought this was only some small thug problem, not something this deep. No answer came to him. Seeing his expression, Zhang Jisheng asked what was wrong. Bald Uncle thought the young master already had enough on his plate, so he laughed it off and changed the subject, asking about the boy who had fought beside him that day. He asked what that boy's name was. Zhang Jisheng said it was Shen Jingji. Bald Uncle nodded and repeated the name to remember it. Then he changed topics again and declared it was time to create the perfect 3-on-3 outfit. The young master needed to stand out completely. Zhang Jisheng looked baffled. Since when did a group date require that much presence? The next day, at the meeting place, Zhang Yun and Junmin arrived early, and Zhang Yun said Junmin looked very handsome. Junmin proudly said, of course, there was no way he'd embarrass himself on a 3-on-3 date. He asked whether he looked like a celebrity, and Zhang Yun admitted he looked great. Still, Junmin worried about whether Jisheng would actually show up. Zhang Yun told him not to worry, since Jisheng had promised in person. Then the area suddenly became noisy, and Zhang Yun looked around in confusion. He spotted someone in the distance and wondered whether it was Jisheng. It was. Zhang Jisheng arrived in a suit with a huge gold chain, radiating maximum underworld energy. Zhang Yun and Junmin were speechless. The outfit was far too much. Zhang Jisheng walked over and greeted them as though nothing was wrong. Then he asked whether the girls had arrived yet. Junmin quickly dragged him aside into an alley. He anxiously told Jisheng that even if he was in the underworld, he couldn't show up dressed like that. Zhang Jisheng scratched his head and admitted it did feel a little excessive. Junmin yelled that he had to change before the girls were frightened away. Zhang Jisheng blinked and repeated, change clothes? Junmin answered without hesitation. The girls were all model students, and they hated gangster style. Most of all, Zhang Jisheng apologized, saying he hadn't thought that far ahead. So they went into a clothing store to change him. After taking off the suit, Zhang Jisheng asked Zhang Yun whether this looked better. Zhang Yun said it wasn't bad. Now all he had to do was put the accessories in his bag. Zhang Jisheng did so immediately. Then the two headed back to the meeting place. Junmin looked him over and was finally satisfied. This would work, and the girls were almost there. He also warned Jisheng that he'd become too well known lately, so he should use another name. Zhang Jisheng nodded, and the three walked out together. At the date spot, Junmin reminded him again to use the name Zhang Dongju. From now on, Zhang Jisheng said not to worry. He was now Zhang Dongju, a second-year student at Zilan High School. Then Junmin pointed ahead and said the girls were here, so they should get ready. He waved excitedly and called them over. Girls walked up and greeted them. At last, the full 3-on-3 group was together. Jang Yoon introduced Jang Ji-shung as their friend, Jang Dongju. Jang Ji-shung quickly greeted everyone with a cheerful hello. The two girls beside her introduced themselves as Yoonji and Kim Yoonji. Jang Ji-shung then greeted the girl in the middle, but she looked annoyed and didn't seem interested. In answering, he tried again, asking who she was. Once she got a clear look at his face and build, her heart began racing. His rough, calloused hands stood out, along with the thick veins in his arms. Next to the other boys, he seemed completely out of place. The contrast was enormous. It was like a predator standing among harmless animals. Her cheeks turned red as she finally introduced herself as Wen Kai-yun. Then she suggested they go sit in a cafe first. Junmin was stunned. Kai-yun was acting nothing like her usual cold self. He couldn't believe she was showing such a gentle expression, and not to him, but to Jang Ji-shung. It made him furious. Looking around only made things worse. Everyone else was already getting along. Yoonji had naturally paired off with Jang Yoon, and Kai-yun, the prettiest one there, had gone straight to Jang Ji-shung. Both pairs looked strangely sweet together. Junmin ground his teeth, wondering how things had ended up like this. Then Yoonji told him to stop standing there and come with them. Junmin let out a long sigh. Let's just go. Our luck is terrible. The group arrived at the cafe. Once they sat down, Kai-yun paid attention only to Jang Ji-shung. That made Junmin burn with jealousy. After that, they went to a KTV and the girls happily began dancing. Of all of them, Kai-yun stood out the most. Jang Ji-shung kept praising them, amazed by how talented they were. Junmin stayed off to the side, thinking about how Kai-yun always said she didn't like going out, so why was she dancing? For Jang now, even worse, she looked genuinely happy. Outside the KTV, Yoonji teased Kai-yun, pointing out that she hadn't even wanted to come at first. Kai-yun replied that Yoonji was the one who had begged her to come because being alone with Jang, Yoon felt awkward. Yoonji simply grinned and kept teasing her. She was being far too obvious. To her, Kai-yun clearly liked Jang Dongju. Kai-yun admitted it almost dreamily. She had felt it the moment she saw him. She said he was exactly the person she'd been searching for. When everything ended, Junmin sat there plucking leaves and mumbling to himself, wondering who Kai-yun truly liked. In the end, he broke down. Kai-yun liked Ji-shang. Jealousy drove Junmin crazy. In his mind, Jang Ji-shung had stolen his girl. Jang Ji-shung could tell something was wrong, so he asked Jang Yoon if Junmin was okay. Jang Yoon could only shake his head and say he had no idea. Just then, the girls came over. Kai-yun walked up to Jang Ji-shung and said she had to leave for tutoring. Before going, she held out her phone and asked for his contact information. Junmin screamed internally. He still didn't have Kai-yun's number, yet Ji-sheng got it that easily. After that, the girls said goodbye and began to leave. But Yoonji stayed behind a little longer and moved closer to Jang Yoon, saying she wanted to shop with him some more. Junmin's eyes widened. Now even Jang Yoon had abandoned him, so they said goodbye again. Right then, Jang Ji-sheng's phone buzzed. It was a party invitation from Park Min-jun. He decided to find Song Jong-shi and bring him along. Junmin stood and sadly complained that even Jang Yoon had betrayed them. Then he suggested that the two lonely guys go play games together instead. Jang Ji-shung apologized and turned him down, saying he already had plans tonight. Junmin frowned and asked what could possibly matter more than going to the internet cafe with him. Jang Ji-shung explained that Park Min-jun from Chang'an High was throwing him a celebration party that made Junmin even more bitter. Jang Ji-shung got Kai-yun's number, got invited to a party, and still refused to spend time with his sad friend. Jang Ji-shung quickly apologized and promised they would play games next time. Then he turned to leave, telling Junmin he'd see him at school. That left Junmin collapsing in misery, shouting that his life was terrible. Not long after Jang Ji-shung arrived outside Song Jong-shi's house, Song Jong-shi came out holding a baseball bat and asked why he hadn't called first. Zhang Jisheng said it was easier to simply wait for him there. Then he glanced at the bat and asked why he was bringing it to a party. Song Zhongxi seriously said the invitation was suspicious, so it was safer to bring something. Confused, Zhang Jisheng said they called it a celebration party, so they probably didn't mean any harm. Song Zhongxi said they'd find out soon enough and asked for the address. Zhang Jisheng read it aloud. Benson Apartments, Unit 201. That immediately made Song Zhongxi even more suspicious. A party in an apartment? Then bringing the bat was the right decision. He told him, let's go. Soon, the two reached the apartment building. Zhang Jisheng looked around and admitted the place did seem suspicious. Perhaps the bat truly was a good idea. As they walked upstairs, Song Zhongxi asked how Zhang Jisheng's mental state was right now. Zhang Jisheng said he was fine. They stopped at the door. Zhang Jisheng was just about to press the bell when Song Zhongxi stopped him, telling him not to ring it yet. He prepared his bat first, then told Zhang Jisheng to do it. Zhang Jisheng took a breath and rang the bell. A voice from inside called out. It was Park Mingjun telling someone to open the door for the boss. Then a girl shouted at him to stop ordering her around. Zhang Jisheng looked surprised. There was a girl inside. Song Zhongxi still warned him not to relax. It could be a trap. But when the door opened, a girl fresh out of the shower stood there. It was Wen Kaiyun. Looking guilty, she asked Zhang Dongju how he even knew about this place. Zhang Jisheng froze, wondering whether he'd come to wrong address. Then Park Mingjun shouted from inside, telling them to stop standing there and come in. Song Zhongxi signaled for Zhang Jisheng to go first, and he agreed. Still, Zhang Jisheng's mind was a mess. Without her glasses, Wen Kaiyun looked just like Xu Zhen. Song Zhongxi noticed and asked whether he was okay. Zhang Jisheng snapped out of it and said it was nothing, then told him to go inside. Park Mingjun welcomed them warmly and introduced the place as their secret base. He told everyone to get acquainted and get along. From now on, people began greeting one another, and the mood was lively. Zhang Jisheng answered a little stiffly because the smoke inside was overwhelming. The whole room reeked of it, thick and stale enough to make breathing uncomfortable. Empty beer cans covered the floor, and cigarette butts were piled up beside gambling equipment. The place looked like a hangout for delinquent kids. Zhang Jisheng thought to himself that this place had drinking, smoking, and gambling all at once. These people were far too wild. Park Mingjun told them not to stand around and to make themselves comfortable. Zhang Jisheng asked whether the party was really being held here, and Park Mingjun proudly said yes. The air conditioning was strong, and if it became too stuffy, they could use the rooftop. Since the room was already full, he had them sit down quickly so he could introduce everyone. He added that everyone had come just to congratulate Zhang Jisheng, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Park Mingjun pointed to one person and introduced him as Kui Chenmu, one of Chang'an School's top fighters. Then he introduced Kui Yin, the school's famous dancer with 1 million views. Next came the so-called blonde witch of Chang'an School, Wen Kaiyun, smiling. Park Mingjun said everyone already knew this one, Jilin Song Zhongxi. And finally, he introduced today's main guest, Jilin's new boss, Zhang Jisheng. Hearing that, Kaiyun blurted out in shock that he wasn't Zhang Dongju. He was Zhang Jisheng. Park Mingjun turned to her and asked whether she already knew him. Both gave vague answers, saying they'd only met by chance and barely knew each other. Park Mingjun laughed and said that still meant they were already friends. Then he told everyone to sit, took out a few bottles of beer, stood, and proposed a toast to Zhang Jisheng becoming Jilin's boss. Everyone cheered, and the room became even louder. Park Mingjun joked that the drinks weren't poisoned, so they could relax and drink. To prove it, he drank first and said it was completely fine. After seeing that, the two had little choice but to drink too. After only a little, Zhang Jisheng started coughing because of how harsh it was. The taste was very strange. Then Kui Yin suddenly walked over and greeted Song Zhongxi. Long time no see. Song Zhongxi looked completely confused, especially since she was acting very familiar with him. Park Mingjun laughed and said Chang'an and Jilin truly were close, then looked to Zhang Jisheng for agreement. Zhang Jisheng awkwardly said he supposed so. The two schools were close, and students from different schools mixed. Often anyway. Still, he quietly thought this felt strange. He'd never had beer with friends before, only with his uncles, so the whole thing felt awkward. Then Kaiyan suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Hey, Zhang Jisheng, why did you lie to me before and hide who you really were?" He quickly explained that if she knew he was Zhang Jisheng, he thought she might become frightened. As he leaned back, he also pointed out that she was standing far, too close, but when Kaiyan didn't move away, she leaned even closer and asked, "So what? You don't like it?" That frightened Zhang Jisheng enough to pull away immediately, saying that wasn't what he meant. After a few more rounds of drinks, everyone started becoming hazy. Zhang Jisheng even dozed off. While sitting there, seeing that, Park Mingjun stood, cleared his throat, and said, "All right." While everyone was in a good mood, it was time for the real reason they were there. Zhang Jisheng woke up a little and asked what he meant. Park Mingjun reminded him of what he had said in the auditorium about taking down the ignorant. Normal alliance. That, he explained, was why he had organized this party. To get Chang'an and Jilin to join forces and crush the ignorant Normal Alliance together. He directly asked Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi to team up with Chang'an. Zhang Jisheng was stunned. Team up with them? He asked if he'd heard correctly. Song Zhongxi pulled him aside and said they should go outside for some air and talk first. Park Mingjun watched them leave and told them to take their time. Once they were gone, Park Mingjun suddenly worried that perhaps he'd said something wrong, and everyone agreed he had. That night, the two stepped out onto the rooftop. Zhang Jisheng let out a breath, saying the shock had sobered him up quickly. He was confused too. They had said the drinks were non-alcoholic, so how had he become drunk? Song Zhongxi told him the truth. They had drunk real beer. He truly had been drunk. Zhang Jisheng was shocked. They had been tricked. Song Zhongxi warned him not to drink anymore once. They went back inside. Only then did Zhang Jisheng fully realize it had been real alcohol. Song Zhongxi said he'd planned to pretend to be drunk to test Park Mingjun's motives, but now it looked like Park Mingjun truly did want an alliance. Zhang Jisheng became angry, saying Park Mingjun had only gotten close to him to use him. Song Zhongxi calmly pointed out that the offer still benefited them. The two of them alone would have a hard time, but with an alliance, taking down the ignorant Normal Alliance would be much easier. Zhang Jisheng nodded and admitted that was true. Song Zhongxi then made his position clear. Whatever Zhang Jisheng decided, he would follow because Zhang Jisheng was Jilin Hai's boss. Back inside, Park Mingjun was still uneasy, worried they might reject the alliance. Then he heard the door open. Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi had returned. Park Mingjun hurried over to ask, but Zhang Jisheng said nothing and simply held out his hand. Park Mingjun excitedly shook it and loudly declared that from today on, Chang'an and Jilin were officially allies. Zhang Jisheng politely replied, "Please take care of us, Park Mingjun." With a serious expression, Park Mingjun announced that their first target would be Moxian High School. Everyone was stunned. They were moving that quickly? Song Zhongxi figured Moxian High School had the smallest group, so out of the ignorant Normal Alliance, they should be the easiest to defeat. Zhang Jisheng agreed. All right, Moxian High School goes first. Park Mingjun said they'd contact them again once the full plan was ready and added that today had been fun. Zhang Jisheng replied, "We'll help work on the plan too. See you next time." After that, they said goodbye and headed out. Then Kaiyun suddenly spoke up, saying she wanted to step outside too. She ran after Zhang Jisheng and called out, saying she needed to talk to him. Caught off guard, Zhang Jisheng stopped and asked what it was. Song Zhongxi read the situation and stepped away, telling them to talk while he waited downstairs. Zhang Jisheng nodded and said okay. He'd come down after they finished. Wen Kaiyun stared at him with shining eyes and said she never expected Zhang Dongju to be Jillin's boss. Zhang Jisheng, no wonder she was drawn to him. Zhang Jisheng laughed awkwardly, then asked what she really wanted to say. Nervous now, Wen Kaiyun said that for the sake of her image at school and cram school, he had to keep this a secret. Zhang Jisheng seriously promised that he would. She didn't need to worry. Happy to hear that, Wen Kaiyun moved closer and thanked him. With an intense look, she asked whether he'd still meet her later. Zhang Jisheng stepped back and reminded her that she already had his number and that she was standing far too close. But in the very next second, Kaiyun leaned in and kissed him. Zhang Jisheng's entire face turned bright red. She whispered in his ear that he was hers now. His mind completely shut down. Red-faced and panicked, he could only stiffly turn around and say he had to leave. Then he hurried away, completely flustered. Watching him leave, Wen Kaiyun quietly murmured that Zhang Jisheng couldn't run away from her. By the time he got downstairs, Zhang Jisheng was still touching his face in a daze, replaying that kiss again and again. In shock, he realized that had been his first kiss. Nearby, Song Jiangxi muttered that Wen Kaiyun would probably give Li Ji a huge headache. Then he turned and saw Zhang Jisheng sprinting toward him. Confused, he asked why he was running like that and why his face was so red. That only made Zhang Jisheng blush harder, so he quickly changed the subject and said they should head back. Song Jiangxi pointed out that he was going the wrong way. Zhang Jisheng immediately turned around and urged him to move. On the way home, Zhang Jisheng let out a long sigh. Too much had happened today. He secretly swore he could never tell his uncles about that first kiss. Back at the villa, he noticed the lights were still on. He tried to sneak inside and quietly slip into his room, but singing suddenly rang out. Bald Uncle sang that he was the beloved young master everyone adored, and Scarface Uncle followed by calling him the charming Mad Dog. Zhang Jisheng could only sigh. That song again. Then Bald Uncle caught a scent. He suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The singing cut off immediately. Sniffing the air, Bald Uncle said the young master smelled like alcohol. Then he told him to breathe on him so he could check. Zhang Jisheng had no choice but to take a deep breath and blow hard. Bald Uncle immediately declared, blood alcohol level 0.03. Tearing up with joy, he shouted that the young master had tried drinking on his own. The other uncles crowded around, thrilled, and started offering to toast him too. Zhang Jisheng quickly explained that someone had tricked him by saying it was non-alcoholic, so that was why he drank it. But Bald Uncle changed the subject and said there was something else he wanted to ask. He had a question. Zhang Jisheng became nervous immediately, wondering whether they had figured something out. Bald Uncle said he could smell smoke on him, but not on his breath. Zhang Jisheng quickly explained that he hadn't smoked. The smell came from other people's cigarettes. As soon as Bald Uncle heard that, he burst into tears. Seeing that, Zhang Jisheng quickly apologized. He said he didn't mean to, but Bald Uncle sighed and said the young master had finally experienced secondhand smoke. The other uncles became emotional too. When they heard that, cheering, they swarmed him and shouted that the young master had finally become a real bad guy. Now pour the drinks. Before long, everyone had already drunk plenty. Bald Uncle then noticed Zhang Jisheng wasn't wearing the snakeskin outfit he had carefully made. Holding the little bear, Zhang Jisheng explained that it was hot, so he let a friend keep it. Bald Uncle smiled and said that was fine as long as he got it back. The bottles could be cleaned up tomorrow. Zhang Jisheng thanked him, and Bald Uncle settled onto the sofa. Zhang Jisheng went to his room and dropped straight onto the bed. Since he had school tomorrow, he planned to sleep early, but when he checked his phone, he saw a message from Wen Kaiyun. Zhang Jisheng froze, not knowing how to respond. That sudden kiss flashed back through his mind, and his face turned red all over again. Then the phone rang once more. This time, it was Li Ji calling. He couldn't understand why she was calling so late. The second he answered, Li Ji exploded, demanding to know why he hadn't replied. For 4 hours. Zhang Jisheng hurriedly said he'd been busy and hadn't seen the messages, then asked whether something important had happened. He figured he could at least tell Li Ji about the alliance with Chang'an. Li Ji said they should set a time to study a plan for dealing with Park Mingjun because she was completely ready. Zhang Jisheng awkwardly told her there was no need to target Park Mingjun anymore. Li Ji asked why. He answered that he had already formed an alliance with Park Mingjun. He also told her Chang'an High School had even thrown a party for him and Song Zhongxi. Li Ji then asked who had been there. Zhang Jisheng honestly listed Park Mingjun, Kui Chenmu, Kui Yin Ye, and Wen Kaiyun. The moment Li Ji heard Wen Kaiyun's name, her mood soured. Why was that crazy woman there too? Zhang Jisheng added that they planned to work together and take down Moxian High School first. After saying that, he ended the call. On her side, Li Ji was deeply upset, worried that Kaiyun had truly fallen for Zhang Jisheng. Meanwhile, Zhang Jisheng thought Li Ji was only angry because she hadn't been invited, so he decided that next time there was a party, he had to invite Li Ji too. In the training room, Bald Uncle was thinking hard. They still didn't know who was after the young master. Whoever it was would stay hidden and wait for another chance to strike. Just then, Zhenhao came by and asked whether he was worried about the girl who had escaped. Bald Uncle stood and said they'd act tomorrow to confirm clues about the attacker through that girl. Zhenhao praised the plan and immediately offered to help. The next morning at the prison, a guard called out that inmate 0758 had a visitor. Shen Jingji was confused. After all this time, he hadn't expected anyone to come see him. He followed the guard to the visiting room, rubbing his wrists where the cuffs had left red marks. Shen Jingji sat down across the glass and tried to look smug, but the second he saw Bald Uncle on the other side, he was terrified senseless. His chest tightened so badly from panic that he thought he was being attacked and started shouting that Bald Uncle was trying to kill him. The guard saw right through it and told him to stop acting. The wall was between them. Once Shen Jingji heard that, he finally realized Bald Uncle couldn't touch him in there. With the law protecting him, his arrogant attitude returned immediately. He even taunted Bald Uncle, telling him to send some money if he had come all this way. Bald Uncle ignored the shouting and instead mocked him for having more hair than before. That made Shen Jingji's heart race, and panic flashed across his face. Then Bald Uncle pulled out a razor and threatened that if anyone touched a single hair on the young master's head, he'd chase them to hell and shave them bald. Shen Jingji's heart pounded. Was this man really here just to shave his head? He cursed silently, unable to understand what Bald Uncle was planning. Then Shen Jingji glanced at the guard and reminded himself that the law and the guard were on his side. So he became cocky again and mocked Bald Uncle, asking whether the stinky octopus had come to deliver food. The word octopus set Bald Uncle off immediately. Shen Jingji kept pushing, shouting for him to come inside and hit him or shave him bald too. When Bald Uncle stood up, Shen Jingji kept provoking him, pretending to be scared and asking what he was going to do. He even sneered that an octopus couldn't crawl through holes or pass glass. Laughing wildly, he kept shouting and calling him Stinky Baldy and Stinky Octopus. Bald Uncle's anger spiked. He said he had only come to ask a few questions and leave, but Shen Jingji kept grinning and mocking him. What questions? An octopus recipe? That was enough. Bald Uncle's killing intent showed as he raised his fist and told him to keep laughing while he still could. Shen Jingji pointed at the barrier and shouted that it was bulletproof glass. Then Bald Uncle slammed his fist into it with a huge bang. Shen Jingji trembled all over, thinking this Baldy had gone insane. The guard jumped up and barked at Bald Uncle, asking what he was doing and telling him not to cause trouble. Did he want to get thrown in there and eat prison food too? Bald Uncle answered with a wicked grin while Shen Jingji turned pale as death. Bald Uncle said that was exactly why he had come to prison today. Shen Jingji was horrified. If Bald Uncle came inside, he was definitely dead. With a cold sneer, Bald Uncle said he was from the underworld. Why would prison scare him? Shen Jingji panicked internally, wondering whether Bald Uncle truly meant to force his way into prison. Then Bald Uncle smiled coldly and played his trump card. Did Shen Jingji really think there were no Fire Bear Gang members in this prison? That left Shen Jingji stunned. Bald Uncle took out his phone, showed him a photo, and said he'd give him one chance to live. All he had to do was say the name. What was the thug's name? The one who attacked the young master, trembling. Shen Jingji asked whether just saying the name would be enough. Bald Uncle said yes. Shen Jingji quickly gave it up. His name was Park Woo-jong. Hearing that, Bald Uncle realized the one who attacked the young master wasn't Yin Kanyu. With the answer in hand, he turned and walked out. After leaving the prison, Bald Uncle started planning his next move. He needed to investigate the Dan Ryong Gang's arena. At that moment, Jinhao also finished his task and came over. While smoking, Bald Uncle asked whether he had taken care of the job. Jinhao said the men inside the prison were already handling it, and they'd make sure Shen Jingji never forgot it. Bald Uncle nodded solemnly. Good, there was no time to waste. They had to head back now, so the two of them rushed back to the villa. A new problem was just beginning. Bald Uncle grabbed the blue-haired man's phone and called again, but still got no answer. Jinhao suggested they stop chasing him and go straight to his parents instead. Bald Uncle understood immediately and praised the plan. Then he checked the phone contacts and exploded. That useless brat hadn't even saved his parents' numbers. Now the phone was practically worthless, and they were stuck again. Just then, Jinhao noticed the slippers the two girls had left behind earlier. An idea struck him immediately. He told Bald Uncle he had a great plan. Bald Uncle looked over and asked what it was. Jinhao said he'd seen on TV that a bear's nose was much better than a dog's, and their Fire Bear Gang had a fire bear. Bald Uncle understood immediately. Have Yixiang smell the slippers and track the girls down. He loved the idea and said they should move now. But Jinhao suddenly told him to wait. Bald Uncle turned around, asking what problem remained when time was running out. Jinhao worried that fire bears were savage animals, so Yixiang might not listen. Bald Uncle paused, then understood. First, they had to get Yixiang on their side, so he acted immediately. He pulled out a huge salmon to lure Yixiang. The smell alone made Yixiang drool. Watching it eat, Bald Uncle urged Yixiang to finish because they had a job for it. Nothing difficult, just smell something and find a person. After finishing the salmon, Yixiang patted its belly and looked completely satisfied. Jinhao became excited and said Yixiang was happy now, so they should test it. Bald Uncle held up the slipper and told Yixiang to smell it and see whether it recognized the scent. Yixiang leaned in and sniffed deeply. A second later, it clearly looked like it had locked onto something. Bald Uncle lit up with excitement. Yixiang's expression changed. It had found a lead, so they hurried out with Yixiang leading the way. Bald Uncle set off immediately. Now they were trusting Yixiang's nose to guide them. Seeing how focused it was, Bald Uncle praised Yixiang for truly picking up the trail. Then Yixiang raised a paw and pointed ahead. Bald Uncle took off after it as Yixiang rushed forward. They finally had a direction. Meanwhile, in prison, Shen Jingji showered while cursing silently. That damn octopus had followed him even here. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. None of his so-called friends had even come to see him. Just then, two tattooed men sent by Jinhao walked straight toward him. One stepped forward and asked whether he was Shen Jingji. Shen Jingji was confused, wondering what they wanted. The man checked the mark on his chest and confirmed they had the right person. Then he gave a nasty grin. He said he couldn't reach his back and wanted Shen Jingji to scrub it. Shen Jingji snapped back, frightened and angry, asking why he should do that. The tattooed man raised the soap and said many things in this world made no sense, but most still happened for a reason. Shen Jingji understood immediately. Bald Uncle had sent them, and from the looks of it, tonight was going to be rough. Elsewhere, Yixiang finally stopped. Bald Uncle happily asked whether it had found the person. But when they looked over, all they saw was an elderly woman. She kindly asked whether he was Yixiang's owner, and what he needed. Bald Uncle politely said it was nothing and that he was just passing by. Still, Yixiang refused to move. That made Bald Uncle freeze. Could this really be where the trail ended? So he carefully asked whether he could check her cart. When she agreed, he quickly searched through it. He dug through the random items inside. Then he suddenly found the missing slipper from the same girl. Bald Uncle quickly asked where she got it. The elderly woman thought back and said she had picked it up from the road a few days earlier. Just that one. He asked whether he could take it, and she kindly said yes. Overjoyed, Bald Uncle bowed and thanked her repeatedly. Back at the villa, Bald Uncle sighed that they still hadn't found the girl. Even so, Yixiang had already done its best. Then Bald Uncle started thinking, a bear's nose should be much stronger than a dog's. Perhaps Yixiang had lived at home too long and lost its wild instincts. That thought strengthened his resolve. If Yixiang regained its wild side, it should be able to track the target. At school, Junmin was still upset about the date that had gone wrong. He regretted bringing Zhang Jisheng more than ever. Zhang Yun noticed and leaned over to check on him. He asked what was wrong and why. Junmin looked so drained. Junmin held back his anger, thinking there was no way he was fine. Outside the school, Zhang Jisheng was waiting when Song Zhong, she walked up to him. He greeted Zhang Jisheng casually. Zhang Jisheng looked surprised and pointed out the new hairstyle. Song Zhongxi scratched his head and said someone had told him pushing his bangs up would look better. Zhang Jisheng honestly agreed that it did look better and made him seem more handsome. Then he invited him over after school. Song Zhongxi agreed immediately, saying it had been a while since they visited the uncles. Zhang Jisheng excitedly added that there was now a fire bear at his house. That left Song Zhongxi stunned. Zhang Jisheng nodded eagerly and said its name was Yixiang. Soon, the two headed into the classroom. A little later, Li Yiji showed up looking serious. She tapped Zhang Jisheng on the shoulder and told him to come outside for a moment. Confused, he followed her out. He asked what this was about. Li Yiji simply told him to come to the rooftop so they could talk. Watching from the corner, Junmin gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't understand why Zhang Jisheng was close with Li Yiji, but still pursued Wen Kaiyun. On the rooftop, the mood between Zhang Jisheng and Li Yiji felt awkward. Zhang Jisheng apologized first, saying he'd bring her along next time. Li Yiji looked confused. Then she asked why he had suddenly teamed up with Chang'an and told him to explain. Zhang Jisheng panicked immediately. Li Yiji clarified that she meant the alliance at the celebration party. Hearing that, Zhang Jisheng immediately remembered Wen Kaiyun's kiss. His face turned bright red, sweat broke out, and he couldn't even meet Li Yiji's eyes. She frowned and asked why he was acting so nervous. He quickly denied it and insisted nothing had happened. Then he changed the subject, saying Song Zhongxi had agreed too, so he teamed up with Park Mingjun. Li Yiji could tell he was hiding something, so she decided she'd ask Song Zhongxi instead. Before he could stop her, she turned to leave, making him panic even more. Inside, Zhang Jisheng groaned. He realized she truly had wanted to attend that gathering, which made him feel even guiltier. Li Yiji walked ahead with a helpless sigh. Then Zhang Jisheng suddenly called out for her to wait. She turned back and asked what. He pulled up a photo of Yixiang and showed it to her. Then he invited her over after school, explaining that his family had raised a fire bear. Li Yiji stared at the picture in shock. A fire bear? She looked closer, then burst out excitedly, saying it was far too cute. Nodding quickly, she said she wanted to go, and Zhang Jisheng relaxed. Good thing she liked it. After school, all three rushed to Zhang Jisheng's house, excited to see the fire bear But when they reached the villa, they found Yixiang was gone, and Zhang Jisheng shouted in alarm. He was told Brother Qisheng had taken it to Fire Bear Mountain for special training and exercise. At the same time, on Fire Bear Mountain, Bald Uncle kept moving forward with Yixiang. An elderly man came toward them and looked curiously at Yixiang in his arms. Smiling, he said the pet cafe was the other way and warned him not to go into the mountain with such a cute dog. Bald Uncle calmly answered that they were going the right way and weren't heading to any cafe. After that, he said goodbye and continued deeper into the mountain, thinking this trip wasn't for him. It was for Yixiang. When they reached a flatter area, Bald Uncle set Yixiang down. From here on, Yixiang had to awaken its wild side, so the man and the bear continued together. Bald Uncle smiled and asked if being out in nature felt good, and Yixiang happily chirped back. Then Bald Uncle said they needed to reach the shelter before sunset, start a fire, and cook. Yixiang became excited at that. Before long, darkness fell. But Bald Uncle still couldn't find the shelter, and he muttered that the young master's old training ground should be nearby. All the old signs were gone. Just then, Yixiang lowered its nose and caught a scent. It tapped Bald Uncle and pointed ahead with its paw. Bald Uncle lit up, asking whether nature had sharpened its nose again, then told Yixiang to lead. Yixiang nodded eagerly. Night settled over the mountain as mist began to rise. Then Bald Uncle spotted a cave and happily shouted that they'd found it. Returning to the wild truly had made Yixiang's nose sharper. Yixiang squeaked happily again. Walking toward the cave, Bald Uncle sighed. The place had barely changed. Even after all these years, he took gear from his bag and said they needed a fire before it became completely dark. Then he lit the wood, and the flames flared up immediately. Dusting off his hands, he said the fire was ready. Now it was time to find food, but Yixiang had curled up in a corner, trembling and too frightened to leave. Bald Uncle picked it up and gently asked whether it was hungry or simply afraid of the dark. He told Yixiang to stay there and rest while he went to find food. But the second he stepped outside the cave, a wild boar came straight toward them. Its eyes looked vicious. As it approached, Bald Uncle suddenly understood. Yixiang wasn't afraid of the dark. It was terrified of that boar. He even began drooling. Perfect timing. Dinner had come to him. He mocked the boar, asking whether it wanted a fight. For the boar, meeting him was pure bad luck. Just like that, the man and the boar faced off. The boar moved first and charged in. With its jaws wide open, it lunged straight at him. Bald Uncle reacted immediately. He sprang up without hesitation. Then he dropped low on all fours, stalking forward like an animal, hunting prey. The boar froze for a moment. This place brought back memories of him and the young master. Their training days there still felt fresh in his mind. He never imagined the young master would grow into who he was now. A few years earlier, he had still been running through the forest, trying to do good. Back then, the young master slipped away to pick up trash in the mountains and ran into a wild boar. Bald Uncle stepped in immediately to face it. Even though he was frightened, he knew the young master would be in danger if he lost. So in the end, he managed to defeat the boar. Afterward, the young master begged him not to kill it, so he let it go. Touching the scar on his forehead, he called it the mark he had received while protecting the young master. That kind-hearted child had now become the school's boss. He felt proud. Then a deep growl came from outside the cave. Yixiang trembled in fear. It was that same wild boar returning. Bald Uncle looked up and saw it at the cave entrance with an even larger boar. Yixiang sensed the danger and started trembling all over. Then a huge boar stepped into view, its face covered in old scars. The scar on Bald Uncle's forehead suddenly throbbed with sharp pain. He stood immediately and angrily told the boar to get lost, but the boar only drooled and let out a sharp roar. He stared at the bald patch on its head, feeling like he'd seen it before. One broken tusk, gray fur, and that patch on its head. He pulled out the tusk it had lost back then and blurted out that it had grown huge in no time. The giant boar saw the tusk and immediately let out an angry growl. His heart sank and he quickly tried to calm it, reminding the beast that he had spared it before. It didn't help at all. The giant boar answered with a furious roar that shook everything around them. The sound was terrifying and echoed through the cave. Sweat broke out on Bald Uncle's forehead. This creature clearly wasn't there to talk. He clenched his teeth, knowing that if he backed down, Yixiang would be in danger. One look at the trembling Yixiang strengthened his resolve. He was afraid, but he would never let anyone threaten Yixiang. His eyes turned cold with killing intent as he swore he'd slaughter that boar today. The next second, he lowered his body, planning to lure the beast outside first. Then he shot forward like an arrow. Without another word, he charged the giant boar head on. At the last second, he slipped past it and sprinted toward the clearing. The giant boar took the bait and spun around to chase him. A grin crossed his face. Good. Come after me. He stopped sharply in the middle of the clearing and prepared himself. Staring at the charging boar, he shouted, "You stupid pig!" The giant boar stormed toward him like a blast of foul wind. Bald Uncle smirked and charged right back, thinking the beast wanted a direct clash. He dropped low on all fours like a crouching beast and slammed into the boar. They crashed together with a thunderous impact that echoed through the forest. The giant boar cried out and staggered, but it still didn't fall. Bald Uncle's head, however, began pouring blood. That impact hurt 10 times worse than before. Seeing him injured, the giant boar charged again. Bald Uncle used every bit of strength he had to block the deadly attack. Another massive impact exploded, but this time, he was thrown far away. He hit the ground hard, pain tearing through his entire body as though his bones were coming apart. The giant boar kept advancing step by step, its red eyes burning with hatred. He cursed under his breath and tried to stand, but his body had no strength left. The giant boar didn't stop and sent him flying again. Nearby, Yixiang saw everything and cried out in panic. At the same time, the smaller boar rushed forward and blocked Yixiang. Baring its teeth, it screeched fiercely, clearly ready to fight to the end. Meanwhile, Bald Uncle forced himself up and decided he had to use the forbidden technique he normally couldn't use. The giant boar let out another earth-shaking roar, opened its bloody mouth, and charged again. At that critical moment, he touched the scar on his forehead, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Then he roared and unleashed his strongest technique, Red Walnut. The giant boar sensed the danger immediately and stopped short in alarm. It didn't dare relax for even a second. Then it leaped again and roared as it rushed toward him. Bald Uncle held his breath and gathered all his power at the top of his head. Then he blasted forward like a cannonball, slamming straight into the giant boar as the red glow on his head burned brighter and brighter. The giant boar looked stunned. It never expected him to be so fast. When they collided, everything seemed to fall silent for a single instant. Then the giant boar's head split open and blood burst out. Bald Uncle dropped to the ground gasping while the boar staggered backward again and again. Blood kept running from the scar on his forehead, and his nose was bleeding too. A second later, his vision went black, and he passed out. He hit the ground with a thud, completely unconscious. The giant boar stared at him and stayed where it was, not daring to come any closer at first. But after a moment, it began drooling again and fixed a deadly gaze on Bald Uncle. Yixiang looked at the unconscious Bald Uncle and paced around in panic. But the smaller boar kept it from getting through. That made Yixiang snap, and it bared its sharp claws. It suddenly charged and slashed the small boar, knocking it down and leaving it badly wounded. Yixiang ignored everything else and ran toward Bald Uncle. When it saw the giant boar about to finish him, it shot forward like an arrow straight at the beast and leaped high into the air. The giant boar stared in shock at the tiny creature charging toward it. Yixiang bared its fangs and came in with unstoppable force. It slammed into the giant boar so hard that the beast's flesh tore open immediately. Yixiang's head was bleeding too, but it remained conscious. The giant boar finally gave out and crashed, down dead. At last Yixiang ran to Bald Uncle crying and desperately shook him. It used the last of its strength, then passed out on top of him. By the next morning, Fire Bear Mountain was quiet again. Yixiang's head had been bandaged, and it was sleeping nearby. Then a delicious smell drifted into its nose. It slowly opened its eyes. Yixiang got up and saw Bald Uncle beside the fire, roasting meat. Wild boar was cooking over the flames, golden and crisp, and the smell was amazing. Bald Uncle smiled and waved, telling Yixiang to come eat. Yixiang stared at the meat, drooled, and squeaked excitedly. Then Bald Uncle took out a necklace made from a wild boar tusk and said it was a gift to remember this by. Yixiang looked at the necklace around its neck and became so moved that it nearly cried. Bald Uncle had already packed everything. After eating, they would head down the mountain. As the sun was nearing sunset, the pair finally made it. Back to the villa, Zhang Jisheng happily ran over to greet them. The moment he saw the bandage on Yixiang's head, he quickly asked what had happened. Bald Uncle proudly told Yixiang to remove the bandage and show the young master. Yixiang understood immediately and unwrapped it. A scar just like Bald Uncle's was revealed, and Yixiang looked unbelievably proud. Seeing it, Zhang Jisheng's eyes widened in shock. Elsewhere, in an alley at Chang'an High School, Park Mingjun was gathering people for something important. Yang Jian complained, asking why they had to work with Jilin High School. Park Mingjun raised an eyebrow and reminded him that he'd told him to decide for himself. Yang Jian said that even if he accepted it, the others might not be happy. Park Mingjun asked whether the younger guys would truly be upset about teaming up. The answer came immediately. Everyone had already been told, and no one objected. Park Mingjun laughed and said good. Then, in 1 week, they'd strike Mojian High School first. Before that, they should meet Zhang Jisheng so both sides could become familiar. Until then, no fighting, especially with anyone from Jilin High School. Everyone answered together and told him not to worry. The bearded man was clearly unhappy about it. Yang Jian also felt bitter and unconvinced. Inside, at the same time, over at Jilin High School, the blonde guys who had become Zhang Jisheng's followers were gathered together, whispering. One of them asked whether Zhang Jisheng could truly defeat that alliance. The blonde guy said, of course. Zhang Jisheng was unbelievably strong. The others nodded and agreed. Someone added that instead of making enemies now, it was smarter to ally with him and stay on his side. Then Li Chengji nervously asked whether Zhang Jisheng could truly protect them. Right then, Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhong, she arrived. Zhang Jisheng told them not to worry. If anyone caused trouble, he'd deal with it using his fists. The blonde guy quickly asked why they had been called there and what was so important. Zhang Jisheng excitedly announced that from now on, they were teaming up with Chang'an High School. Together, they'd crush the trash from Moxian High School. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Zhang Jisheng gave the order. In 1 week, they would attack Moxian High School. Everyone nodded. Once he finished explaining, Zhang Jisheng gave one final warning before leaving. No fighting before the plan, and nobody gets hurt. Then Song Zhongxi called out, Li Chengji, come here. Li Chengji froze. With a smile, Song Zhongxi asked why he'd been skipping training and told him to show up on time tonight. Trembling, Li Chengji promised he'd be there. Song Zhongxi then told the rest of them to train too this week. Blonde hair stared in shock, wondering whether he truly meant making all of them work out. Sweating, Li Chengji said the order had already been given, so he was definitely going. The others let out a long sigh. If they skipped, they knew they were dead. Later, in the school recreation area, Zhang Yun noticed Junmin looking upset and asked what was wrong. Junmin removed his glasses and snapped that Zhang Yun already knew, but Zhang Yun only looked confused and asked what he meant. Junmin burst out, saying, Jisheng. Zhang Yun tried to explain, but Junmin cut him off and demanded another meetup with the girls, this time without Jisheng. Helpless, Jang Yun told him. To say that himself. Junmin backed down immediately. Since he wasn't close to Jang Jisheng, he begged Jang Yun to pass the message along. He kept pleading, asking for help. In the end, Jang Yun gave in and said he'd try. Just then, Li Dubo appeared and cut in, saying there was no need to make it so difficult. He had heard everything. If they followed his idea, everyone could come out ahead. Meanwhile, at Chang'an High School, Wen Kaiyun sat in class, wondering why Jang Jisheng still hadn't contacted her first. Then her phone buzzed. When she checked it, the message was from Jang Jisheng. He was inviting her to another group meal, like last time. Seeing that, Wen Kaiyun quietly became excited and, after school, brought 2 other girls along. But when they arrived, they saw only the same 2 ugly guys from before. Everyone immediately wondered where Jang Jisheng was. Jang Yun quickly explained that Jisheng was busy today, so they had asked someone else to come instead. Kui Yi even began hoping it might be Song Zhangxi instead. An even uglier guy walked in. The girls could barely hide how disgusted they were. The man introduced himself as Shang Ju and said he had come to find a girlfriend. That only made them more disgusted. Off to the side, Junmin was secretly thrilled. The girls clearly hated this, which meant it was his chance to look good. So he quickly stepped forward and warmly suggested they go eat. Kui Yin shot him a disdainful look, asking whether he was paying. Junmin flashed his bank card and proudly said yes. Seeing that, Kui Yin quietly asked Wen Kaiyun whether he was truly rich, but she said she wasn't sure, only that he was Jisheng's friend. That made Kui Yin perk up. If he was paying, they should eat somewhere expensive. But just as she was about to suggest steak, Junmin loudly said they should get soup and rice. The girls were speechless. Shangju quickly interrupted, saying soup and rice was ridiculous for a group date. According to him, girls should like spicy rice, cakes, and pasta. The girls silently decided both of these guys had problems. Then Shangju took the lead and said he knew a great place. The girls could only comfort themselves, just eat for free, and leave quickly. Right then, Yoonji walked over and asked Junmin whether they should watch a movie after eating. Watching that, Junmin fumed internally. Meanwhile, at the rice cake restaurant, Shangju was already suffering from the heat, and even the way he ate looked awful. He groaned that it was far too spicy. Across from him, Kui Yin was furious and wanted to kill him, while Kaiyun forced herself to stay calm, reminding herself that he was Jang Jisheng's friend. Junmin noticed all their reactions and sat there smugly, thinking Shangju was doing an amazing job. Now all he had to do was charm Kaiyun himself. But then Shangju poked him from the side and whispered that he needed to pee. Junmin blinked in confusion. Shangju repeated himself. He truly had to go. Startled, Junmin spat out his water directly onto Wen Kaiyun's face. He panicked and apologized, blaming Shangju for saying something strange out of nowhere. Kui Yin exploded, shouting that spraying water on someone's face was insane. Junmin immediately bowed and begged for forgiveness. Even so, Shangju kept tugging at him. Junmin finally snapped and told him to go alone. It was all his fault. But Shangju sadly explained that the bathroom was outside, and he was afraid to go by himself. Junmin cursed under his breath. With no choice, he said he'd go with him and apologize properly, and they returned. After the two left, Kui Yin asked Kaiyun whether she was okay and whether she wanted to clean up, grinding her teeth. Kaiyun said she was fine. Outside, Junmin told Shangju to hurry and keep up. Shangju pitifully said that if he walked too quickly, he might wet himself. Junmin cursed internally. He had brought Shangju so Shangju wouldn't outshine him, but now it was backfiring. Then Shangju grabbed him from behind and begged him to slow down and not leave him alone. Junmin impatiently said he wasn't his mother, so why should he escort him to the bathroom? That immediately made Shangju look even more pitiful. Junmin then remembered Shangju didn't have a mother, and a little guilt struck him. Shangju looked so hurt that Junmin quickly apologized and told him to hurry to the bathroom. At the same time, he silently warned himself not to lose his temper. When they finally arrived, Junmin told him to go inside while he waited outside. Shang-ju thanked him with a quick nod and ran toward the bathroom while Junmin began thinking about how to apologize to Kayan later. But just as Shang-ju was about to make it, someone was blocking the way. He cursed internally. Why did it have to be them? Yang Jian was sitting in front of the bathroom and asked what he wanted. Shang-ju nervously said he needed to use the bathroom, so please let him pass. Yang Jian mocked him, asking whether he even knew who he was and why he wasn't being properly. Unable to hold it anymore, Shang-ju fired back that Yang Jian just needed to stop blocking the door and smoking there. Yang Jian sneered and told him to go somewhere else if he didn't like it. Desperate and angry, Shang-ju shouted that he was Zhang Jisheng's friend, so they'd better move unless they wanted a beating. Yang Jian laughed and asked whether Zhang Jisheng had taught him to act so arrogantly. Then he told him to bring Zhang Jisheng over first if he wanted to use the bathroom. At that point, the bearded man quietly reminded Yang Jian that Mingjun had said not to mess with students from Jilin High School. Yang Jian said he wasn't planning to start trouble yet. The bearded man could only sigh and stop arguing. Shang-ju truly couldn't hold it anymore. Clutching himself, he begged to be let through and said he was about to pee. Yang Jian didn't care. He told him to either bring Zhang Jisheng or wet himself. Furious, Shang-ju said he'd remember this and tell Zhang Jisheng everything. That set Yang Jian off. He raised his fist and said the plan had changed. The bearded man rushed to stop him, warning that Mingjun wouldn't like this. But Yang Jian had already stopped listening and drove a punch into Shang-ju's stomach. Shang-ju screamed. His body shook as he cried that he couldn't hold it anymore. Yang Jian only found his expression funny. Not far away, Junmin waited impatiently, then turned to see what was taking so long. The sight froze him in shock. There was a yellow puddle at Shang-ju's feet, and his face looked strangely relieved. Yang Jian had also stepped directly into it. The smell hit him immediately, and he realized with disgust that it was urine. Once Shang-ju realized what had happened, he collapsed into the mess in humiliation and started crying. Junmin could only stare. He had truly wet himself. Yang Jian mocked him from above, laughing that a real man wouldn't wet himself. Then he lifted his shoe and saw urine on the sole. Disgusted, he stepped on Shang-ju's head and said that if it was his urine, he could wear it too. Junmin watched furiously. That had gone too far. Even the bearded man told Yang Jian he was overdoing it. Yang Jian brushed it off, saying Shang-ju had made him step in urine. So what was the problem? Then he suddenly turned, spotting Junmin hiding nearby. He asked who he was and whether he was the boy's friend. Junmin immediately played dumb, scratched his head, and claimed he didn't know him. Hearing that, Shang-ju shouted, "Junmin!" He cried and begged for help, saying he'd wet his pants. Yang Jian sneered and mocked Junmin for lying and abandoning a crying friend. Then he started walking toward him, raising a hand to slap him. Yang Jian said a trashy guy like him needed to be taught a lesson. Junmin trembled in fear, then suddenly shouted Zhang Jisheng's name. Yang Jian stopped the moment he heard it. His stare grew even harsher as he asked whether Junmin was Zhang Jisheng's friend too. Junmin quickly said yes and warned him to keep acting tough if he wanted Zhang Jisheng to beat him up. Yang Jian snapped, saying he'd had enough of these two idiots. Even then, Shang-ju kept provoking him and dared him to touch them. That did it. Yang Jian smashed a punch into Shang-ju's face. Blood began pouring from Shang-ju's nose. He crashed to the ground, directly into his own puddle of urine. Junmin was horrified, thinking they were finished now. He felt doomed. Yang Jian then came toward him and raised his fist. The punch slammed into Junmin's face, leaving him staggering backward in a daze. Yang Jian shouted that he hated traitors most. Then he threw another punch straight at Junmin's face. Junmin's nose burst into blood, and he crashed backward. Pulling his fist back, Yang Jian said they should leave. Those two cowards weren't worth any more time. The bearded man looked uneasy and asked whether making such a huge mess would cause trouble. Yang Jian brushed it off. They had started it, so Ming Jun would understand. After they left, Shang Ju lay there in his own urine and swore he was definitely telling Zhang Jisheng everything. Back at the rice cake shop, Kui Yin-ye grumbled that those two still hadn't returned. Beside her, Wen Kaiyun kept checking her phone and snapped that she'd had enough. She called Zhang Jisheng, angry that he had stood her up, and now wouldn't even answer. At another cafe, Zhang Jisheng's phone rang again. He was about to answer, but Li Yiji stopped him. Confused, Zhang Jisheng asked why. Li Yiji firmly told him not to answer. Zhang Jisheng agreed, but asked her to at least explain. Li Yiji simply said she didn't want him answering. Inside, she felt smug, thinking Wen Kaiyun had to be furious by now. Zhang Jisheng said that if she put it that way, he'd listen. Outside the bathroom, Junmin barely got up and cursed that those two were dead. He looked over at Shang Ju and asked whether he was okay. Still lying in the urine, Shang Ju cried that he was absolutely not okay. He said he'd never been humiliated this badly before. He wanted revenge and swore he'd kill that man. Junmin agreed that he would never let them off either. Then Zhang Jisheng's phone rang again. Li Yiji frowned and said Wen Kaiyun still wasn't giving up, so he shouldn't answer. But Zhang Jisheng checked the screen and said it wasn't Wen Kaiyun, it was Junmin. After a short pause, Li Yiji told him to answer and turn on the speaker. Zhang Jisheng nodded and picked up. The second the call connected, Junmin shouted that Yang Jian from Chang'an had beaten them up. Zhang Jisheng quickly told him to calm down and explain everything clearly. Junmin shouted that he had even mentioned Zhang Jisheng's name and still got beaten. Beside him, Shangju cried that Yang Jian had hit his stomach and made him wet his pants. Jisheng, you have to get revenge for us. In a low voice, Zhang Jisheng said he understood and would handle it. Once the call ended, his entire mood turned dark. Through clenched teeth, he said that bastard had attacked them because Shangju and Junmin were his friends. Li Yiji said she'd already found it suspicious when they suddenly wanted an alliance. Zhang Jisheng tightened his grip on the phone, furious and saying he wanted to beat Park Mingjun up right now. Just then his phone rang again. Park Mingjun was calling. Li Yiji glanced over and asked who it was. Zhang Jisheng answered in a cold voice, Park Mingjun. From the other side, Park Mingjun apologized immediately. He said that as soon as he heard what Yang Jian had done, he called right away. Because this was their fault, Zhang Jisheng answered mockingly. Is that so? Park Mingjun said he'd come to their school after classes tomorrow and apologize. In person, Zhang Jisheng calmly told him to do that. After the call, Park Mingjun let out a sigh. Then he ordered Yang Jian to come with him tomorrow and apologize too. Yang Jian clearly didn't want to and argued that they were the ones who had started it. Park Mingjun sighed and told Yang Jian he couldn't let the alliance collapse over this. He asked him to hold back just this once. Seeing Park Mingjun's expression, Yang Jian became scared and reluctantly agreed to apologize. Back at the cafe, Li Yiji asked what Park Mingjun had said. Zhang Jisheng told her he was coming to the school tomorrow to apologize in person. Li Yiji stood immediately and said they couldn't stay there any longer. They needed to hurry and prepare tactics in case Park Mingjun tried something. Zhang Jisheng didn't understand. If the man was coming to apologize, why would they need tactics? Li Yiji warned that he might be pretending to lower their guard and then bring people to fight. That immediately put Zhang Jisheng on alert. Li Yiji told him to simply follow her plan. Then Zhang Jisheng thought of something and said they should tell Song Zhongxi too. Li Yiji agreed. The next day, the area around Jilanhai's gate was loud and busy. Song Zhongxi stood there holding a stick, watching the entrance carefully. Li Yiji also arrived at the gate, looking ready for trouble. Her face was tense. When Zhang Jisheng saw her coming, he asked why she looked so serious. Li Yiji said that if Wen Kaiyun showed up too, She'd settle things with her today. Just then, Zhang Jisheng came over, looking serious. His presence alone felt heavy. He told the other two that since everyone was there, they should go meet those guys from Chang'anhai together. The three headed toward the gate with such force that everyone nearby was stunned. Meanwhile, two motorcycles rolled toward Jilanhai. Yang Jian rode in, complaining that this was so annoying. He truly didn't want to come all the way to Jilan just to apologize. After the three parked, they looked around and felt relieved not to see Senior. Park Mingjun reminded them that Jilan's boss wasn't Senior anymore. It was Zhang Jisheng. If they formed an alliance with Zhang Jisheng, nobody there would dare touch them. Just then, Zhang Jisheng called out, saying they had arrived. Park Mingjun looked up and said they were there. To apologize, he sounded sincere, just as he had on the phone. Zhang Jisheng calmly said he hoped the apology was truly sincere. Park Mingjun turned to the two behind him and asked whether they were ready. Both of them dropped to their knees and admitted they had caused the trouble themselves. Mingjun hadn't told them to do it. Even so, Park Mingjun said he had responsibility too, and then he knelt as well. He said he was the one who had proposed the alliance, yet this still happened, and he was truly sorry. Keeping a stern expression, Zhang Jisheng told them to explain everything honestly. After hearing them out, he realized their story matched what Shangju and Junmin had said. So he reached out to Park Mingjun, helped him up first, and said the alliance wouldn't be broken. Park Mingjun was instantly relieved. The bearded man and Yang Jian also exchanged looks and let out a long breath. Yang Jian stood too and immediately started flattering Zhang Jisheng. Zhang Jisheng raised an eyebrow and asked why he thought he could stand already. Confused, Yang Jian had no choice but to kneel again. Then Zhang Jisheng's voice turned colder as he reminded him that someone was still waiting for a real apology. Yang Jian looked confused and said the person wasn't even there. So how was he supposed to apologize? Right then, two trembling figures stepped out and shouted that of course they were there. Through clenched teeth, they said they had been hiding because they were afraid of being beaten again. Zhang Jisheng called them over and said their brothers were there to apologize. With support behind him, Shangju glared at Yang Jian and warned him to apologize properly. Yang Jian's temper flared at Shangju's attitude, but he forced himself to swallow it and gave a reluctant apology. Junmin wasn't satisfied and told him to say it like a man. Louder, gritting his teeth and suppressing his anger, Yang Jian apologized again. Then Shangju suddenly moved behind him and yanked his ear, saying the apology sounded fake. If he was truly sorry, then he should wet his pants too. Or did he want a kick to the stomach to help him? Yang Jian shook with rage, grinding his teeth as he nearly snapped. Shangju kept pushing, asking whether he'd wet himself yet. The bearded man saw things going badly and hurried to stop him, telling Yang Jian to hold back. Yang Jian suddenly stood, making Shangju jump. Even though he was afraid, Shangju still taunted him and asked whether he wanted to hit someone again. But Yang Jian only took out his wallet. He emptied all the cash from it and handed it over, saying it could cover the medical bills and medicine. Park Mingjun secretly let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he'd made Yang Jian bring cash. Zhang Jisheng watched with a satisfied expression, but Shangju gritted his teeth and said that little amount of money wouldn't make him leave. He didn't want Yang Jian's filthy money. He wanted him to wet his pants too. That demand made Yang Jian's anger rise again. He clearly hadn't expected this. From the side, Li Yiji complained that Shangju must be crazy if he liked seeing people wet themselves that much. Yang Jian trembled, veins bulging across his face. Park Mingjun helplessly realized Yang Jian was almost out of patience. Even then, Shangju kept shouting for Yang Jian to hurry up and wet his pants. Zhang Jisheng finally stepped in to settle things, suggesting Shangju kick Yang Jian in the stomach once, so they'd be even. Shangju's eyes lit up, and he said great. He wanted to beat Yang Jian himself until he wet his pants, swinging his fists. He viciously asked Yang Jian whether he was ready. Zhang Jisheng turned to Park Mingjun and asked whether he accepted that solution. Park Mingjun hesitated, then nodded and asked Yang Jian whether he could accept it. Yang Jian reluctantly agreed, saying it was fair enough. Junmin suddenly jumped out of the crowd and shouted that he'd been hit too. Yang Jian had to stand there and let them do it, promising he wouldn't fight back. Junmin clenched his fists, took a stance, and told Yang Jian to stand straight. A second later, he drove a punch in, telling that pighead to go to hell. The blow slammed into Yang Jian's stomach, and he immediately doubled over. His whole body shook, and the pain was so intense that he couldn't speak for a while. Off to the side, Shangju rubbed his hands and said it was finally his turn. He used all his strength and punched Yang Jian in the stomach, but Shangju was too weak, so the hit felt more like a tickle. It did nothing. Yang Jian couldn't help holding back a laugh. Shangju exploded immediately and asked whether he was mocking his punch. Yang Jian had hit him twice, so he still had one more hit left. Shangju gathered all his strength again and rushed toward Yang Jian. He swung with everything he had, even shouting as he attacked, but the punch went off course and slammed directly into Yang Jian's crotch. Yang Jian's face twisted in pain. Everyone around them froze in shock. Park Mingjun and the bearded man both groaned that this was very bad. Shangju still wasn't satisfied and said that one didn't count because his foot had slipped. He wanted to punch again, and this time he swore he wouldn't miss. Yang Jian grabbed himself and screamed that he'd had enough. He was going to kill Shangju. Before Shangju could continue shouting, someone rushed over and stopped him. Shangju turned to Zhang Jisheng and begged him not to simply watch. Trying to calm him down, Zhang Jisheng reminded him that the agreed hits were already finished. Shangju refused to accept that, arguing that his foot had only slipped. Zhang Jisheng's expression hardened, and he firmly told him to calm down. Staring at him in shock, Shangju asked how he could treat him like this. Then he begged Zhang Jisheng to punch Yang Jian for him. Hearing that, Zhang Jisheng's grip on his shoulder tightened, without him noticing. Shangju cried out in pain. He dropped to the ground, shaking and sobbing, with tears and snot covering his face. Zhang Jisheng quickly apologized, saying he'd used too much force by mistake. He reached down to help Shangju up and asked whether he could stand, but that outstretched hand only frightened Shangju more. He scrambled up and ran away. In panic, he shouted that Zhang Jisheng was a bad person too, still crying. Shangju ran even faster. Watching him flee, Yang Jian muttered that the brat was surprisingly fast. Then Zhang Jisheng offered Yang Jian a hand and praised him for holding back. That made Yang Jian see Zhang Jisheng differently. He hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. So Yang Jian reached out and shook his hand. The tension between them finally began to ease. Song Zhongxi and Li Yiji let out a breath. Messy as it was, at least it hadn't become a real fight. Park Mingjun was relieved too. He'd been afraid Yang Jian would snap, but somehow he stayed in control. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Everyone turned, and their expressions changed immediately. They couldn't believe who had appeared. Senior coldly said that if they had any conscience left, they never should have come there. Then he added that they were from different schools, so why were they calling him Senior? Zhang Jisheng was about to explain, but Senior cut him off and said this had nothing to do with him. Yang Jian nervously whispered that he knew they'd run into Senior. Park Mingjun forced himself to stay calm and told the others to watch first. Perhaps this was their chance to finally clear up the misunderstanding. Li Yiji hurried over to stop things, warning that Senior couldn't fight and saying she'd call Li Dubo. Song Zhongxi looked confused. He didn't understand why everyone was so tense. Li Yiji sighed and said it was a long story. Something had happened before. Senior walked toward them and asked whether they had a death wish, coming here just to die. Park Mingjun started trembling, unsure what to say. He stammered that Li Dubo had said he'd speak for them. Senior sneered and asked when Park Mingjun had started trusting Li Dubo's words. Then he punched Park Mingjun in the face. Pain exploded immediately, and Park Mingjun's face swelled, so badly that he couldn't speak. Everyone froze. Senior started beating him without even hearing him out. Yang Jian trembled and cursed under his breath. Fighting through the pain, Park Mingjun dropped to his knees and begged for a chance to speak first. He forced himself back up and pleaded for just 5 minutes. Senior looked down at him and mocked that this wasn't how someone asked for forgiveness. Then he raised his fist again. Another punch slammed into Park Mingjun's face. His cheeks turned red and swollen, and his mind began to grow hazy. Song Jiangxi was stunned to see Park Mingjun getting beaten this badly. Yang Jian and the bearded man were shaken too. This was becoming serious. Senior sneered that if they dared come to Jilin, they should have expected to be beaten. Even so, Park Mingjun struggled back to his feet. He shouted again, begging Senior to hear his explanation. Senior frowned and swung again, asking why he should listen. Park Mingjun hurried to defend himself, saying it truly had been an accident. He begged Senior to believe him. Senior only sneered and said Park Mingjun had lived comfortably hiding behind that excuse. Zhang Zhisheng finally couldn't stand by any longer. He rushed in and pushed Park Mingjun aside. Senior's punch struck Zhang Zhisheng directly in the face instead. Park Mingjun was stunned by what he saw. Even after taking the hit, Zhang Zhisheng didn't move. The people around them were shocked that he could withstand Senior's punch like that. Senior glared at him and asked why he had stepped in after being told to move. Zhang Zhisheng answered that Park Mingjun had already begged him to listen, so why did he keep hitting him? Senior impatiently said it had nothing to do with Zhang Zhisheng and told him to move. But Zhang Zhisheng argued that they had come to apologize to him. Senior laughed as though it were a joke. He asked whether Zhang Zhisheng truly believed anything those trashy men said, and even if they apologized, did he truly think it would be sincere? Zhang Zhisheng admitted it might not come from the heart, but Senior should at least hear them out before judging. That answer set Senior off. His eyes narrowed, and his entire body shook with anger. Still, Zhang Zhisheng calmly asked him to hear Park Mingjun out before hitting him again. And if he wouldn't listen, then he should stop hitting him because they had come there for Zhang Zhisheng. Park Mingjun looked at him gratefully, too moved to speak. Zhang Zhisheng stood there, still shaken by everything happening. Senior fell silent. He remembered how Li Dubo had once told him to let Park Mingjun and Zhang Zhisheng go. Deep down, he already knew that whole incident had been an accident, and Zhang Zhisheng had been improving, little by little. Li Dubo had even brought up their old friendship. Senior used to care about those two more than anyone. He had clearly said that if they came with a sincere apology, Senior had to listen. More than once, Li Dubo told him that the next time they met, they needed to stay calm and talk things through. Thinking back on that, Senior wondered whether this was all part of Li Dubo's plan too. Zhang Zhisheng stepped forward again and said that no matter what had happened before, Senior should at least hear them out. Senior finally admitted he'd never truly listened to their side. Park Mingjun and Yang Jian saw an opening. They both dropped to their knees and called out to Senior. They said the incident had been an accident and promised to explain everything clearly. After a pause, Senior turned away and said he wasn't in the mood to talk about it now. Park Mingjun looked crushed. They still hadn't cleared up the misunderstanding. Then Senior suddenly asked whether their phone numbers were still the same. Both Park Mingjun and Yang Jian lit up and quickly said yes, begging him to contact them. Senior nodded, said he'd call, and left. After closing the door, Senior thought to himself that he'd always known it was an accident. Perhaps he had simply needed someone to blame. With a sincere sigh, he admitted Zhang Zhisheng truly knew how to move people's hearts. He praised Zhang Zhisheng, thinking that even at a young age, his eyes, actions, and words all carried weight. Perhaps he truly could destroy the ignorant normal alliance. Meanwhile, at Moxian High School, the entire campus echoed with Buddhist chanting. It seemed calm on the outside, But something about it felt strange. The students prayed in perfect unison. Their leader, Tao Yuan, led the chanting with a serious expression. Then the master came over and told everyone they'd worked hard and should return to class to rest. Tao Yuan respectfully agreed and said he'd take the students back soon. The master smiled, nodded, and left the matter to Tao Yuan. Elsewhere on campus, Park Mingjun smoked and asked who was running Jilin High now. Li Mishong took a drag and said it was Zhang Jisheng. Tao Gichun lowered his voice and revealed that Zhang Jisheng's family was connected to the Fire Bear Gang. Park Peng pointed out that the Fire Bear Gang and Danryong Gang were already in a Cold War, and if Dao Park became involved, things would become worse. Lan Major agreed. This wasn't merely troublesome anymore. It was the sons of two major groups facing each other. Right then, Tao Park walked over and asked whether they truly thought his father would interfere in a group of children's fights. The others quickly greeted him and said they were only talking about Zhang Jisheng after he finished worshipping Buddha. Tao Park calmly analyzed it. Jilin Hai really only had Zhang Jisheng and Song Zhongxi now. In his eyes, those two alone would never go to war with the alliance. Park Peng still looked uneasy and mentioned rumors that Park Mingjun had gone to see Zhang Jisheng. The second Tao Park heard that name. His anger flared. He turned and stormed away, wanting to find Park Mingjun and learn the truth. But first, he went to ask the master for advice. In the director's office, the master was lifting dumbbells while talking on the phone. He said that soon more than half of Moxian High's students would be absorbed into the Danryong Gang, and for now, nobody knew Moxian High's true backing. Then someone knocked on the door. It was Tao Park. The master hurriedly covered the tattoos on his body with clothes. Opening the door with a smile, he asked Tao Park what was wrong. Tao Park put his hands together, bowed, and said he was troubled and wanted the master's guidance. The master led him inside and told him to explain everything. Later, in Chang'an Alley, Park Mingjun excitedly said they had to treat Zhang Jisheng to a big meal next time. Now they could finally clear things up with Senior for good. He asked whether the others agreed. Yang Jian only gave a worried grunt. Noticing his expression, Park Mingjun asked why he looked so down when he should have been the happiest. Yang Jian guiltily admitted that if Zhang Jisheng hadn't stepped in, they would have been badly beaten. He said he had to find a way to repay him. Park Mingjun brushed it off as something easy. They could simply help Zhang Jisheng with whatever he wanted. That made Yang Jian's eyes harden with resolve. He declared that he'd help Zhang Jisheng crush the ignorant. Normal alliance. Park Mingjun shouted that this was perfect. The day of the final showdown was approaching. The bearded man joined in immediately, and the mood became upbeat. At the same time, in the judo hall, Song Zhongxi grabbed one of the younger students and slammed him onto the mat. The blonde guy and the others watched in fear, saying he didn't even look like he was training anymore. Even a huge man like that was thrown easily. Song Zhongxi said that even with only 1 week left, they still had to train. Real fights awaken the body's instincts, so they needed to start now. Then he turned to Li Chengji and told him to lead everyone through group training. Li Chengji obeyed immediately and began assigning drills to each person. As they trained, the students quietly realized Song Zhongxi's methods were truly effective. He focused on practical fighting skills, and they paid off quickly. Their confidence soared. Now they couldn't wait to face the Moxian High school group and defeat them. That night, Zhang Jisheng discussed strategy with Li Yiji. He pointed out that the Moxian High School students all carried special weapons. Li Yiji said that was exactly why they needed a solid plan first. Zhang Jisheng agreed and thanked her for the help. Li Yiji pouted, asking why he always only said thank you. If he truly meant it, he should go watch a movie with her. Zhang Jisheng agreed immediately. He said they'd finish everything tomorrow, then he'd go with her. Hearing that, Li Yiji lit up and asked whether he was serious. Then she quickly took out her phone and started checking tomorrow's movie times. Zhang Jisheng was excited too and said he'd invite his friends along. He wanted his brothers to come too. Li Yiji immediately shut that down without thinking. Then she stood and moved closer to Zhang Jisheng. She sat directly in front of him, and the mood suddenly changed.